Two best friends, roommates, two people who shared dinner last night together will be fighting it out on the course for the biggest stake of the 1.5 crore prize money in the Adani Invitational Golf Championship. Good morning, everyone. Hello and welcome. This is day 4. I am your host on the course, GS Wake. I've got alongside two Rahuls, Rahul Banerjee and Rahul Bajaj alongside me to discuss what's gonna come on day 4 over here. First up, Rahul, it's seldom do we see two best friends fighting it out and sharing a meal, having a laugh all together. But on this morning, it's going to be a completely different ball game altogether.
GS, I'm very excited for the day today. I think that it's going to be an absolutely scintillating day out there on the golf course. Not only do we have Arjun as well as Yuvraj fighting it out, we've also got Saptak Talwar trailing them by just 2 shots. And there are a host of many players out there at 6 under par and 5 under par. And 5 shots on a golf course like this is nothing. So I think it's going to be an extremely exciting day and I'm totally looking forward to it.
Rahul Banerjee sir, let's talk about Arjun Prasad first. Yuvraj has been there, done that. Arjun has been, hovering around on this circuit for quite some time and is just almost tried to win a tournament but still got no titles against his name. Can this day today be his biggest day?
Yeah, I think what could help him today particularly is the fact that he's playing with such a good friend. Now, this can work 2 ways. I mean, you could get intimidated by the fact that your playing partner is successful players already of the current season. He won the opening 2 tournaments. But Arjun has the benefit of having somebody who he can, sort of put an arm on metaphorically around somebody's shoulders. Tell me what do I do or what can I... It may come to that, there are times when ultimately sports is all about camaraderie. Rivalry, of course, is there. It's important and it's necessary. But there is also a certain amount of mutual support because everybody is going through the same, you could call it pain, gain, whatever you would like to call it. So my feeling is that Arjun will benefit from the fact that he's playing alongside such a good friend. Yuvraj is a wonderfully experienced player and Arjun should and could make the most of this opportunity because he's been knocking on the door for a very long time. He's been a professional for 6, 7 years, 8 years now. And everybody we all know how good he is, how talented he is. Sometimes it's just that little step that you need to, cross from being one of the pack to being in the winner's circle. And I really hope that, he makes the most of this opportunity playing with such a good friend who is himself a very fine player. And actually make that final step into across that bridge.
Well, just what Rahul Banerjee has just said. Arjun has been there. He knows that he's missed out on that last day. What would he be thinking right at this point of time?
So I think, of course, he wants to get the monkey off his back. That's probably going to be his first thought. At the same time, while that is something that is probably playing in his subconscious, in the conscious frame of mind, he also wants to sort of not think about that and just go by his processes and go by his game plan for the day. So yes, it's a precarious spot for a player to be in. At the same time, I think Mr. Banerjee is absolutely right. It could act as a benefit.
Safe or should we go all aggressive in the first 9? Because we've seen the first 9 have seen very contrasting scores. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, both for Arjun and for Yuvraj, of course.
Well, I think in the start of the day, the players should focus on their game plans and go by their regular processes because it's the front 9 of the round. Both players are on even standing at this moment at 10 under par, and Saptak Talwar is trailing them 2 shots behind. So they're both at even ground right now. I do not think anyone should be going through with any more of an aggressive approach than they normally did over the first 3 days. And maybe as the day moves on through 6 holes or through 9 holes, depending on how the situation is, the players, of course, will have to go through and change their game plans and adapt for the day.
Yeah, we'll talk about Yuvraj, Sandhu as well. But first, let's move over to our colleague Nikhil Kalan to tell us a crash course on the Jaypee greens.
Good morning and welcome to a crash course with me, Nikhil. We are here at the Jaypee Greens and we are here after a long time, after a gap of over 11 years to play a PGTI event. And there are quite a few interesting facts relating to the Jaypee Greens that I would like to share with you today. To begin with, this course has seen some major records, one of them being Anirban Lahiri's 12 under 60 in 2011. It is the joint record for the lowest 2-par score in a single round on Indian soil. I was there, I was witness to it, 12 under 60, what a round. We also had the first ever PGTI event staged right here at the Jaypee Greens back in October 2006, and it was won by the legendary Jyoti Randhawa. And I must brag about this. I was here on that occasion too, covering it for television. Now, the other interesting fact relating to this course is that the front nine and back nine have been switched. It's the reverse compared to what we used to play here over a decade back when we were last here. So often when you're talking to the players, they forget that they're talking about the back nine while they think it is the front nine, and vice versa. The lowest winning total here is 23 under 265 at an international event back in 2013, which was won by Thomas Aiken of South Africa. So we are back here after a long gap, and the players are making the most of it, and the scores.
Yeah, so we just got a crash course on this JP Greens by our colleague Nikhil. Talking about Yuvraj Sandhu, right? He really is the crown prince of Indian golf at this point of time. He's already got 2 titles under his belt and looks good for his third.
So I do think you're absolutely right about what you're saying. In fact, with the 2-year hiatus that he has had by plying his trade in international waters, I think he's also raring to go, and he wants to win as many tournaments as he can. He's riding back in form. So that's of course going to be a tough challenge for the rest of the players. But having said that, I wouldn't count anyone out at this moment, and I would say that it's anyone's game, and I'm looking forward to this exciting day.
We'll talk about the other contenders as well, but just to continue from what Rahul Bajaj said, Rahul, we'll talk about Yuvraj Sandhu. It's not easy to keep up that consistency, and he's done that. To win back-to-back titles on the PGTI Tour is no mean achievement, right? And he's doing really well in the other tournaments he's played, and now again he's back in contention for his third title.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, he went through a bit of a difficult patch a couple of years ago, and he's fought his way through that. He really had issues, and for all the ability and talent and his, just his game, he was not really delivering the sort of results that one expected from him. But he has come through that patch, and that's the important thing. Now, he went on the Asian Development Tour. He won there. He's got status on the Asian Tour. And don't forget, at the end of the day, there's this huge prize for the PGTI that the PGTI offers in terms of its tie-up with the DP World Tour of 1 slot in the next season. So now, if Yuvraj has set his focus, which I think he has, on making sure that he tops or gets as close to that spot as possible. Remember, 2 years ago, he and Manu Gandas were in contention for exactly that ticket, and it was almost like a 2-man battle that year. 9-1 wins between the two of them was phenomenal. And that sort of streak, he lost out because he won 1 title less and 1 or 2 placings less. So given that history and given that, and the fact that every player aspires for status on as many playing platforms as he can achieve, and having already sealed his Asian Tour card, he will now, I'm very sure, be completely focused on making sure that he gets playing status on the DP World Tour for 2026 as well.
That's where our focus will be, to see if Yuvraj Singh can add another title, or can Arjun Prasad take away his maiden title, or do we have any more further surprises like Rahul Bajaj said? Don't count out Saptak Talwar or Aman Raj out of here. So day 4 action is beginning. It's over to the comm box to our colleague Nikhil Kalam.
Viewers, we are bringing you live pictures from the JP Greens Spa and Golf Resort. This is the final round of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025, and what a fascinating day of golf lies in prospect. We have multiple contenders today, and you heard it from the experts, the 2 Rahuls, Rahul Bajaj and Rahul Banerjee, as well as our anchor GS Vivek, bringing you different perspectives and their thoughts on what could unfold today. And here we have Ajitesh Sandhu teeing it up, the 858 group. Ajitesh Sandhu, a multiple international winner and a winner on the PGTI in December last year. Looks good. And seems like he's found the fairway. Dhruv Shoran is next. His total score 5 under Dhruv Hills from Gurugram rather, the DLF Golf and Country Club. He has one win to his credit, 30 years of age, and he'll be looking to make an impact today. You saw that wonderful aerial view brought to you by the drone camera. He's into his pre-shot routine, one practice swing, and he's ready to go. And Dhruv Shoran tees off. This is group number 9. I'm afraid he's found the rough on the first hole, so not the start that he would have liked. But let's see how it unfolds from here on. The drone camera in full bloom, and you see the setup of the first tee and the first fairway. The group walking down the fairway: Aman Raj, Ajitesh Sandhu, and Dhruv Shoran. And next on the tee, we'll have Arjun Sharma, Harendra Gupta, and Hani Besoya. So the big question is whether it'll be Yuvraj Sandhu again, who's searching for his third title this season, or will we have a new winner in the form of Arjun Prasad or Saptak Talwar? Bringing you live pictures from the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort, Greater Noida, the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship. And I now hand over to my fellow commentators, Rahul Bajaj and Rahul Banerjee.
Thanks, Nikhil. It's a bit of a Rahul Square happening here in the commentary box this morning. Mr. Banerjee, welcome to the box. This is the first time I'm commentating with you,
Yeah.
and I think it's going to be an exciting day, especially with all the knowledge that you have with the experience of writing in this field.
Rahul, that works two ways, let me tell you. I thoroughly enjoy these stints because, on a very selfish level, actually, I get to learn a lot of more about the game. Talking with people like you who have not only played the game, who have achieved great success, and thereafter transited very successfully into a coaching career. And that's so it's a two-way process always, which is always, like I've said, it's a great pleasure. And for us to be still in this in the learning process after so many years in the game, it's I can only describe it as a joy.
Lovely, an exciting day today. These 18 holes here at the Jaypee Greens with the kind of course layout that we have, I think it could be anyone's game, right? We've got there's probably a 6, 7 under, 8 under riding up there on the course. I think it's waiting to be shot. This week just has been like that.
What actually has really surprised me, Rahul, is the scores. I mean, after 3 days in a professional tournament where you have literally the cream of our country's professional players playing, to still have a score that is just 10 under par
So that's the
as
toughness.
the lead score is honestly really been surprising, which probably is a function of a, the course, b, the distance, because I have not seen the tees put so far back as they have for this tournament. So it could be the, any case, this is a long course. This is 7,000 plus yards, and I think they've pulled the tees back another 20, 30 yards where it's possible. So maybe it's a bigger test because our boys are not really used to playing such long courses, are they? I mean, you would know better.
So I think that length doesn't play a part anymore, pretty much for most of the players. You know, they're all pretty good ball strikers. Everyone can fly at a mile. Everyone hits their long irons really well. I think that's not a concern anymore. But what really I think is playing tough this week is the hardness of the greens and the fastness of the greens, which makes those long irons not be able to stop that quickly. The judgment of the speed becomes a little tougher, and especially as the day moves on. You know, and this weather conditions also such wherein everything dries up pretty much through the day. So you know, things just keep changing, evolving as the day progresses.
I was just talking to one of the caddies from our club, that's the Noida Golf Course. And he's on the bag for one of the players here. And he said reading the greens is proving to be a bit of an issue here, which is why you're not really seeing the sort of low scores that one would expect. Like you say, distance is no longer that much of a function or an issue anymore. What he said was, sir, we are not able to get a read on the greens because in Hindi he said यहाँ पे cross grains बनी हुई हैं. So they what they feel is seems to be the right line for the hole. The ball breaks away at the very last moment or it pulls up short. So that is one issue. But then again, given players of this class and caliber, you would expect, I think today, that by now they would have got a feel of the course, a feel of the greens, and they'll be a little better equipped to bring in lower scores than we've seen so far.
So whenever there is cross drain happening on the greens, of course, it's going to be very difficult for the players to be able to read the lines. Having said that, I think that when in JP greens, when the greens become faster and the greens have been rolled down fairly well, thereafter the greens can be tough to read because the matchup between where the grain is going and where the slope is going becomes so fine and minute that it becomes tough for the players to read. I think that's what the players mean by cross grain.
Yeah, and also, I mean, given the fact that we have been talking about low scores, let's not forget that yesterday alone, there were something like 14 eagles scored on this course. One player, Arjun Sharma, had two of his own. The previous day, I think we had another player getting two of his own. So it's not that the low scores are not there. It's just that probably making that that little mindset adjustment that says, all right, let's not get too involved in the theory of all of this, and let's just concentrate on getting the ball into the hole.
I think Mr. Banerjee, one of the other things that we don't pay as much attention to probably as outsiders is that when players are on the course and the windy conditions as they are right now are going on, uh, a course like JP Greens is now flanked by a lot of buildings around it. So what happens is that the wind is ricocheted a lot, and it seems like the wind is swirling quite a bit. So the players can tend to get confused, and that really affects the way they can trust their swings and their shots and their decisions on the course. So I think we don't end up paying as much attention to that, but that plays a huge part because only if I can really back up my shot can I try to get it close to the hole.
Very good point, Rahul, because what's now the front nine, if you look at what we want to, hole number 4 and 5, and probably 6 as well, used to be fairly open on the right side. Now you have a lot of construction, which, like you very correctly pointed out, will definitely affect the flow. You could earlier the wind used to blow straight through because there's nothing directing it. Now you have all these tall buildings. If you get a swirl effect, or some sort of a where the ball not necessarily will follow the trajectory that you think it will follow, then you do have a problem. So that stacking all these factors together probably is why we have not seen the sort of low scores that we would have expected from a quality field. Like, I mean, let's look at the the top, from the top 20 of the order of merit. You have, other than the couple of the boys who have gone away with the European tour, everybody else is here.
Absolutely. In fact, this whole wind factor, it plays a huge part and confuses the player. I remember that what is today's seventh hole used to be the 16th hole of the past. So on that seventh hole, there are a couple of these buildings on the right side, and they would always make the wind do something funny towards the descent of the ball, and it gets really confusing when you're standing on the tee box because sometimes the wind is passing through those buildings, through the middle of them, and sometimes it's ricocheting backwards, and it just it becomes very difficult for a player to make the decision, especially if the pin is in a precarious spot, right? If the pin is in a really big spot, as the fat part of the green, as it's called, then it's not that difficult to trust a shot. But if the pin's on the back right, as it was yesterday, it's very difficult to trust that club.
Yeah, and so meanwhile, as we talk, I think we've got a fair amount of action. Aman Raj on in your picture right now, fine player, had a bit of a difficult time in the last year or so with injury, but he looks to be back in good form, in good shape. And as you can see, there's a certain amount of confidence. He's always had a swagger. Now there's a bit of more confidence in his walk as well, which is good to see. Uh, he's currently in the top 10 in sixth place, with scores of 72, 70, and 69, which keeps him at 6 under par and just 4 shots of the lead. Very correctly, like you pointed out a little earlier, Rahul. There today you could see somebody make a run at the top, and which will in turn put even a further pressure on Yuvraj as well as Arjun Prasad, particularly Arjun, who has, like you said, the monkey on his back of not making the breakthrough win despite being around on the circuit for a while.
Another good, great player, Arjun Sharma. This is his home course, and he's also looking for his first win, and he's also been playing really well over the past 2 seasons, and getting his game back in shape. And come to think about it, now we have the penultimate group is where Arjun is playing. He's playing alongside Harinder Gupta, the veteran, as well as Hani Besoya. I would call him a semi-veteran himself because he's been on the tour for quite some time, won some tournaments as well. And come to think about it, you see any guy who's at 5 under par, leader is at 10 under par. We've got about 8 players bunched up underneath these top 2 players who are at 10 under. Come to think about it, we've had a lot of eagles yesterday on the course. So today, if you were to go out at it, you've got the second hole a par 5, you've got the fourth hole as a par 5. You see, and after that, you've got the fifth hole, which is an approachable par 4. So when you take all this into account, if someone's got to get to a hot start, it can be anyone's game. And if it's possible out there, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the players could be at 4 under, 5 under through the first 5 holes. It's quite possible.
Yeah. We just saw Harinder off the tee. Now, Hani Basoya. Now, this funny story about Hani Basoya, Rahul. When a couple of years back at the Indian Open, the few journalists who had come from outside were fascinated by his name. Said, is that his actual name, or so they actually went and asked him, and so he gave them the backstory, so to say. Yeah, I mean, coming back to what could happen today. I mean, starting from Shaurya Bhattacharya, who's 5, he's among the group who's 5 under. From then onwards, it's actually anybody's. The winner will most likely come from this group. This 8 or 9 players who are in this bunch. So yeah, I'm sure that will, on a personal level, make you very happy as well.
Absolutely.
How do you think he's been going at this event so far?
So I think he's not playing up to the mark. I feel like he has a lot more in him than he's been playing this week, and of course I'll be slightly biased always towards him, and probably a bit harsh also towards what I say. But
just to clarify for our listeners, Rahul Bajaj is the coach of Shaurya Bhattacharya, a young player who's been on the rise. He was Rookie of the Year in last season. Already has a win this year under his belt. And I'm sure Rahul has very high expectations. And like he said, he's going to be very critical of what his wall does. So please bear with Shaurya, not Rahul. So that's a fine lag putt, Rahul, we've just seen from this young man.
Ajitesh Sandhu, who's starting his day at 5 under par. This is his first hole of the day, and of course the first hole of the golf course. He came in from that fairway bunker on the left side. Usually placed about 160-70 yard shot from that location to this middle flag, probably another 5 or 10 more, and could be a 7 iron or an 8 iron or a 6 iron, depending on who the player is and how the wind is blowing at that point of time. So having said that, I mean, going back to Shaurya, he's strung up rounds of 70, 71, and 70. He's playing much better than the shots, the scores look right now, and hopefully he's got more in his arsenal which he can showcase today. Aman Raj now coming up on our screens, starting also at 5 under par for the first 3 days. He shot a 69 yesterday, just like his playing partners Ajitesh Sandhu and Dhruv Sheeran. Aman comes up for birdie and finds the bottom of the cup on the first hole. Aman Raj moving up to 6 under par.
So, like we were saying, Rahul, this probably is the day that, after 3 days of struggling with the greens, probably you'll find, and players of this level, at some point they've got to start mastering whatever the course can throw at them. And I have a feeling today we're going to see that. And like we just saw, Aman has got himself to a hot start.
So just for the information of our viewers, what Ajitesh did there before he putted out was he had moved his marker on the putting surface for Aman Raj, and he was replacing that marker. So these are good things for our juniors as well as our club amateurs to notice, because according to the rules of golf, once you move the marker, you must move it back to its original location and measured up by your putter's head. So that you actually putt back from the same location where you started off from. And of course, there is a penalty if one doesn't follow the rules there. So it's small things, but make a huge difference, and you could use it on your weekend round the next time around.
Absolutely, good words there from a very experienced player and coach. So please keep your ears open. You'll hear a lot more through the course of the day, and I'm sure you did yesterday as well. Now Arjun, playing on his home course, should know this place pretty well. But I have a feeling all of them were a little thrown off, maybe at least for the first 2 days, by the fact that they switched the sequence from what is normally the front nine is now the back nine, and vice versa. As you heard Nikhil point out a little earlier in his capsule. So, but then again, like, there's enough time to have gotten adjusted to it, gotten used to what is happening in front of you, and let's see how it goes. I mean, Arjun is he's grown up playing all his golf here and all his life, knows exactly what is required to do well on this course.
I think he didn't catch that ball pretty well. It's a
happy.
tougher shot. He's further up towards the lip of the bunker, just as Hani Besoya is as well. So you've got to really launch that ball up too quickly to be able to cover that lip. And of course, you've got to carry that other 160 yards as well. So a tough shot coming up from this fairway bunker. Ajitesh was slightly further back, so gave him a little room to be able to launch it up. You could see Hani really trying to help that ball go up. And he's managed to just about find the putting surface. You can tell, the higher it'll go, he wouldn't be able to carry that ball that far. So leaves it on the front part of the green. Playing partner Dhruv Shoran coming up. My apologies, that's Harinder Gupta from the right side of the fairway. Harinder is a veteran golfer.
Definitely in a better spot than his playing partners. Stayed out of trouble nicely on that one.
Still left himself a bit of work to do there, about 50 feet away from the flagstick.
Times in a day like this, Rahul, what does a player think? Let me get off to the sort of minimize damage mode, or shall we look for scores where we can right away?
It depends on a lot of things, Mr. Banerjee. It'll depend on what kind of a mindset you're coming from, how you're playing at that point of time, what kind of a person are you? Are you an aggressive type of a person? Are you getting hungry for a win? What is happening? Are you in that situation but not really playing very well at this point of time? Things will look very different for different players. Arjun Sharma now coming up from the left side. That first cut, he left his golf ball here. Third shot coming up on the first.
Like you said, Rahul, he really struggled with that, get out of the bunker and didn't make much progress. In contrast, Hani had a much better directed and got much better length out of it than.
Still left with about 20 feet for his par. Leader group getting all stretched up. Saptak Talwar at 8 under par. He's playing alongside Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, the two best friends, at 10 under par. Saptak's home course is the Jaypee Greens. He's looking for his first win as well. So is Arjun Prasad, and Yuvraj Sandhu is pretty much going to be feeling like a veteran in this group, but he's pretty much the same age as the rest of them. Really getting that first win is something that all players, of course, look forward to. And once it's done, the second one gets even tougher because you're really trying to prove it to yourself to do it again or not. And of course, it starts with the first, though.
This is when you look at it, Tiger Woods' averages, his winning average in his best years was just phenomenal. But you have, I think, on an average, that's about 13% is the average winning rate of the normal professional. He was upward of 50. It just blows you away when you look at scores and numbers and stats like that. It's just how good and how relentless a man like him was. And the day our boys started to develop that sort of, that desperate hunger is, I think, where we will see real progress come to Indian professional golf.
And we have seen that kind of hunger in the players, but also, there are a few great sportsmen. Harinder Gupta on our screens. So you just take a look at his super tracker. Bit of a weak hit from him. We'll go back to our conversation, Mr. Banerjee, as soon as we see the super tracker on the fairway. Hani Besoya, we found him in the bunker earlier. So, yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of players out there who have showcased that sort of hunger in the past. There are always players in each sport who have sort of defined things extremely differently. Tiger for golf, there's been Rafa Nadal, Roger Federer for tennis, there's been Sachin Tendulkar for cricket, there's been Don Bradman. So there are always going to be, the outliers. Yes, of course, we want that. No matter who the athlete is, when I was playing, even I wanted to be the outlier, right? Everyone wants to be the outlier, but yes, that's what separates the great players from the not so great players or the good players for that matter. And if you think about it, and if I was to put, in a skill competition, if I was to put most of the guys together, you'd find no difference. But if you would put them in a mental competition together, you'd find a huge difference between players.
So that's probably what makes the difference between the goods and the greats, so to say.
Absolutely. In fact, come to think about it, a lot of guys will say that even I hit it 300 yards. Even I, can do this with the ball. I can make a 40-footer. The question is, when can you do it? Like, can you do it under the gun at that point of time? That's what matters.
That's right.
Sab tak talwar.
So all
Being
by,
off.
all by himself in third place. Saptak 8 under, 2 shots behind the joint leaders Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu.
I think Saptak is, poised up in one of the best spots for the day. In fact, if I was to look at this leaderboard, he's 2 shots back, doesn't need to hold back. He's got his work cut out pretty clearly as to what he wants to do. I think if there's anyone who is the clearest right now, it's Saptak. In fact, Arjun and Yuvraj are probably just looking at themselves, and Saptak is looking at the scores.
We have the moment of truth now for young Arjun Prasad. 10 under par, had a good run last couple of days. He's kept his focus well, and ultimately, I think it's going to be how well all of them, I'm sure, walk into the course with a plan. How well you stick to your plan, how like you said earlier in the lead up, your processes, the way you set yourself up shot after shot, plan your way around the course is probably what's going to make the difference. And certainly, some of the others we've seen have that very clearly in the mind. Let's see how much this young man can deliver. So there have been a lot of eyes on Arjun Prasad over the years, and you all know, you follow the game more closely than I do.
I think Arjun landed up in the bunker there.
Yeah, he has also gone left, which he didn't want to start with.
There's the inaugural Adani trophy that we can see at the back of that first tee box, alluring sight early in the morning. I've always been the one for trophies more than the checks, so I think everyone is. Most players would look for.
So does your
more and more
Asian
trophies
Games
in.
medal get more prominence in your house on your
It doesn't
mantle?
actually.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh,
It sits inside.
That's a shame.
Right. So
You
in
should,
fact,
you should do something. You should put it in a nice plush case and put it under a spotlight or something. Given the fact that you said yourself that you prefer trophies to checks,
Absolutely.
that should have pride of place. It's a great competition, and you guys did a great job that year. Yuvraj,
that seems to be he's in that one in. Looks like he's in fine shape there. Put himself in one of the brightest spots for this flag location. Have a good look at the flag from that position. The rough is not too far up, so to generate ample amount of spin from that location should not be a problem, especially considering where the flag stick is today. It's 27 in and 3 from the right, which gives him a good room available in case he has to even play for a bit of a run or a jump. Arjun Sharma cleaning up there for his 5. In fact, if I look at it, as we were talking earlier for Arjun, it's important for him right now to be able to sort of, leave out all the other thoughts that might be coming into the brain and into the mind, and just focus on that game plan and stick through his, daily routines and processes. This is where the test really begins.
tap in. So, Rahul, when you're playing on what essentially is a home course, is that a plus or could that sometimes be a minus?
I think it's both. It's both. There is the minus is only yourself, because you could end up expecting too much of yourself, and you could make a complete mountain out of a molehill, to be honest, in your head. So the only enemy is yourself. The advantage though is that your muscles, your mind, your eyes know this place. So backing up your decisions and making the decisions can be a lot easier.
That can be such a big factor, isn't it, Rahul? Your eyes. Maybe at some point you can explain to our viewers exactly what you mean. Elaborate on that. I know what you mean, but maybe a few others would love to understand exactly what suiting. Yeah, we keep hearing this from commentators and players over the years that this suits my eye, this doesn't suit my eye. So at some point, maybe when we have a bit of a lag, gap, you could talk about that. Maybe now with Aman and company strolling up the fairway. When you say suits the eye, what exactly? What are you saying? What do
So,
you
so
mean?
when I'm talking about, there are two kinds of things that we can speak about over here. One is the one that we just referred to a moment ago, which is that if this is my home course, my eyes are more comfortable with it, right? That's one thing. My eyes know it, my body knows how to align to it. It's almost like second nature to me because I'm playing there day in and day out. I'm playing my practice over there. I go out in the afternoon with just my caddy and just play a few holes. Casually, also, I go out with my buddies and just have fun over there as well. So I've got multiple things that hold my eyes and my body to that course. But the other one that you're referring to is my eyes feel more comfortable on this hole. That's really to do with the kind of shape and the shot that the player is seeing. So let's say a good example on this hole would be, in fact, let's just take this hole, the first hole. Okay, a player who's able to hit a good draw, okay, would be much more comfortable on this
Now, a
hole.
draw being
A right to left
right
shot,
to left.
right, would be a lot more comfortable on this tee shot than a left to right would be. Similarly, there'll be some holes where a player can only see a left to righter, but not a right to lefter, right? So on a, let's say if I was to take the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the hole number 9 over there, it's a dogleg to the left. Now for a draw player, it's a the draw player would feel very comfortable hitting a 3-wood or a driver, anything off the tee. They're able to shape it and they're able to see the ball curving on that fairway. But for a fade player, might be able to only see a hybrid club
Right.
off the tee box because he's not being able to see the right to left movement. He'll run out of fairway if he hits
Right.
straight down with a driver. So that's what players really mean by that. Some holes some players like to stand a bit right or shut to their target. Some players like to stand a little open to their target, and that can change the way their eyes and their body are looking at it. Arjun Prasad from that fairway bunker,
I see he's also come up a little short, unfortunately. Rahul.
a bit of a hiccup.
This is the long par 5 second, I think, now on this revised layout.
Yes, on the live feed 2 is what we are seeing
Aman
is the
Raj
par
is
5 where Aman Raj is strolling. You're right, he's got this swagger about him, even walking from shot to shot.
Never seen him without that hat. He loves it. I think he loves it. The best way to make friends with Aman is probably just gift him a hat.
I think.
You're in his good books instantly.
Oh, is it?
My guess. I'm just
he,
guessing.
he goes by the he goes by a hashtag called Fear the Hat.
Yeah, so there you go. So these two of them are in the bunker. The inside bunker. This is a very narrow green, if I'm not mistaken, Rahul.
Yes, the length of the green isn't much, but
It's not very wide from where these boys are coming in.
yes,
So,
but there's enough room from where this player is coming in, although not enough room before the flag to be able to stop the ball. A good shot would be about 4 or 5 feet by would be a good shot. That's a
nice.
splendid effort there by Dhruv Shoran.
great ball. He landed it just where it should have.
Also, the kind of shot that he should have just played. Spinning the ball in that much less space is quite a tough one. So I think Dhruv showed some real solid bunker skill over there. Let's have a look now at Aman Raj coming up from the same bunker, from a different location though, a different angle.
I think he has slightly more green to play with. Aman, from the angle that he's coming in, this is a lengthwise green. So let's see what he comes up with. He's flying the ball.
Very solid shot there by Aman Raj as well.
Equally good response from Aman.
Notice how both the players played an aggressive swing, even though the ball just dropped and stopped immediately, and the pin's pretty close by. The swings were pretty aggressive through, which helps in imparting that spin on the ball.
Rajitesh has a long putt for what probably is an eagle around. He's the only one
who
goes on
we'll
the
have to
dance
find
floor.
out. That's a big carry in case that's an eagle putt, because one has to carry that all the way from over the bunkers, and that would be quite a fine carry. We'll update you on what he makes once the hole is finished.
Venkatesh had a good run at the Indian Open. It was under extremely tough scoring conditions. He was in a three-way tie as the best placed Indian alongside Veer Rawat and Gaganjit Bhullar at the DLF last Sunday. And here they are back plying their trade. Doesn't look
Ajitesh wouldn't find the bottom of the cup there.
didn't look too pleased with his effort either. In live feed 2, you have another group on the green. This is a lead group who finally found their way to the first green. And Arjun Sharma still battling to get onto the dance floor. He's still not there yet.
We've got some early movers and shakers out here on the course. Om Prakash Chauhan starting with a birdie on the first, and so has Aman Raj. And looks like Aman Raj is poised up for another birdie here. So could we have a bit of surprise on the course? We also have Varun Parekh, who's got off to a hot start, starting with birdie par, birdie par, birdie par. So he's at 3 under par for the day through the first 6 holes.
Varun is another. I think he's what we call a confidence player. He started with, I think, his rookie year. He won the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton event at the DLF. Went through, I think, a couple of years. He had a bit of a barren patch, and he's back to winning ways. So, yeah, he's really on a flyer, but he's having to come from a very, very long way back. So he'll probably be looking just to make sure he gets a top 10 or a top 5. Seems to be a, but that's a great start, no doubt about it. 300.
So what do you think about Varun? He won in the first year, and then we haven't really heard much about him. Was he going through an injury, or? I mean, to be honest, you must be knowing way more than I do.
think he had issues with injury issues. Also, like I said, I mean, there are times players. Ultimately, when a player makes a winning start in his rookie year itself, you tend to peg the bar a little higher for them than you would on others.
True.
So when they don't deliver, maybe in the next year or two, then you start to feel, something is wrong, there are issues. But it's not necessarily always the case, like you know. So it's much, but he is, I think, made the breakthrough. He won last year for his second win. I think it was in Chennai at the Cosmo. He got a second title. So, and I've met him. I met him at the Indian Open, and he sounded in good shape and good form. He's also looking forward to the fact that the next event on the schedule is in his hometown. In fact, Gujarat has been this will be the third event out of 7 or 8 on the PGTI's pre-summer schedule that is being played in and around Ahmedabad.
It's quite amazing. It's probably the state of the game now. Growing in various parts of the country.
That will only be a good thing, When we've always had the traditional centers. We had Delhi and Calcutta in the old days. Then Bangalore and Chandigarh came along as the next lot of power centers, so to say, for Indian golf. But to see it spread further away and wider, it's only a good thing. We now have players from Faridabad who are and even further beyond in the sort of heartland of Haryana who are in the top 10, top 20 of the PGTI merit list. You have so it's the wider you cast the net, Rahul. I'm sure. I think that's what will ultimately grow the game. As we keep this has become like a catchword: grow the game. That's fine, but what is actually being done to grow the game, which I think is what the PGTI this season particularly has been doing in a very good way, taking events to Kapurthala and Philor and
Right.
places the tour has not gone in years. I mean, you have, another example is this course. We're back at the Jaypee Greens after 11 years. So it's,
In fact, back in the day, the PGTI used to have tournaments in these courses. Quite a lot of them, in fact, in Philor as well as in Kapurthala.
Kapurthala, yes, yeah. Jalandhar. So it's good to see this.
There's also a lot of interesting facets about the game. Like, you know that I also run another vertical in the golfing space, and sometimes we see orders which come in from places like Bhubaneswar, or they come in from a absolute corner of Gujarat, or they could be coming in from the Andaman Nicobars. And these things are quite heartening. We've also seen some orders coming in from uh, the back beyond of the northeast, uh, where there's hardly any golf to be found. So it's quite heartening to see all of this happening, because at the end of the day, as a person who's played golf professionally in the past, and I'm associated with the game in many aspects today. Uh, for me to be able to see that sort of growth happening in the game is just absolutely mind blowing, and it is of course something which I would look forward to on a daily basis.
And unfortunately, I think Arjun has dropped a shot on his very first hole.
Well, that could sometimes act as a good thing, because that could just sort of like shake him up and wake him up, and that is very possible. So early days, we'll see how it goes. We take a look at Saptak Talwar trying to make his birdie, and he doesn't really make it all the way till the hole, leaving it just a wee bit short. I think you also got Yuvraj Sandhu, who has some work cut out for himself as well, to save a par on the first. Early slow start here for the players. We can take a look at the live feed number 2. Players coming up on the par 3. Number 3 hole is a long par
It's a
3.
long par three. It would be 200 plus yards for these, given the way the course is set up.
It's a 216-yard hole with the pin today perched up 16 yards from the front edge. So the pin's pretty much 216 yards from the tee box, which would be slightly uphill, maybe 2 or 3 yards. Leaves players with usually about a 5 iron or a 4 iron, depending on where the wind is from. Yuvraj Sandhu starting with a 4 on the first. Sharma cleans up for a 5. Prasad, my apologies.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
As we get back to the live action here at the Jaypee Greens, we have Hani Besoya coming up on the par 5, number 2. Hani coming up with a long bunker attempt there and scintillating shot. Hani would still have about 6 feet left, all the way uphill though, for a birdie. Arjun Sharma coming up from the front part of the green, seems to have reached here in 2 shots. As we mentioned earlier, Ajitesh Sandhu made a 5 on hole number 2. There was a putt for birdie, not for eagle. So I think we waited to mention that. We've got Koichiro Sato starting up with par birdie birdie to be at 6 under par, and so is Shorty Bhattacharya with a birdie on the second hole, now at 6 under par for the tournament. It's like definitely got setting today for an interesting day. Hani Basoya checking out his line. We've got Harinder Gupta also sitting pretty for a birdie. Basoya should see this ball curving a little bit from the left to his right. Basoya had a bit of a not so great day at putting yesterday. Hopefully today is a different day. Fortunately, that wouldn't make the bottom of the cup. Basoya will have to settle for a par here. We've got a live feed too. We've got Aman Raj on the par 3, third. Basoya taps that one in to stick around at 6 under par. We've got Aman Raj on the right side of our screen. It looks like a wedge in his hand. Currently at 7 under par. Aman Raj getting off to a hot start. A pretty good effort there by Aman. Take a look at Harinder Gupta on the second hole. Short putt for birdie. Makes it. Ajitesh Sandhu on the third for birdie. Does he make it all the way in? And that ball curves off just slightly to the left. Super effort there by Ajitesh Sandhu. He will stick around at 5 under par after the third. Arjun Sharma, local lad, putting for birdie on hole number 2. And Sharma, after a slow start on the first, makes that one in. Should get him back to 5 under par for the tournament. Our screens is Dhruv Shoran paying attention to the line on that putt. Dhruv Shoran is from Gurugram. He's had a pretty decent professional career so far. Also had a couple of top finishes and a win as well. I think Dhruv is putting for par here on the third hole.
He's one of the most recognizable figures on a golf course, Rahul.
Why do you say that?
He's got long legs. When he plays in shorts, he's unmistakable. You pretty much know it's always him when he's on the camera. Good player. He's a solid player.
I think one of the other players whom you can recognize from far away is the man on the screen right now, Aman Raj.
Absolutely.
Make no mistake. Aman Raj cleans up for a par there. Sticks around now at 7 under par for the tournament.
He's definitely on the move.
So it's anyone's day today.
We had this player from Japan as well, who I think teed off with fourth from last group, Koichiro Sato,
I think Koshiro Sato plays from the United States of America.
who is American.
Yeah.
Right, so he's also very much on the charge. Good to see Shaurya has picked up a shot as well. So this group, I think they're pushing each other a little bit. So they're all playing together. Sato, Mohan, and Shaurya.
That's
Two of them have picked up shots already.
that's 2 on there for Arjun Prasad on the second hole. He's 2 on the putting surface on this par 5.
He needs a boost after that early setback.
That second shot should certainly help Yuvraj Sandhu, who's good about 25-30 yards past the rest of the players.
This goes to your point, Rahul, about distance not being an issue with these players anymore. I don't think distance worries anybody anymore. Also, it's a functionality of the equipment. I'm sure that the technology is helping golfers get longer and longer and longer.
I think there's a lot of factors that played Mr. Banerjee today. There's not only equipment, there's also fitness and there's coaching.
Strength.
Everything, the food habits, everything has sort of come together for the players. The information is easily available today, so the players who are able to utilize that information are the ones that you see here at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, but still, given all of that, Rahul, sometimes you get the feeling we are 10, maybe even 15 years behind. The players on the bigger tours. So there's still a long way to go. Sometimes that's the feeling one gets.
So most definitely, we are a long way away from where we would like to be, but I think we've also come a long way from where we used to be.
That is very
So going forward, I think there's only greener pastures to be favored and nothing else. And come to think about it, if you were to look about 20 years ago, how many players did we have on international tours? And today we have so many more. So things are definitely changing and changing for the better. We take a look now at Yuvraj Sandhu, who himself plies most of his trade now in international waters. Yuvraj made it to the putting surface or not, and he has. That's a superb golf shot there for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, giving himself a very realistic eagle opportunity here on hole number 2.
Two of them have eagle opportunities here. Arjun as well. He's just past the pin, and Yuvraj has pretty much stuck his ball. He had literally sort of dance around the flag.
So, ladies and gentlemen, things are getting really heated up here at the Jaypee Greens at the inaugural Adani Golf Championship. So please sit around and get your popcorn buckets and have a look at one of the greatest fights in professional golf that you will see in the first half of this season.
Pretty warm day out there. Luckily, this wind hasn't picked up so far, so it hasn't been an issue. You can see from the scores, there've been good amount of gains being made up and down the leaderboard. We've seen an early eagle from Sarthak Chibar. Whole lot of birdies being made on the second hole, which is a par 5. And like Rahul Bajaj mentioned a little while ago, distance no longer seems to be an issue for a lot of these players, given all the gear and the strength and training and all of that comes along with modern day golf. This is a long course, and despite which you're seeing people on par 5s on the green in 2, which is great to see. On the screen in front of you, the group of Arjun Sharma, Harinder Gupta, and Hani Basoya. This is the long par 3 third hole. Harinder Gupta doing the right thing, keeping himself hydrated. It's going to be a hot day, and you have to make sure that you are looking after yourself at all times. All setting for birdie, but from varying distances around the flag. And Gupta taking his time to study his putt. It's all to play for today on the final day of the 1.4 crore Adani Invitational at the very beautiful Jaypee Greens, which is back on the PGTI calendar after 11 years. That's the group on live feed 1. Coming from a slightly difficult lie off the green. Making sure he's got the swing exactly right, getting a feel of what he needs to do. Not too pleased with that effort. Early gains being made up and down the leaderboard, like I mentioned a little while ago. Aman Raj has picked up 2 shots in his opening 3 holes, and he is 2 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament. And with the top not really making much of a movement so far, he is now within 3 shots of the lead. Yuvraj Sandhu is our current sole leader on 10 under par. He both had a par on the first opening hole, where Arjun Prasad dropped a shot. Saptak Talwar also had a par. So Aman Raj now within 3 of the lead on 7 under, and along with him, Harinder Gupta has also picked up a shot, so he's moved up a step as well. Koichiro Sato of the US, player of Japanese origin from the United States, has picked up 2 shots and is also in a three-way tie for sixth place, along with his playing partner Shaurya Bhattacharya and Hani Basoya. Greens proving to be a bit tricky for the tournament, with a lead score of 10 under par after 3 days and 1 hole on the fourth. Shows that greens are not as easy as they seem to be to the naked eye. Players and their caddies having their work cut out to get good reads on the surface. 2 missed birdie attempts so far on live feed 1. Arjun Sharma, Harinder Gupta, and Ani Basoya in that group, in that lot. Basoya now looking to finish up. Long curling putt that just pulls away a little bit. Yuvraj taking his time. He knows he can make a significant jump up the leaderboard over here. Sharon on your Saptak Talwar on your screen at the moment. And Yuvraj just missing out on what would have been an eagle putt for him. Ball broke away to the right at the very last minute. Just indicating, I think it underlines just how difficult it has been to get a good read on these greens. Talwar now hoping to pick up a shot. He was on the green in 2. Taking his time over the putt. Each one of these little strokes can prove extremely valuable in the final analysis. So he's in no hurry. Does a fine job of cleaning up there. Local boy obviously has some support somewhere which you can't see in your picture, but he acknowledged the applause for that. It should be a birdie. Move him up into sole possession of second place on 9 under par, one behind Yuvraj Sandhu, who has the opportunity as well to pick up a shot over here. Arjun Prasad now, having dropped a shot in the very first hole, looking to pull it back and stay within touching distance of his playing partner and event leader, and also very good friend. The roommates spend a lot of time together, play a lot together. Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu. Arjun now have to try and make up for that opening bogey. Gets the ball in. It's just a little bit happier. Walking off the second green. It's a par 5. And your leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, again taking his time. Not a long putt, but you can see the intensity with which he is approaching the job. This underlines the importance of every shot these professionals play on a golf course. Even that little distance, you could see the ball sort of bend a bit from right to left. And ultimately proved to be a good read for the event leader, Yuvraj Sandhu. He's already won twice on the PGTI in this season, and looking to be in a far better place mentally than he was a year or two ago. He's been on a roll. Went on to the Asian Development Tour, made sure he got his Asian Tour card, and twice a winner already this season. 11 professional wins in all for Yuvraj Sandhu, this 27-year-old from Chandigarh. And he will be out to add number 12 to his resume over here. Another Sandhu on your screen right now, Ajitesh Sandhu, also from Chandigarh, was one of 3 Indians who were the best placed from the home. A lot of players at the Indian Open last week, at the extremely challenging DLF Government Country Club, and that will not make Ajitesh happy. Flared the ball a bit to the right. He needed to clear that bunker, but just flared off a bit to the right. And he will have his job cut out to recover from that, up and down from there. The lead group now on the long par 3, third hole. The Jaypee Greens has switched its sequence around. What normally is the front 9 is now the back 9, and the back 9 is now. So this would have otherwise been hole number 12. Yuvraj Sandhu launching the ball high and long, hoping to get it as close to the pin as possible. Under the circumstances, with the wind already starting to blow, that's not a bad shot at all. Winning brings confidence, and Yuvraj has, you can see it in his walk and his play. Overnight joint leader now. Saptak. With that birdie on the second hole, Arjun Prasad has recovered some of the damage that was inflicted on the first hole. He is now back to level par for the day. One bogey, one birdie on his card. Yuvraj Sandhu is now the sole leader on 11 under. Arjun Prasad on 10 under. And Saptak Talwar, who also picked up a shot on the second hole, is now sole third on 900. So movement already. So early movement already evident on this on the final day of the 1.4 crore Adani International, and being played for the first time, an inaugural event on the PGTI schedule. And Rahul, there's been already some movement, early days and early movement. Yuvraj Sandhu has picked up a shot. Arjun Prasad dropped a shot and picked one back, got one back. Saptak Talwar also picked up a shot on par 5. So now it's 10, 11 under, 10 under, and 9 under as the top three.
Well, things are bound to keep getting interesting as the day moves on, and that's why we are here, just to bring the most scintillating golfing experience right in front of you all. It's going to be entertaining. We have Arjun Prasad on our screen coming up on hole number 3. About 216 yards away, pin pushed up a little bit towards the right side of this green today. Arjun coming up just a wee bit short of the green. Sandhu on hole number 4, along with his playing partners Dhruv Shoran and Aman Raj. Hole number 4 is a par 5 spanning over 569 yards, with OB running on the right side as well as a water hazard, making it a pretty long and tough hole to play. Getting 2 on over here is quite challenging. Dhruv Shoran seems like a birdie putt for him. Probably an overread there for Dhruv. Looked like a pretty good effort of a putt. Ajitesh Sandhu coming up from about 15 feet past the hole. His Dhruv's ball would have given him a bit of a read, or probably Dhruv overread. He can make amends to that. Take a bit of a lesser line. Sandhu making his birdie on hole number 4, moving up to 6 under par for the tournament. Cool, calm and composed as he always is. Arjun Prasad coming up from the shot of the third hole is elected to use the putter from there. Pin is about 16 yards inside from the front edge. Aman Raj putting for birdie on hole number 4. Drains that one in. No problem there for Aman Raj. That should move Aman to 3 under par for the day. I will confirm that score as soon as I get an update. So we take a look now at Yuvraj Sandhu, the leader at 11 under par. Carefully being watched over by his father, Brigadier Sandhu. Sweet gentleman, and I think he pursues photography as a hobby. It's a pretty solid shot there coming up from Yuvraj Sandhu, leaving himself for about 3 feet for par. We take a look at Saptak Talwar. Saptak seems to be putting for birdie here. He's made a birdie on the second hole as well, moving himself up to 9 under par for the tournament. So definitely, we already see some movements happening here atop that leaderboard, and hopefully we have a lot more to be showcased. Saptak Talwar for birdie. Just about missing that one. Saptak with a great effort there on hole number 3. Long par 3 here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. For those of you who are just joining us, you're watching the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship. This is the 8th event of the 2025 PGTI season. The tournament carries a prize purse of 1.5 crore rupees. We have atop that leaderboard Arjun Prasad at 10 under par. We've got Yuvraj Sandhu at 11 under par and Saptak Talwar at 9 under par. The PGTI has returned to the Jaypee Greens this week after a gap of 11 years here in Greater Noida. Interesting news about the partnership between Adani and PGTI, who are looking at building a golf training academy at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad. Take a look back at Arjun Prasad. Arjun putting for par on the third hole. Solid stuff there by Arjun Prasad. That would be an important putt for him to keep his campaign running after that bogey on the first and birdie on the second hole. Arjun Prasad maintaining himself on that third hole. That would certainly be a feather in his cap for the day. That'll help him keep carrying on moving forward. We take a look at Yuvraj Sandhu. He's got his own 4-footer remaining for par here. Yuvraj Sandhu for par. Stay at 11 under par. Keep the lead with himself, and he does. Interestingly, PGTI's first ever event was staged at the Jaypee Greens in October 2006, and it was won by Jyoti Randhawa. In fact, lowest winning total at Jaypee Greens is set at 23 under par, which was set by South Africa's Thomas Aiken at the Avanta Masters in 2013. The course record here is also held by Anirban Lahiri, which is for 12 under par.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, तुम कहाँ पे हो शेर।
Bisleri, drink it up.
We get back to the live action on hole number 5. Sorry, hole number 4. The par 5. The front right flag location today. 6 inside, 4 from the right. A tough flag location. Harinder Gupta seems to have a good shot over here, setting himself for a realistic birdie opportunity. Arjun Sharma seems to have found himself in the left bunker. Arjun Sharma playing at his home course this week. Some of the top players in the field this week are Ajitesh Sandhu, Om Prakash Chauhan, Yuvraj Sandhu, Shaurya Bhattacharya. We have Rashid Khan, Kalin Joshi, Udyan Mane, Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, and Karandeep Kochar. Also got the foreign players who have made the cut this week are Enthanga Raja, American Koichiro Sato. That would be not so good effort there by Arjun Sharma, leaving himself short of the green, unfortunately, after that bunker attempt. The lone amateur this week to make the cut is Sukhman Singh. Sukhman Singh, who plays his golf here at the Jaypee Greens itself. This is his home club. Currently 4 over for the tournament. As we take a look at Hani Besoya, Hani seems to be coming for an eagle attempt here on the 4th. It's a really fast green, as you can tell. It's playing to 11 plus on the stimp meter this week here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. Hani Besoya just playing their one up nice and easy, setting himself up for a birdie opportunity here on the 4th. Arjun Sharma coming up from off the green for a birdie. Good attempt there by Arjun Sharma. He will have to settle for a 5 on this par 5 hole number 4. So certainly not what he was looking for. Harinder Gupta putting for birdie. Harinder took the 3-shot approach here on this hole. Unfortunately, he will have to contend for a par. the notable names on the course right now who are doing well. Aman Raj at 3 under par with birdies on hole number 1, 2, and 4. Also, we've got Shaurya Bhattacharya at 1 under par with a birdie on hole number 2. We've got Koichiro Sato at 2 under par for the day. Also got Cullen Joshi at 3 under par for the day with birdies on hole number 2, 4, and 5. Also got N. Thangaraja at 2 under par with a 74 yesterday. Thangaraja starting off his campaign this week with a 67, following it up with 2 74s. Unfortunate putt there for Honey Besoya. I don't think I've seen as many lip outs as I have from Honey Besoya these last 2 days. Manu Gandas also at 2 under par. Sarthak Chibbar also at 2 under par for the day. Mind you, all these players have gone through either 6 holes or less so far, so there's a lot of golf still remaining to be played. Dhruv Shoran coming up from just short of that green on hole number 5. That would be his second shot. On hole number 5 today, we've got the pin at 16 yards in from the front and 4 from the right, which makes it a very approachable up and down for the players. As Dhruv got that right, he's left himself way short with that pitch attempt. Also have Olympian Udayan Mane in the field this week, currently at even par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament. Way off that leader, but still in the fray. No movement since we last spoke in the top of the leaderboard. We still have Sandhu at 11 under par and Arjun Prasad at 10 under par. Arjun Prasad and Saptak Talwar, of course, looking for their first win on tour. Saptak Talwar hitting a second shot on hole number 4 on live feed number 2, the right side of our screens, and he makes it up to that the putting surface on this par 5. He will have a very realistic eagle opportunity here, stopping almost in the middle of the green. Pin is up front today, and that ball should move a little bit from the left and then a little bit from the right, and should give him a very realistic opportunity for birdie. Arjun Prasad coming up from the middle of the fairway. Prasad hitting his second shot. It seems like a hybrid club. A course like this, players must take their chances on these par 5s. That's the only way to collect all the birdies and the under par numbers. And you just have Arjun Prasad coming up just on the left edge of the green. Should be a good position to leave himself. And now Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Sandhu clearly hits the ball much further than the other two compatriots he's playing with, Saptak and Arjun Prasad, leaving him with just an iron into the green. Seems like he's blocked that one out way right. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu living life on the edge. That could be an important turning point here on this par 5, fourth hole. Let's take a look on the 5th. We've got Aman Raj on the left side of our screens. And now the main part of our screens. Aman Raj coming up for birdie on hole number 5.
Aman Raj nails that one in, and that fist pump says it all, taking himself to 9 under par for the tournament. Aman Raj getting off to a really hot start here at the JP Greens. Ajitesh Sandhu looking for back-to-back birdies. Apologies, he made a par on the par 5 fourth hole. That's a bit of a faux pas from me. Ajitesh still at 5 under par. Sandhu is a very steady player. Plays most of his trade. Played some golf on the Japan tour as well as on the European tour and the Asian tours. So Aman Raj moves up to 9 under par now. So we take an aerial look here at the JP Greens Golf and Spa Resort. Really a sight for sore eyes, isn't it? Watching this much of greenery and these many trees in the city is quite the pleasure. So, as they say, you're a very lucky person if you get to be a part of this sport. As we take a look at the leaderboard, the live leaderboard here at the inaugural Adani Invitational. Sandhu needs to look for his golf ball over here. Has blocked his second shot outright, and he's flirting with that OB line. Yet to see whether the ball is inbounds or out of bounds. Players would get all of 3 minutes to search for their golf ball. So it's nice that all the spectators have walked in trying to help out. There we have the referee, Nalini Singh, also out there to help out to search for the ball. And yes, there's only 3 minutes on offer. So the players must be quick on their feet, must know where they've dropped the ball, must know the landing spot. Only then will they be able to search it in due course of time. Saptak Talwar there on our screens, trying to help out, search for the ball. Interesting turn of events over here, as they could be while we wait with bated breath to find out where this golf ball has eluded us. Seems like the golf ball has been found. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to be making a practice swing or two. Got some sort of an idea where the ball is. We wait and we wait and we wait. And there it is. I think seems like he must have caught a lucky break.
All of that wall, the temporary wall on the side, Rahul. But this is what I was referring to earlier. All of the construction that's happening on the right side of the fairway on number 4, 5, and 6, it's bound to create a certain amount of turbulence as well. If he's in the bunker of that retaining wall or the dividing wall, he's very fortunate.
Yuvraj Sandhu would have a slightly long bunker shot over here, be about 30 odd yards. Pretty good effort from there. Yuvraj would have about 12 feet to come back for birdie. I will confirm this shortly about the score on this hole. I'm not so certain whether Yuvraj has found his golf ball or not. Just bear with me.
Let's assume that he didn't. Would he be taking a drop in the bunker then? We're not sure. We're just confirming that. In the meantime, Rahul, I think you probably pointed out already. Aman Raj is really on the move. He jumped all the way into a share of second place. Beg your pardon, third place on 9 under par, alongside Saptak. Our overnight joint leader Arjun Prasad now on second place, having dropped a shot to start with, but getting it back immediately after on the par 5, parring the third. It's a long putt. The ball still rolling. And a pretty good result from that distance coming off the green. From the edge of the rough, literally tap-in distance, a little bit more than a tap-in distance. It was very solid recovery there from Arjun Prasad. Warm conditions out here on the closing final day, championship day of the 1.5 crore inaugural Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens in Greater Noida. Saptak Talwar, local player, plays most of his golf over here. The Jaypee Greens Resort and Spa. Slightly downhill, looks like it'll break probably left to right. You have to be careful with the speed. It went the other way. Right to left. It's a pretty good read from that. Slightly, he had a patch of rough to contend with as well. Saptak, but done well. Left himself a tap in. But he's opted to mark the ball instead.
So I stand corrected and just got some update from the golf course. Yuvraj is now playing his second ball. His first ball was out of bounds, and the ball that he played from the bunker was his second ball, his provisional, as one would call it in golfing terms. So again, things certainly seem to be getting interesting out here on the golf course. You see a lot of funny things happen when the final day comes up. There's a lot of nerves happening. There's game plans are shifting, but the thoughts are going haywire. A lot of different challenges can happen on the golf course, and some things that only the players can really fathom.
Just to update the viewers, Arjun Prasad, from putting from off the green, has left himself with about 2 feet to complete the job, and Yuvraj will probably slip back into his clutches over here.
So this is putt for par for Yuvraj Sandhu. An important one nonetheless. Apologies, would that be a
Probably be a two-shot swing here.
That's a
Rahul.
two-shot swing. That'll be that was a putt for bogey, and he's left for that now for a double bogey.
So he gets a 7 over here.
Absolutely, we have now.
This is a par 5. That's right.
That would be a 7 for Yuvraj Sandhu if he makes that putt. We take a look at Arjun Prasad. Prasad is putting for birdie here. He had hit his second shot on the left edge of the green from where he spotted this far.
Which makes it a 3-shot swing. If Arjun is going to get a birdie here,
yes,
which will put him in the lead. If he does, either way, he's probably going to be the leader. And depending on what Saptak has got out of this hole, it's interesting. Early days, 4th shot into the final day, Rahul. And is it nerves? Is it the wind? Is it just the novelty of playing this course, which the PGTI has returned to after a gap of almost 12 years?
Well, I guess it's a bit of everything. Also, I wouldn't consider now so much. Yuvraj is a seasoned campaigner, and I think for a player like him, the nerves would really come in much later on in the day. Arjun Prasad making a birdie there on the 4th hole to take solo lead at 11 under par.
And depending on what Yuvraj finally ends up with on this hole, he could be in a tie for 2nd place alongside Saptak Talwar and Aman Raj, who's really player on the move today, Rahul.
Absolutely, 4 under par.
4 shots he picked up in 5 holes. He looks pretty determined, and also determined to put behind the exasperating effort at the Indian Open. He just most of the home players really suffered, but better days ahead looks like. Yuvraj cleans up.
That'll be a drop of 2 shots for Yuvraj Sandhu, going down to 9 under par for the tournament, tied now at 2nd position. As we take a look at Saptak, Saptak himself will be taking his score to 10 under par with this putt, and he does. So that'll leave Yuvraj Sandhu at 3rd position, mind you, and alongside Aman Raj, while Saptak moves to 10 under, and Arjun Prasad at 11 under par leads the inaugural Adani Invitational.
That's literally a 3-way turnaround, Rahul, over here. We have a new leader. We have a new 2nd place, which is so far leader, Yuvraj Sandhu.
Well, 2 other notables in the field who are trying to make their own moves are Enthanga Raja at 3 under par through his front 9, and Kalin Joshi 4 under par through his front 9, taking their totals up to 4 under par, tied currently for the 12th position.
In fact, if you look at it, Rahul, I definitely Thanga and probably Kalin as well must be among the very few in this field who actually played this course. A lot of the youngsters, in a professional setup, probably have not even experienced what the Jaypee Greens brings to the table. And here's a great shot from our drone pilots. Gives you a bird's eye view, literally an eagle's eye view of the spread, the layout. That large lake in the middle is what flanks what will be for this event the 18th and final hole. And so on the other side is the fairway of hole number 1. So it's posing its own challenges.
कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं. जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया. कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया. चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया. मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं.
We are back at the golf course here in the final round of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025, and we have quite a fascinating contest in the offing on the final day with our 2 leaders, Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad. Just a 1-shot differential when we last saw the leaderboard, and now I have the 2 fathers of the 2
leaders here, Brigadier Sandhu and Brigadier Prasad. I would like to ask the fathers to begin with, your sons share a great equation. They are great friends and roommates often. How is the camaraderie between the fathers? So starting with you.
Hello viewers. See, it's like sons like dads. Camaraderie always carries, whether it's on the course, whether it is off the course. And that essentially is the backbone of the army. We both belong to the Indian Army. We've seen our kids grow. They've been competing, they've been staying together, they've been cheering each other. And we as parents also have been encouraging Prashad here with us. And best of luck to both the boys. May the one who plays better wins today. Thank you.
Brigadier Prasad, we'd like to hear from you about the equation you share.
Actually, firstly, my name is Brigadier Nikesh Nandan, and my son Arjun Prasad has taken the title of his grandfather. I stuck at Nandan only. So that's firstly. And secondly, Brigadier Sandhu has been a great friend and a guide. He is senior to me in the army, and he's always encouraged me in the initial years also, because Arjun started playing after Yuvraj, and that's how it is. We are brother in arms, and we are brothers on the course also. Yuvraj and Arjun, they share a phenomenal chemistry, and often Arjun says that his game is improving the more he stays with Yuvraj, the more he interacts with Yuvraj. It has been a great camaraderie. And even the wives, I would like to say, Mrs. Sandhu and my wife, Dr. Niveta, they are great friends. They keep on meeting on and off, and they keep on encouraging each other. All the best.
So one last question before we, finish. How is it for a parent, on the final day? It's a tense situation. We know the players are a little tense. They have nerves. But as a father, you can only control that much. How is it for fathers?
They put in a lot of hard work. And Yuvraj always says so. Last minute preparations really don't matter. Whatever has gone through in the past couple of months, that's what is going to count. And I strongly believe the guy who is able to put the back nine together has a better chances of winning. May the best guy win today.
We'd like to hear from you too, Giri.
Look, to be honest with you, initially when Arjun turned pro, I used to take a lot of stress. Honestly, it was a stressful moment walking, and even often cursing also, what a putt missed or what a bad shot. But gradually, I have personally come to terms that I am here to enjoy my son's golf. He plays a fantastic game. When I am not there, maybe some years down or many years down the line, he will thank his father to have introduced him to a phenomenal game where he lives in such a fantastic environment. And he has such great friends who are for life. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to us, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and a very important perspective of the parents. Thank you, sir. And that's it from the course. It's back to the studio with the two Rahuls, Rahul Bajaj and Rahul Banerjee.
As we get back to the live action, those were the fathers of Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad. You heard it straight from them, and now we are back to the action here. We are on the fifth hole. Yuvraj Sandhu seems to have found the front part of the green. Needs to make an up and down here for birdie. The fifth hole is a reachable par 4, especially for the long hitter. Arjun Prasad has left himself on the left part of the fairway. A very approachable spot to be in for this flag location today.
Despite the conditions, Rahul, good to see at least people out and following the players on the course, even if it is, not many, but it's always good to see and have. I'm sure the players appreciate the fact that there are people walking the course along with them, encourage them.
Well, good thing we've got actually a lot of people out there walking today with the players. We just saw a horde of players completely rushing in to help out Yuvraj Sandhu to find his golf ball. That really showcased how many players are totally out there for this final day here at the JP Greens. And mind you, when you have such top golfers around you, playing nearby where you live, I think it's imperative that one steps out and sees how the game is, because at the end of the day, we are usually watching all of this on TV, and the opportunity to be able to see this right in your backyard is quite something. So anyone who's in the Delhi NCR and enjoys the sport of golf should really be out here. In fact, the tickets are available on Book My Show as well, and there are lucky draws being played out each day for our spectators. So if you're sitting at home, pretty much you're losing out on a victory.
True, and fairly lucrative and juicy sounding prices by the from what we heard. So please step out of home, come across. It's a nice day. It's a little warm. The sun is breezy. You get a feel of what the golfers go through on a daily basis, walking these wonderful stretches of parkland.
Saptak Talwar on the left side of our screen is chipping up the fifth hole as well. And on the right side, we've got Aman Raj. Aman Raj playing currently the sixth. Leaves himself on the front part of the green. Sixth hole's flag is today on the second part of the green at 26 in, 6 from the left, but should be a good one. Saptak Talwar hits a stellar shot. Seventh, my apologies for Aman Raj. Seventh has the pin at 22 inside and 4 from the left, so that's on the front part on the left side of the green.
This is a slightly odd green, Rahul. It kind of slopes away. If you don't make it into a safe spot towards the upper end, the ball has a good chance of rolling back. There's a little valley like just before the green.
So we did see that happening yesterday to quite a few players, because the pin was perched up on the top right of the green. So yes, definitely, and a good par three, nicely shaped. It is quite unassuming. It appears like just like that. You just saw Ajitesh's ball also on that same hole just now. So yeah, it does appear like a pretty straightforward hole, but if you don't get the yardages right, then it can be quite a treacherous spot coming back. Dhruv Shoran. Now getting ready to hit. There we have it. Just as Mr. Banerjee just said, if in case you don't get the yardage right on that shot, the ball is going to roll back down into that funnel area on the first part of the green. Arjun Prasad now putting for birdie on hole number 5.
Well, he seems to have recovered his composure, Rahul. He's very quickly put that early bogey behind, which is what I think he'll need to do. Just stay focused on his game, what he needs to do on a hole by hole basis. Just leaving just a little bit to the right.
And as he should, making a bogey on the first hole may not be the worst of the issues. So sometimes it's fine to get rid of the hiccup right there and then finish it off. And he has started to string a good round together, and hopefully that trend continues as the day moves on. We're still in the early times of the final day for this championship, and mind you, things will get really heated as we turn into that back nine in another hour or so. It always does when so many players are bunched up along that leaderboard. It will certainly be exciting as things move on.
Arjun would have loved to have nailed that birdie, Rahul. Would have given him some space, some breathing space between him and now what is the chasing pack, which is I'm sure a wonderful feeling in its own way. And you're actually outsetting the pace up front.
Well, Sandhu drained that one in for his birdie, so that would take him to 10 under par. Arjun Prasad stays at 11 under for the championship. An updated score It's been still waited here. We take a look at Saptak Talwar. Saptak seems to be putting for birdie. So very reachable. Par 4, hole number 5. Number 5 is just 356 yards, and for most of these players, they can reach up to about 20 yards short of the green, as most of them do. Saptak playing at his home course this week. And gets it down at the bottom of the cup. Saptak Talwar should move up to 11 under par after that birdie, but give me a moment before I update you on the current scores.
Hole number 7, the slightly deceptive par 3. You have to get it absolutely right depending on where the pin is placed for the day. Today it's 4 feet from the left. So you have much of the right side of the green to play a ball onto, which some of these players look to have gone over. But if you have left it short and the ball is rolled back, there's a funnel there. It takes the ball away if you don't make it to the top shelf, so to say. Aman Raj, one of the men on the move today, 4 under through the first 6 holes with no damage to the card. Relatively high number of birdies we've seen scattered through up and down the leaderboard. People making very positive moves. Not much of blue in terms of bogeys or double bogeys to be seen so far. And another player who's making a very quiet move up the leaderboard and up to into a share of 7th place is Om Prakash Chauhan, vastly experienced, topped the order of merit 2 years ago. Played one season in Europe, has come back definitely a much tougher and better player. That was a long and ultimately just marginally unsuccessful putt coming up the hill from there. Jitesh waiting his turn, while Aman and Dhruv Sharan, who were down in the funnel, have much longer putts coming up the hill and then still having to cater for a little bit of break that they will find near the hole. Ajitesh having hit his tee shot past the pin, still waiting for the others to catch up. It's Aman's turn next. Aman Raj coming up the hill, and from Patna now lives in Gurgaon. So that made Gurgaon his base. Had a good 2024 season till middle or even past the middle phase, and then suddenly fell away towards the end when he picked up an injury. His fluid putting stroke. And from that distance, Rahul would have 30 feet. I think he will take that any day.
Absolutely. Yeah, this situation, I think he probably wants to drain everything, but looking at the tier, coming from the bottom tier to the top tier, it gets usually challenging to control speed. So it's always good to be able to get to about 2 to 3 feet. So take a look at Ajitesh Sandhu playing with a very interesting choice of a club there. What seems like a 3-wood, and almost making that chip. What do I call that shot? Should I call it a tee shot? Should I call it a fairway shot? Should I call it a chip shot or a putt?
No,
I'm very confused, but
leave
nonetheless,
it to me. I'll describe it. It's called a soft hammer. A soft hammer is what Ajitesh almost successfully delivered to his ball. Like Rahul just said, using an extremely unusual choice of club, and really pretty much making a really good go of it.
there was a player back in the day called Todd Hamilton who won a British Open, and he used a rescue club. The rescue clubs at that point of time were relatively new pieces of golf equipment, and Todd Hamilton chipped around all week long with a rescue and pretty much made every up and down that he came across. And that was the first time we saw this. They used to be called bellied chips back in the day. These days, you hardly see people using them. In fact, since then, we've hardly seen people using them. That was Todd Hamilton then. I think I've seen Vijay Singh a couple of times, and now we see Ajitesh Sandhu.
In between now, I think I'm not sure whether the professionals are allowed to use it. A lot of my friends use something called a chipper.
Actually, professionals are not allowed to use
Which
it. It's not a club that is allowed
I'm
to
very
use.
glad. It's a horrible thing. The people who use it well use it devastatingly well, and those who don't are always the ones who suffer. So yeah, Aman Raj
cleans up for a par. Aman Raj would stay at 9 under par for the tournament.
So, like Rahul just pointed out, Saptak Talwar converting his second birdie in a row. He is now in a share of the lead alongside Arjun Prasad, who was one of our overnight leaders. The other one has slipped down to third place. The two leaders are on 11 under par after 6 holes. I beg your pardon, after 5. Now I'm playing the sixth. And Yuvraj Sandhu is one behind. So cleaned up on the par 3 seventh. I beg your pardon, this is the other group. Moving on, Ajitesh Sandhu with his par. Almost made it a birdie over there with that, like Rahul said, an unusual club. What looked like a fairway wood in place of anything else. So we're coming to the closing stretch of the first 9 holes of the 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational, the inaugural such tournament being played at the Jaypee Greens. The PGTI in its final stage of its pre-summer schedule. We have 3 events to go after this, and the tour is back at the Jaypee Greens after almost 12 years. 11 under par is a two-way tie for the lead at the moment between Saptak Talwar, who set off in second place in the morning, and Arjun Prasad, who was one of the two overnight leaders. The other one, Yuvraj Sandhu, having dropped a double bogey in the par 5 fourth hole, now finds himself back in sole third place. Right on his heels, though, we have Aman Raj, who has picked up 4 shots in his opening 7 holes, I beg your pardon. He's on 9 under. Yuvraj Sandhu 10 under. Talwar and Arjun Prasad, your leaders, are on 11 under par. This is the group of Arjun Sharma, Harinder Gupta and Hani Basoya on the par 3 seventh, which we just saw Aman Raj, Ajitesh Sandhu and Dhruv Shoran vacate. Wind hasn't played much of a factor today so far, fortunately. It's been fairly sedate. And this may not look like a very difficult
दुनिया
hole,
में
but
कुछ
it
लोग
can
कहते हैं
certainly
और कुछ लोग करते हैं. जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया. कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया. चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया. मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं.
Near the first tee with the lake to the right, and on the other side of the lake was the 18th fairway. Fair amount of movement already in this early phase of the final day of this 1.4 crore inaugural Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. Overnight leader Arjun Prasad dropped a shot, came back really well. Picked up two birdies in the next four holes to be on 11 under par alongside overnight tied third place Saptak Talwar, who has three birdies in his first five holes, while our other overnight leader Yuvraj Sandhu dropped a double bogey despite two birdies. So he's level par for the day and on 10 under par from where he started. Arjun Prasad and Saptak Talwar are a stroke up the road. Hard on Yuvraj Sandhu's heels is Aman Raj in sole fourth place on 9 under. Harinder Gupta, two shots behind, 7 under, alongside Hani Basoya. 6 under par is Om Prakash Chauhan, has had a good year already with he had one of the challenge tour events. Did well, currently second in the PGTI order of merit. And Arjun Prasad will also be looking to go one better than he has in his career so far, yet to win. But on a good roll this year, 6 events, he has made all 6 cuts. Had a top 3 finish at the Grade 1 Gujarat Open in Ahmedabad in February. Had another top 6 at the Delhi Challenge at the Classic Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon. And finished in 6th place. And now, well, in the joint lead, and he will want to make sure that he doesn't go too far away from where he is at the moment. The lead group having done with the first 6 holes, 5 holes. We've seen more shots gained today than we've seen from most of the week before this, which is encouraging for everybody. We've seen much less damage on cards today, which probably suggests that the players have by now got a feel of the greens, which are not as easy to play on or as they look to the naked eye. Players picking up bunches of birdies through the day. The par 3 7th hole. Hani Basoya tapping in to clean up for par. Local boy Arjun Sharma taking a long look. Sent his ball to the right rough. It's not an easy hole to play despite what it is. For one, the pin position making things a little hard today. Well to the left, tucked away well on the left side, 4 feet from the edge on the left. You do have much of the green to play with, but if you don't make it to the top tier and make the ball stick on what are fairly hard greens for this tournament, you're going to struggle, which Arjun now looking to clean up for par. He had left himself a fair amount of work to do, coming up short. These are the putts that you don't want to face when you're on the final day of a championship. Best described as being knee knockers, not what you would want when you're battling for a 1.5 crore prize purse. Ananda Gupta there, currently in a tie for 5th place, along with Om Prakash Chauhan and playing partner Hani Basoya. Both Gupta and Basoya picked up a shot each, while Om Prakash Chauhan has picked up 3 shots in his opening 9 holes. He is 3 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. 2 shots behind 4th place Aman Raj, who's a 9 under par. 9 under par is 4th. Yuvraj Sandhu, our overnight leader, currently 10 under par, having dropped 2 shots on the par 5 4th hole, but immediately getting one back par 5 5th hole. So Yuvraj has already started to limit the damage. He's keeping himself on the heels of the 2 men in front, Saptak Talwar and
Welcome to all our viewers on DD Sports. I'm your host on the course, GS Beg. I've got alongside Amandeep Joel, the CEO of the PGTI. I've got Rahul Bajaj alongside me. And before we talk about what's happening on day 4, let's quickly have a recap of what's happened so far since morning. So far in the day, on the final day over here, Amandeep, as we all would want to see, a really, really tough fight for the top prize here.
Vivek, thank you so much. Good morning, viewers. I don't know if I can hide my excitement. A lot of hard work has gone behind this tournament to bring the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025 to Jaypee Greens after 11 long years here. PGTI is so excited. My president is so excited. The membership is so excited. And we couldn't have asked for anything better. My young guns are firing and the experienced ones are just lurking behind. We've got Yuvraj, Saptak, Arjun, all tied at 11 under par. And the experienced Aman Raj, Om Prakash Chauhan, Ajitesh Sandhu, I mean, you name it. All the big names of PGTI are lurking behind, and I couldn't have asked for anything better. The weather gods have been very kind. There's a gentle breeze trying to keep the temperatures down. The golf course is playing in a great shape. The greens are rolling fantastic at 11 on the stump. So, I mean, if I could have asked anything more, probably the $1 million lottery, I would have got that.
So just to take from what Amandeep said, if I have to take $1 million lottery, who would you pick at this point of time?
At this point of time, I think it's a very tough one. You put me on the spot over here. But to be honest, if I was just even at the risk of being biased, I think I would go somewhere between Arjun Prasad and Saptak Talwar to see where the battle ends up. But right now it's anyone's game, and I don't really want to pick up any favorites. It is going to be a tough fight, and I'm hoping for a tough fight. I'm hoping for an exciting fight. We're seeing a lot of birdies on the golf course, and that's exactly what we as commentators as well as spectators would love to be watching, and that's exactly what we look for.
So, as a former golfer, of course, and now not just as a CEO of the PGTI, what goes behind making sure that this kind of an event is up there on the calendar?
You see, I think the main thing is sponsors. So we've got one of the top industrial houses in the country who is the sponsor, and we wanna make sure that they are in it for the long run. We've got the promoter coming today. Mr. Pranav Adani has kindly agreed to come and be part of the prize presentation ceremony. To take stage alongside Mr. Kapil Dev. So all in all, a great momentous occasion today, Vivek. And yes, of course, going there to convince them, because golf unfortunately sometimes gets a tag of elitist. But that is changing very quickly with the Adani group coming in and golf becoming a Olympic sport, and for the Asian Games and professional golfers going everywhere. I think the tag is changing very quickly, and that's what we want for the game of golf.
Rahul, just coming back to the golf over here, which is happening over there. Yuvraj, if I have to again come back to him, he's had a very contrasting set of days. He had a bad opening day, then he had a phenomenal day 2, especially the first 9, and then again day 3, and now since morning he's been a little bit up and down.
I think it's a bit of fatigue that sets into the players, and also maybe a touch of ease that sets in going into the final round. Also, today's occasion is such that two friends are playing together, and at the end of the day, I'll tell you one thing. I think Saptak Talwar was the most poised starting today. He was 2 shots back, so his work was pretty clearly cut out. But Arjun and Yuvraj, their work was kind of like a little here and a little there. And if you see both of them, Arjun actually started off with a bogey and then caught up with a bunch of birdies after that and got his score up to 11 under par. Yuvraj actually started off with a bunch of birdies and then faltered on the par 5, but came back beautifully after that on the 5th hole with a birdie. So right now it's still very open-ended as to who's going to take the title. But one thing is for certain, that be it Yuvraj or be it Arjun or anyone, the game looks extremely exciting. We have a lot of birdies still remaining out there on the course.
Let me tell you, don't count Aman Raj out. I was speaking to him. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's an injured horse, an injured lion. He's been battling injury for the last few months, and he had to take time off. So he's been going to the physio every day, which we've provided. PGTI has gone and provided physios. So, players can be, ensure that they are injury-free. But getting back to Aman, I think he's right there. He's 4 under par today in the first few holes. So he's lurking 2 shots behind. So don't count him out.
Yeah, absolutely. The jury is still out as to who will take the top prize at the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2024. And that's what makes the second half very, very exciting. It's back to the live action.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Well, plenty of movement in this short break that we've had. Up at the top of the leaderboard, we have seen a fair amount of activity. Joint overnight leader Yuvraj Sandhu had dropped back briefly with a double bogey, but he is now back in a share of the lead alongside Saptak Talwar, the local boy playing some steady golf, 11 under, 3 under for the day, 11 under for the tournament. Arjun Prasad, the other overnight joint leader, started with a blip, caught up and briefly held the lead for a while, and is now back in third place by himself on level par for the day, 10 under in total. Aman Raj, the man on the move so far, unfortunately dropping his first shot of the day on the par for 8th hole, going well up to that point, and before which we had, you heard a little bit of some very interesting thoughts shared by PGTI CEO Amandeep Joel, sitting alongside my co-commentator Rahul Bajaj. Plans for the how this event was brought about, how he and PGTI President Kapil Dev are looking at growing the game in terms of involving the corporate houses. Is that what I think? From what I could catch, he said getting the big corporate houses into play, trying to do away with the elitist image the golf has picked up over the years.
Well, absolutely. I think it is definitely an old thought that remains, but that is steadily changing. You see, there's a lot many more golf courses that are coming up. There are a lot of private driving ranges that have come up, and that really opens up the avenues for people to go and play golf and practice. And you look at the public facilities that have come up, be it in anywhere in the Delhi NCR region, and so many private facilities in many metro cities. It just completely changes the dynamics. It's like you can pretty much play golf at the same cost, or maybe sometimes lesser than a movie ticket these days.
Which is what the game needs: more access to courses at less prohibitive prices. And once again, great shots of the opening and closing hole. The first fairway for this tournament on your left, and across the lake on the right, the 18th and final fairway, which in a few short hours we will see the inaugural champion being crowned at this 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. Warm day, but a little bit of a breeze helping things along very nicely.
Take a look at Ajitesh Sandhu. Sandhu coming up on hole number 9. Interesting shot here. Unfortunately, Sandhu is not very happy with his effort. Currently at 1 under par for the day. Sandhu always plays a pretty slow and steady and calm kind of golf, and we have him with one birdie today on hole number 5, and the rest of all pars. Here now on the 9th hole with a not so happy chip attempt. Aman Raj seems to be on the short side of the green. Aman Raj coming up from a bogey on the 8th hole. The 8th hole is a long par 4.
Goes slightly right to left, if I'm not mistaken.
512 yard par 4.
Yeah, it's a tester. Another man making very quiet moves, Rahul, is Om Prakash Chauhan, seasoned warrior, man from Mao, now based in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. He is one of the few in the top 10 who have yet to drop a shot. Saptak Talwar at the very top, of course, being one of them.
Absolutely, you can never count out Om Prakash Chauhan. He has been the number 1 on the order of merit here at the PGTI 2 years ago, and he's gone and tried to ply his trade at the European Tour, which is now called the DP World Tour.
I had a sense, Rahul. I was watching him for a while at the Indian Open. He's come back from Europe. He may not have had many great results, didn't make too many cuts, but he's come back from there a much tougher player. I mean, he always was never a pushover, but he's looking different. He's walking differently. Maybe he's picked up things that he would not have otherwise been exposed to playing on home soil.
I think that's a great observation, Mr. Banerjee. If anything, I have noticed the same of Om Prakash Chauhan, and given the experience of playing on such a high stature tour, unfortunately, Ajitesh would drop a shot there. Given the stature of play on a tour like the DP World Tour, when Om Prakash Chauhan would go there, if a player doesn't pick up a thing or two, or maybe a plenty more, and learn from the better players, it would be a wasted opportunity. And I'm glad that you say these tall words for OP.
And more so, given the fact that now with the way golf is spreading, even the tours are spreading the wings. The DP World Tour has a mid-eastern swing to start its season with. Comes to Asia, which we recently saw the Indian Open being part of that, and then now moving on to China. Thereafter going to Europe. So, as a full card holder on the DP World Tour, OP would have experienced this entire range, from playing desert courses to playing the hot and humid conditions in Asia, then moving to Europe with very different, Valderrama is a wildly different challenge from, say, what you would find in England or, in France or, the other venues in Germany and so on and so forth. So for somebody who one would assume would have struggled to, on a cultural level, to have come to terms with what he's seeing on a week by week basis. I think Obi's come away from there a far stronger player. Unlike, one does not want to bring negatives here. Manu Gandas, who preceded him the previous year, Manu has never reached that level which he had achieved in 2023 when he and Yuvraj Sandhu fought that memorable battle down the stretch for the Order of Merit honors and the DP World Tour card. OP has come back, for whatever little I've seen of him after he returned this year, has come back a far stronger player. He already, he has a top 3, I think, finish in the Delhi Challenge. he's there. He's not fallen away. He's taken his game to a different level. He looks different, and it's good to see. This positive initiative that the PGTI undertook with this World Tour DP World Tour card, as in his case paid off so well.
Arjun Prasad now coming up on the hole number 8, the par 4, 512-yard hole. Having said that, I'd like to be devil's advocate over here because, coming from a playing career myself, I think a lot of things don't meet the eye, right? So, what kind of experiences each player is having, what is happening in their personal lives, how are they, dealing with all of those things, also matter a lot. Which side are their games on? All these things also need to be taken into account, and some of the things will not meet the naked eye, and it's easy for us to, sort of beat them down in case they don't do very well. But the real thing is that there are so many things that come into it. There are finances that come into it. There's the mind that comes into it. There's physicalities that come into it. There's physiology that comes into it. There's so many aspects of management that come into it, be it life management, be it travel management, be it playing management, and to manage all of these things together, it can be quite treacherous for a player. And like I said earlier, we don't know what else is happening in their life. We only get to see what their scores are like. So I would always be the devil's advocate over here, and hopefully Manu Gandas will be back into top form before we know it.
He's a fine player. There's no doubt. What I'm saying is that what ultimately you and me as viewers or commentators or journalists, what we are looking at are the metrics, the final, what is on the scorecard in front of us. On that basis alone, and I'm not going anywhere else with this. The difference in OP and Manu is very evident. Is
Absolutely.
essentially that was the only point I'm trying to make, and that is where it's up to each individual, like you very correctly pointed out, how and what you make out of your. This is an out of box experience for all of these guys.
I just want to take a moment away from this, and we'll come back to this conversation. How the length of the tee for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, which is an advantage for him, but he goes about 20 to 30 yards further than Arjun Prasad and Saptak Talwar. That length is such a big advantage that to a top left flag location on a 514-yard par 4, he's able to go with a mid iron or even a short iron for that matter.
Right.
While the other players, and he's able to pitch it till the back flag, while the other players aren't. And that plays like such a huge advantage when you play a course like the Jaypee Greens. Going back to the conversation you were having, I agree with you in terms of, when we talk about just plainly, wholly, solely about just performances, and that's why I like to call myself a devil's advocate to begin with, because the game itself is a reflection of many other things that we do in our lives. It's not just the game itself, right? So if we were to separate the career, in fact sporting career to be separated from the personal rest of the life is very difficult. In fact, the mind plays such a huge part in sports that everything around you, everything in your life plays a part. Having said that, yes, performance only, you're right. And I think what happens is that in terms of performance only, I will say, we had SSP Chaurasia also, who had gone out to play, and he played on the European tour. He plied his trade there for all of the last years that we've known. I think for a good 10 years now. The thing is that when one moves to a higher tour, one learns a lot of things that one might not have. And a good player would start to make amends on that and start to learn a few new things and start to change a few things. And change always takes a long time. So, for all you know, right now, Manu has actually learned from his experiences and has started to work on those changes already, which might take time to shape up and show in reality, and not immediately. So some of the things, like if you notice, has Om Prakash Chauhan changed his game yet? We see demeanoral changes yet in him, right? Do we see game changes yet? I think OP was always as good a player as he's showcasing out to be. Probably the demeanor is making him be a lot more flamboyant, be a lot more confident as we see him walk around.
But even as Rahul was talking, we had a very nice bird's eye view of what will be the back nine for this course. Like I was making the point earlier, there's water all around this course, but the back nine will have a lot more for the players to face. We saw virtually 3 water bodies in about a 500-yard circle. So that's what they will face after the turn. But here, in the meantime, is
also for the benefit, of the viewers, when a player moves on from a certain tour to another tour, one of the biggest changes that we see, that's going to be a tough part for Arjun Prasad. Uh, One of the biggest changes that we see is in the topography. We see a lot of changes in the climate. So acclimatizing becomes a problem. Uh, Food habits can play a part. A lot of Indians are not very adaptive in terms of food habits. That can play a difficult part for some of the players, especially if you're a vegetarian. Uh, so these kind of challenges are there for the players. Then the kind of courses we play and the kind of weather conditions we play in. The courses we play in India are much different from the close courses we play abroad. In fact, if you think about it, courses we play up north are very different from the courses we play down south. And the same courses up north in winters play extremely different to what they play in the summers, right? So kind of like that, it's very challenging to go and acclimatize to the weather as well as to the course conditions, and the grass texture changes. When the grass texture changes, to adapt your putting and your shot game to that, that's another mammothous challenge. Imagine most of these players have already honed skill for about 10 or 15 years on these grounds, and now they have to go there and recalibrate themselves.
But that's true of every level. I mean, you imagine somebody from, say, like a Minwoo Lee
100%.
coming from the Australian tour, which is very, very different from what he has to face on the PGA tour, and he's making a great go of it.
100%. But how long did he take to do that, right? He took a couple of years to do that. He's been out there about 4 or 5 years now.
2 seasons. This is third year.
Right? So it does take that long, and I think that would be pretty realistic. To see about 3 to 4 seasons as a player might take. That's a long time for a career of golf.
In the current case, we're talking about somebody who's come back to his original starting point and not making much of a show of that.
That's perhaps to do with the fact that you're trying to make those changes, right? You're trying to do some new things to your game, which can adapt to foreign conditions, right? So those are also the things that start to play a part.
What I'm impressed about, Rahul, is the fact that somebody who's culturally so vastly different, like OP, from his background is Mao and now he's in Ahmedabad. For him to have come back, with a positive demeanor, like you said, is for me a huge thing. That's for me that says that okay, this man has gone there, faced all of the challenges we were talking about, and coming back with a plus against his name.
Absolutely commendable. In fact, OP should be in the winner's circle pretty soon enough. I mean, he's always in the circle. Hopefully, he'll be winning a few events, and you never know, it might just be today if he has a really solid backline.
Even as we talk of debate a lot of esoteric stuff between the two Rahuls on your commentary team, we are seeing a fair amount of activity out on the golf course as well. We just saw our joint leader Saptak Talwar make a long putt, giving himself a tap in on the 9th. And on live feed 2, you have Harinder Gupta, who's lining up his putt.
Kalin Joshi has creeped up into the top 10 at 5 under par.
So there's a lot of going. This is what the point I think you and Amandeep were making a little while earlier when you had that chat. The number of birdies we are seeing today is far more than what we've seen over the first 3 days, which says that now the players are getting the hang of the thing, despite all of what we talked about earlier, cross grain on the green, so on and so forth.
Exactly.
This is how good these guys. That's what I'm trying to say. This is how good these boys are. How quickly they've adapted to a course which is pretty much foreign to many of them, leaving aside the local boys or the senior lot, the late 30s and 40s. They're the only ones who actually played competitively or professionally on this course. All of the others, for them, it's a new experience. And how quickly they've adapted to this course today, I think, are basically underlining that fact. The quality of the field, the quality of the golf that we're seeing in front of us is quite astonishing.
Absolutely true. You see a lot of youngsters these days, and everybody is gunning for victory, which is great because as we see even on international standards, we see that the winner is actually becoming younger and younger. If you remember back in the day, the peak they used to say was near about 40 years of age for a golfer, and it turned around to be around somewhere around the mid 30s and then to 30s, and today we see them winning early 20s. And so things are magnanimously changing. In fact, one of the first few players who started to bring about that change was Ryo Ishikawa. At the age of 18, he was winning on international professional tours. Hani Besoya draining that putt in on that hole on the live feed number 2.
That was a bit of a tester. He was going downhill. Arjun Sharma not having the best of days, a local player, but started off well, but he's not really managed to keep pace with the rest.
It's currently at 2 under par. He's made a double bogey and 2 bogeys and just a lone birdie on the card today. Another player who's back on the tour after a very long time is Himmat Singh Rai. To play in India, he has been playing a lot of golf competitively in the United Kingdom, but down here in India, he's finally being seen after a long time. Currently at 1 under par for the day and even par for the tournament.
Alan Joshi, like you said, in the top 10, 5 birdies in his opening 12 holes. No damage to the card. One of about 4 or 5 players who have yet to see a bogey against the names. Of course, one of them being our joint leader, Saptak Talwar. O.P. Chauhan is another. Harinder Gupta has played really steady golf, Rahul. Pretty commendable. I mean, he may not be familiar with the course. He may not. The distance may.
A lovely
Oh my
putt there.
goodness! What a putt! Wow.
That is Dhruv Shuran making a birdie here on hole number 10, going to 7 under par for the tournament. That was a super putt there. Replay. Superb judgment there. Line and speed combination absolutely on point from Dhruv Shuran.
This hole would be another teaser, Rahul, because it's not a very long par 4. And I'm sure people who hit long would be tempted to, sort of.
So yesterday we did see Yuvraj
Actually make it?
He actually took the driver and he made it almost to the front edge.
Right.
Arjun also went with the driver and he made it far out onto the left side, but he still got to give himself an opportunity for an up and down. So yes, you're absolutely right. There are players who are going for it. Unfortunately, Aman Raj would be letting that one out.
Wow, that hit the edge and popped out. Oh yeah, that on that hole, just stay away. Don't flare it to the right. That's the only thing you need to.
Since we were talking about Om Prakash Chauhan, I must mention that I played a lot of tournaments with OP, and one of the things that is super impressive about him is he's got an absolutely unorthodox setup, an unorthodox golf swing. It's very homemade. He's learned everything on the fields. He's pretty much gone out there and learned everything on his own by looking at other players in his hometown of Mau. And I must say that given all of those things, the way he hits the ball, the way he compresses the ball is absolutely fabulous. It's absolutely fabulous. There is hardly many unorthodox swings which you will see compressing the ball to the degree that Om Prakash Chauhan is able to. And that is why I'll tell you one more thing. If he can compress the ball like that, he will be able to play in Europe as well. Probably give him some more time, he will be able to perform there as well, just because the quality of the strike on the ball is of a very high standard.
Interesting point coming from somebody who knows what he's talking about. Rahul is now a very well-regarded, highly regarded coach, besides his playing days, obviously. And when he says what he just did about OP, there's something in it, which is probably why OP is made the sort of progress that. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this year pans out for OP, because, like I keep saying, when you have players from these unfashionable, so to say, to use a very odd word, but they are from those sort of towns. Again, though they have great predecessors in front of them, Mau has produced some great golfers in great men in Indian golf. But for them to come out of there and make this kind of statement and success is really a testament to, I think, their own determination and open-mindedness. That is what I was trying to get at.
Absolutely. So given that, there's nothing to be taken away from a person like Om Prakash Chauhan. What I was only getting at was the fact that there are many factors that go into the mix, right? There are, of course, some great things, some not so great things, some things which are not available to the naked eye to see, and all of that. So I was just bringing all of those things to the fore. And having said that, since you bring this point up as you just did right now, I think it's very interesting to note that I see a lot of people talking about the kind of places that they practice. They don't have a facility, and so on and so forth. mind you, it's people like Om Prakash Chauhan who never use that, And having said that, this is one might think that this is an anomaly that we are speaking of. I'll give you another example. Um, there's a player called Hideki Matsuyama who plays on the PGA Tour. Hideki Matsuyama won the Asian Amateur. I think it was 2009 that he won the Asian Amateur in. And Hideki Matsuyama has played most of his golf up till that tournament on a 75-yard driving range. The ball would hit the net and drop down.
Wow.
That was his practice facility.
Whoa.
So, mind you, when we talk about, what is it that we get as facilities, there are people making most of whatever they have.
I think that the most important facility is the space between your 2 years.
Absolutely. And today, Hideki Matsuyama is one of the top players on the PGA Tour.
He's the most successful Asian golfer in the US. 11 wins, including one this year.
I was lucky to have had played a round of golf with him.
Wow.
In China, and
Look at that.
the way he would take off that golf ball from his club, you could hear it. Yes, getting back to this action, it seems like someone is in that fairway bunker on the right side of that ninth hole. As you can tell, there are quite a few spectators out there, even though it's a hot and sunny day. A lot of people out there supporting. Seems like the group of...
It's probably the lead group now.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं. जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया. कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया. चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया. मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं.
On the ninth hole now, Arjun Prasad bang in the middle of the fairway, getting ready to line up his shot. Pin today is front right, 6 inside and 5 from the right. What a great golf shot there by Arjun Prasad, stamping his authority here on this ninth hole at the turn. Super shot there by Arjun Prasad. Yuvraj Sandhu now, also from the middle of the fairway. We saw Saptak earlier. Saptak was in the right fairway bunker on this hole. Superb shot again there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Clearly, one after the other, getting that ball as close to that final hole location. This ninth hole pin position isn't an easy one to get to. What stellar golf shots there by our leader group. So we take a look at the leader group board right now. We've got Saptak and Yuvraj leading at 11 under par, where Arjun trails at 10 under par. Aman Raj currently at 8 under par, with Om Prakash Chauhan, Dhruv Shoran and Hani Besoya, as well as Harindra Gupta at 7 under par. Saptak has left himself just short of the green there on the right side. Saptak should have a pretty makeable up and down from that location. Short of the green there. He's got some amount of room, but it'll depend on the lie if he's able to impart ample spin on the ball. Still very much looking like an open-ended tournament here, the inaugural Adani Invitational 2025. Talwar will need a little pop spinner there. Arjun Sharma has dropped quite a bit, 4 over par for the day, and has dropped down to tie for 23rd position. What a great effort there by Saptak, nearly holding that chip.
Never an easy shot, is it, Rahul? You're just popping it off the edge of the green.
Absolutely. I mean, in fact, having less room over there between the flag and the fringe, as well as from the fringe to where the ball is. So you want to be able to put enough spin on the ball also, and with a short swing to impart good amount of spin is tougher. So all things considered, absolutely a tough shot. Mind you, for these players, this kind of a shot would hardly play, much of a havoc. But yes, on a general level, to have a short-sided shot is definitely going to be tough to impart spin on it. One of the most brilliant shots that I've seen in the last 2 days was yesterday's shot by Arjun Prasad, which he hit as his 4th shot from the left of the bunker on the 18th green. That was one hell of a golf shot, because he had no room to stand over there. The ball was pretty much at the edge of the bunker. The pin was down right under the slope next to the water hazard, so he had to hit it perfectly. It already hit the water hazard on his first shot, so making that up and down was imperative to stay in the leader group. And he managed to make that up and down. He hit that shot to about 8 feet and then drained that putt. We take a look now at Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj's putt now to go to 12 under par.
Ananda Gupta on the right, just leaving his ball wobbling away at the very last minute. Yuvraj going down the hill by the looks of it from this camera angle.
Well, no pun intended there.
No. Purely the physicality of the shot, of the visual.
What a lovely birdie there by Yuvraj Sandhu at Arjun Prasad now for his own birdie. But Yuvraj would move up to 12 under par to take solo lead for this golf tournament at 12 under par.
So, with that birdie, we have now the top 3 covered between 12 under for the leader, 11 under for Saptak Talwar in second place, and 10 under for Arjun Prasad, who set off in the overnight lead, but has stayed on par for the day, 2 bogeys and 2 birdies. Aman Raj was making a run for it, but that bogey on 8 seemed to have dented his progress somewhat. So there's now a bit of a gap now, Rahul, opening up and coming into the final 9 holes of this championship. The 3 leaders now at least two ahead of the man in 4th place. And now we'll see what OP has in him what he can do to close the gap. Because he's still lurking dangerously. He's not all that far away. All it needs is one slip up from somewhere, and for him to go on a bit of a run. If he picks up two shots somewhere up in this final stretch, he will be in contention.
That's a great birdie for Arjun Prasad to stay just 1 shot off the lead, moving up to 11 under par. Arjun and Saptak would now be tied for 2nd position, just 1 shot off Sandhu.
So this is what we were looking forward to in the morning, that we would see a real titanic battle and which is exactly what it's turning out to be.
And that's just when it becomes fun, doesn't it?
Yes. And interestingly, despite the number of bogeys that we birdies, I beg your pardon, the total hasn't really moved all that much, and the bar has just shifted by one. We started off the day at 10 under par, and we are now at 11 under par, and now maybe 12 under if as you said, Yuvraj has converted that birdie putt, then it's 12 under par. So just gain of 2 shots over 9 holes, 8 holes. It's an old laptop. So now we have a clear leader. Yuvraj Sandhu is now 12 under par after his front 9 is 2 up for the day, moving from 10 under at the start to 12 under. And Saptak Talwar, yet absolutely clean card, currently in sole second place. No, I beg your pardon, in shared second place now. Arjun also having picked up another shot on the 9th hole. So we have a two-way type second place. And like I said a little while earlier, a bit of a gap now starting to open up from the top 3 and those behind them. Aman Raj currently 4th on 8 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan currently 5th on 7 under par, alongside Dhruv Shauran and Harinder Gupta and Hani Basoya. Khalin, after that initial run, has sort of settled into a good rhythm. He's 5 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament, which is gives him a top 10 placing as if he carries on the way he's going. Rajiv Kumar also in 10th place. And Ajitesh has not really made the sort of gains one would have expected. He picked up a shot midway through his front 9, gave it back on the 9th hole, and he's on level par for the day. Dhruv Sharan in a share of 5th place, just leaving his birdie putt a few inches short coming up the hill. In the 11th, this is a dogleg right par 4, which is usually the second hole on the course, but with starting points having been switched around, that's now hole number 11. Aman Raj now looking to get back to pick up the sort of pace that he had set in the morning. And he needs to get moving if he wants to catch up with the leaders. Yuvraj Sandhu now 4 ahead up the road. Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad sharing second place, 1 shot behind. Aman slides his putt low past the pin. Ajitesh Sandhu will be next. Twelve under is the lead score at the moment, with the closing 9 holes of the 1.5 crore rupee inaugural Adani Invitational Championship, a new event on the PGTI schedule, along with a host of others. In fact, we've just, I think, seen one more event being added before the end of the summer, pre-summer schedule, Rahul. The Race Championship has been brought on, which will be played at the Classic course before the final event of this pre-summer season, which will be in Bangalore at the Prestige Golf Fair, the Kapil Dev Grand Fountain, which is going to be an interesting one because for the
Flagship
first time it actually will have women playing for the same prize purse as the men.
Amazing.
So I'm kind of quite looking forward to that. This is the first time. I mean, earlier you've had invitationals, but this is for the first time the girls will be playing pretty much on level terms with the boys.
And they'll be competing on the same
For the same
same price.
For the same price.
So it's like a mixed.
It's a mixed event.
Oh, amazing!
First time, which is brilliant. I mean, that's the kind of leg up I think.
And do they play from the same tees as the men?
No, obviously not.
They don't play from the same tees as the men.
They will have their
but
own.
They play for the same score.
They will play
There's only
everything
one score
else.
sheet.
The only difference will be the start point.
Wow.
The tee point. The men will play from the black tees. The men will play from the I assume what are the red tees. So that's the only handicap given to them. Otherwise, from that first shot after that onwards, everything else is dead level.
That'll be quite a battle.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. But I would love to see one of the girls give the boys a good shake-up. Because after the first shot, of the distance, when you take the length away, in terms of skill, I don't think the girls are any way less than the male counterparts.
And why should they be?
And I think, in fact, I actually prefer watching in terms of sheer skill and execution. Some of the women's golfers are so good at it. I mean, Diksha over the years, Aditi over the years has, they've set bars that the rest of in fact, it's been from the time I think we had this conversation a few years ago. When I first started writing about the women's tour, we used to have a field of 6, 8, and 10.
Right.
Today, it's like 36, 40, you have a cut. That's, it's such phenomenal progress in 6, 7 years. So a lot of kudos to the Women's Golf Association of India.
Definitely, they've come a long way, starting from a small number of players. Now they've got a lot of professionals competing, and they've got players playing. A lot of players are now playing on the LET tour.
Yes.
So I think Twessa Malik is one of them. I think Diksha Dagar, of course. There's Aditi Ashok plays on the LPGA.
As well as she has status on both tours.
As well as the LET. So we've got a lot of international names, and there is no
Pranavi Ers, the very promising amateur turned professional Avni Prashant from Bangalore. She's joined the professional ranks full time. She's playing in LET. So you have, I think, 7 full time card holders on the LET and about 6 more with partial status. So that's a huge number. In fact, if you look at the progress the women have made, purely in terms of without comparing the number of women in terms of the size of their tour and the number of men compared to the size of their tour.
Right.
The girls are outshining the boys like anything. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, when you put it like that, with the way their tours are,
the relative
sheer
sizes,
number, the relative sizes, I think they're absolutely bang on. There's no doubt that they are doing fantastically.
I mean, just imagine if Aditi had won that. Doesn't matter what medal had she won that medal at Tokyo, it would have changed the face of women's golf in India.
I do think that even without winning the medal, this did change a lot of thoughts. She did break a lot of barriers for people. Their thought processes were changed and shattered, to be honest.
But just that, when ultimately winning is a magic formula.
True.
I mean, the president of the PGTI, he's the one. He and his team actually changed the face of cricket in India forever with that win in 1983. That is the start point of Indian cricket's explosive growth and whatever's followed thereafter. So similarly, if in the near future somebody pulls off another win like that.
Arjun Prasad on the 10th hole. 10th hole's got a pin at 20 yards in and 3 from the left. A tough pin location, but approachable from the right side. Arjun should be at about 15 or 18 feet away from that flag.
Got a certain amount of spin on that, but it's rolled to a stop.
Sapak Talwar also has laid up on this hole. Playing as smart as you need to impart ample spin on the ball for this flag location. Coming up from the left side, if one has to go with the driver, it's a tough one to sort of attack. Saptak Talwar with a very nice golf shot there, but 8 feet away for birdie. Yuvraj Sandhu seems to have gone with the driver again on this reachable par 4, 354 yards off the tee. Seems to have found himself in the bunker, which is
just to the left of the
and
green.
like a fairway bunker, right? That one is about 30 or 40 yards away from it.
Now, I like the way Saptak has played his golf today. He's kept his head down, made gains wherever he could. You're right. It's the fairway bunker on the left of the left side or thereabouts.
Oh,
he's just outside.
Yeah, he's not in the bunker, so that's an advantage. But he'll have to impart a lot of spin on that ball that is coming in from the rough.
I think we've been putting the commentators' heads on players. I'm going to stop talking about them. OP was going so well, and he's dropped a shot as soon as he made the turn.
Talking about the commentators' curse.
I'm not going to talk about players. I'm just going to say what's happening. Talk about what's happening on the screen in front of us. Yuvraj, event leader Yuvraj Sandhu, 12 under par, 2 under for the day, overcame the double bogey on the par 5 fourth hole with 2 quick birdies immediately after on holes 5 and 6. Picked up yet another shot on the 9th, making the turn on 2 under par, leads the way on 12 under.
As you can tell, Yuvraj needs to impart a lot of spin on that ball. He's opened up that club face. He'll have to get under that ball and create ample speed as well. He's got enough speed on that one for sure. Well, he's played it to the fat side of things, so he'll have about 25 feet for birdie on this 10th hole. Well, it's a smart play from where he was. Better to be on that dance floor and have the flat stick in your hand.
Arjun has left himself a long putt. I think Saptak did the best of the three. He's really made good use of his lie. Like you said, put good amount of spin and control on the ball. This is what I keep saying. Amateurs need to come and watch this level of golf. You may not learn a lot immediately, but just to see the skill levels of these players and the boys and the way they execute them, on those distances, 150 yards, 160 yards, the level of distance control, spin control, where they land the ball, how beautifully they check it. Randa Gupta flying that ball out of the bunker on feed number 2 and doing a pretty good job of it as well.
Some of the things that a lot of players or a lot of laymen might not notice is, everyone thinks that once you come out to watch a professional golf tournament, you'll probably see every ball be finishing given to the flag. It actually doesn't. But what is great is that through the round of 18 holes and through 72 holes over 4 days, it's a matchup of how many mistakes does one make and how many great shots does one hit, right? And you will see that the real difference between pros and amateurs is that firstly, they wouldn't make many mistakes, right? And if they do, they are so negligible that they'd get around with a par. So that's one of the things. And of course, they've got ample skill on their hands, and that's why they can impart the kind of spin and the kind of control on the ball. So more than just looking for those given shots, I think the kind of decisions they make to play well are to be noticed. Like Saptak taking that choice of laying up today. And like Arjun took the choice today on this 10th hole to lay up off the tee rather than go with the driver because of the flag location.
Right.
Those decisions are what make the difference. I can promise you that if an amateur thought about hitting a driver over here, he would not look at the pin location. He would just go ahead and pick out the driver and just smash another one the next day that he comes back.
I remember seeing this little clip about Tiger Woods. He says, to be a really successful golfer, you have to be a mentally, you have to be a chess player as well.
Correct.
Not think 1, not 2, not 3. 10 moves ahead of where you are at that given point.
I think of golf as pretty much a game of chess being played on grass.
That's exactly what he said.
And it's
stunning. It was such a...
One thing is to be able to hit golf shots. That's only one part of the picture.
Yeah.
You can hit golf shots on the driving range as well, right? But actually, to be able to utilize those golf shots to the best of your advantage on the course, no matter what the conditions are, no matter how you're playing that day, that's what really counts, to make the best decisions and to be able to execute them.
Yuvraj putting that to put some more distance between himself and the rest, but just missing out. Arjun just before him had a lovely putt. Rahul coming over that little hump, and he left himself exactly this, just a little tapping. Superb effort. This opens the door a little bit for Saptak, local boy playing some fairly sensible golf, and a birdie here would bring him on level with Yuvraj Sandhu at the top of the leaderboard at 12 under par. He's given himself a great chance. taking his time over that.
Very makeable birdie opportunity here for Talwar. Talwar rolls that one in for a birdie and joins leader Yuvraj Sandhu at 12 under par. Unfortunately, we were not able to see it in time from the camera angle, but Saptak has made birdie on hole number 11, taking his total for the day to 4 under and total for the tournament at 12 under par, leading over Arjun Prasad now by 1 shot.
Only Karen Joshi today, Rahul, has a better score on the day. He's 5 under for the day, and Saptak Talwar is just inched closer to that mark with 4 under.
Ravi Kumar also snailing up at 5 under par to get into the top 10.
Once again, I just come back to that fact that how much these players have come to terms with a relatively unknown golf course to them, to many of them, and the kind of scores that we are seeing today. Had we started seeing this from the first day, Rahul, we would have had probably a final closing score of 15, 16, maybe even 17 under. Instead, we are going to see something like 14 under, 15 if we are lucky. The back nine for this course is relatively shorter, so there are even more opportunities to pick up shots now to make gains, providing the wind doesn't play too much of a factor.
It does get much tougher though on this 9 because on like this hole right now that we are on, hole number 12, Ajitesh is laid up for this par 5. He's hitting his third shot now. But looking at what happens on 13, 13 is a tough par 4. Tough also on the second shot, not only on the first. 14 is a tough par 3. 15 gives you a bit of a breather with the par 5 there, and 16th is a long par 4. 17th is a long par 3, and then we have 18th, which is a beast in itself. With the entire lake on the right side. Whenever you see the aerial view, what you see basically flanked next to the lake on the left side is the 18th hole. So challenging holes actually coming up now on this 9. So this will be the testing time for all these golfers.
Good pace of play. I have to commend the players for maintaining a really rapid pace right through. No one hanging about. I'm sure the tournament director Chari has been behind the scenes urging them on. Tremendous record by himself. I think it was the tournament before this or a couple of before that. He was officiating his 900th tournament.
Wow. 900th professional tournament, 900th golf tournament.
Professional tournament.
Wow.
He was felicitated especially by Amandeep Joel and at Ahmedabad, if I'm not mistaken. I was just thinking of the fact that 900, he's been an official. 900 tournaments, there are what, 25, 30 in a year? Maybe?
Correct.
So just expand that. God. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was 900 tournaments in total. Amateur.
But nonetheless, 900 tournaments,
Still,
900 competitive events is
staggering
a large number of events.
Staggering figure.
Back to the action. Back on the par 5. These are tough 2 shots. Once you get past that fairway bunker on the right side on the tee shot, you have another exciting and enticing second shot to go over the water hazard. Some might want to go for it, some not. Ajitesh Sandhu seems to have found himself in the beach for his 4th shot here, not having the best of time. Seems like he's at even par. Let's see how he does from here. It's a tough bunker shot from there. He's not got much of room to play with. Have to impart ample spin on that golf ball in a short amount of time. One of the finest ambassadors for golf in India, Ajitesh.
He's again done really well last year. He played himself back he picked up his Asian Tour card. So he's again, I think, one of 6 or 7 who have a full Asian, who are flaring the ball out beautifully.
Brilliant shot there by Ajitesh, leaving himself just to tap in from that tough location. Stellar shot. He's certainly someone that a lot of kids could look up to. He's that kind of a personality. He's had an illustrious career in competitive golfing nationally as well as internationally, and just the demeanor he exhibits and uh, the athlete that he is really is something that kids can look up to and learn from.
That was a tough shot. I mean, the pin was just pretty much as close as it can be to the right side.
And a downslope from
And
that
a
side.
downslope
And a
from there as
downslope.
well,
So it's
yes.
a brilliant shot. Dhruv Shorin coming up from the front.
A lot of skill in that shot.
Dhruv seems like he's making made a meal of things there. He'll still have about 8 feet or so for a birdie.
Not a happy
What might be a birdie.
Not a happy putt at all.
Coming off a bogey on the 11th hole. Hopefully that is his birdie putt, and he drains that one in too. Sarthak Chibber also playing to 5 under par for the day. My apologies, Mr. Banerjee there. He's making an eagle on the front nine on hole number 2 and 3 birdies on the back nine, coming up to 5 under par for the tournament, tie for 11th position.
Take a look at Cullen. He's picked up a 6. That's what I was just going to talk about. 6th shot for the day. 6 under for the day. 6. He started at dead level par. He's now in the top 6.
Colin Joshi, another player who's been looking to find back his top form. And hopefully this will be that round which actually helps him to jump across that.
And a terrific win. Was it the Panasonic Open India?
Absolutely.
Tremendous.
Aman Raj. Coming up way short of the hole. It's very unlike Aman Raj. He's a pretty good putter of the ball.
And a pretty aggressive player as well. I mean, I'm surprised at how far he left it shot. He's somewhere next to Dhruv's ball, Dhruv Sharon's ball. That far shot. Again, like you said, what, 7-8 feet. Never the most comfortable of feelings when you're standing over the ball like this.
I just saw the score sheet, and N. Thangaraja has made a hole-in-one today on hole number 14, the par 3, over the water hazard.
He was our day one leader, if you remember. He had a 500 to start the tournament with 6. But he had 2 bad rounds after that, 2 over. On the
Very unlike Thangaraja.
Yeah. And remember, he's one of the few. In fact, he said after the first round that he actually remembers this course, but it's playing very differently from what it was when I think 2013 is when they played over here last. So
It's a long time ago.
And he's 43. So there must be a very small number of people who actually played this course professionally before.
True.
For everybody else, it's an absolutely greenfield venue. Aman Raj standing over his putt now. What is now the 12th hole.
Aman Raj, unfortunately, 3-putting the par 5. It should be giving a good read to Dhruv for his putt.
Charan needs that because he's just dropped a shot on the 11th hole. So he would want to get it back if this is a birdie putt for him indeed.
Dhruv starting the back nine with a birdie on the 10th, dropping a shot thereafter on the 11th. What looks like must be his birdie putt, yet to find out. Aman Raj's campaign seems to be slowing down a bit. He's currently at 8 under par, 4 shots away. Dhruv makes that putt.
He said, well, I think put the commentators' hits and we talked so much about him. But then now we're seeing a good number of bigger numbers, lower numbers. Like you said, Sarthak Chibber, early eagle. We've just seen Sunhit Bishnoi hit an eagle on the 13th. 16th hole. Thangaraja with an ace before that. And there are a couple more eagles further down the order. Kapil Kumar getting one. Ukhraj Gill getting another one. Sukhman Singh, Rahul, this young man is the only amateur in the field. He is eagled on two double bogeys. He's got an eagle in between. But remember, tremendous. He's what, 18, 19?
He's in his teens right now. I think,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, he's 16 years old right
No,
now.
he's
so
a little more than that.
he's got a
He's
lot,
18.
good career in front of him.
Yeah. First year of college he's in now.
Oh, he's in his first year of college now, is it?
By the way, he's from our course. From the
He's actually from the Jaypee Greens.
he plays his golf here.
Plays golf here. And he's got a good career ahead of him. Like strong amateur career he's had so far. Strong junior career, mind you. And now probably moving more so in the amateur field.
So, lots of good things happening today.
Leader group now coming up to the 11th. Seems like Arjun Prasad and Sapak Talwar have found the dance floor. Sapak continuing his bogey-free round today. He's at 12 under par, tied alongside Sandhu. Arjun Prasad, of course, lurking behind by just one shot.
Talwar and Joshi, in fact, are the only two in the top 10, Rahul, who are yet to drop a shot today. Just outside is Sarthak Chibur, who is also bogey free. He is 5 under for the day. He's in a tie for 11th place. Mani Basoya started off well enough, but he's slowed down as well. He's on level par. Made the turn on 1 under, gave a shot back immediately. So, but at the top, it's really close. I mean, it's amazing. Two still a shared lead. Arjun Prasad, who was the joint overnight leader, is just one shot behind them, and that's where the gap starts. I mean, in racing parlance, this is where we would say the lead pack is putting distance between itself and.
In fact, that was a
the chasing group.
costly 3-putt for Aman Raj
Yeah, exactly.
on the 12th hole. So to confirm it, Dhruv actually made a birdie there on the 12th, which was a good save after that not so good chip, and he's now at 7 under par. While Aman Raj, that 3-putt would be a costly one to keep him 4 shots away.
Yeah, it actually gave him a chance to start to bridge that gap. That's exactly the gap we've been talking about. The 3-shot gap between him and the guys up front who were immediately ahead of him. A potential eagle, a possible birdie, and he walks away with nothing. So he will feel that he has left something behind on this one for sure.
Mr. Banerjee, in fact, Harinder Gupta also is playing bogey-free for the day. He's made a birdie on the second and no blemish on the scorecard.
Good point, Rob. Yeah, he's flying under the radar, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's an old horse. He knows how to get things done, and also, he's picked up some yardage. In fact, in the past couple of years,
That's interesting.
a lot of guys would actually think that he's a short hitter.
Yeah.
He's actually picked up some yards, and he's being able to fight up with the young guns. If you look at this, you look at the leaderboard right now. It is only Om Prakash Chauhan and Harendra Gupta from the olden days who is up there, and both of them, keeping up with times.
Yep.
As we spoke a little earlier about OP, as well as we've been noticing that Harendra actually has been going neck to neck with the young guns in terms of his yardages.
So true. He's given nothing away. You're right. He's like I said, he's playing quiet golf, but playing very effective golf. No flash, but going for the cash. Sorry, that was awful. My apologies. That was terrible. But
that wasn't too bad, actually.
I couldn't resist it.
It wasn't too bad.
Thank you.
No flash, but
You're
going for the cash.
You're a kind man, Rahul. A lot of people I know would have kicked me out of the commentary booth by now for that.
No flash, but going for the cash. Yes, Hari Besoya also going for the cash. He's not been having a great time with his flat stick. At least that's what we've seen over day 3 and day 4. Coming up from the same bunker as Ajitesh Sandhu just some time back. He'd still have his work cut out from about 5-6 feet away for birdie.
But I mean, that's what they say, isn't it? Hit for show, putt for dough. So I mean,
but this is an old adage. Statistics actually shows us that the closer you are to the green, the higher the chance you have to make an up and down. or to basically make birdies and save shots. The old adage used to say that only if you putt well will you actually make your money, or you make your scores. But that's not true. There's a very interesting book by a gentleman called Mark Brody that actually brings this to the fore. His book is called Every Shot Counts, and it's actually the further you can hit it these days, the better it is for your scoring. So get your putts right, of course. Always hit it as far as you can, even if you're not in the fairway. Earlier people used to say, keep the ball in play. Even if you have a longer shot, it's fine. You have 40-footer, at least you have a birdie putt. Not really. In fact, the further you can hit it, even if you're in the rough, come to think about it, you would still chip it closer than
Right.
you will hit a 5-iron. Right? So that kind of thought process is now being propagated, and actually the thought process runs from yesteryears. It is just that the clarity around these things has started to come in now, with stats being available, with knowledge being available easily, and so on and so forth.
It's always interesting to talk to Rahul. He's an academician's stroke golfer's take on these things. So all of you listening, please keep your ears open. There's things to be learned, even for us hackers and slicers and hookers. Hit the ball long and worry about it once you find the ball after that.
Absolutely. That's exactly what the best
I,
do these
I
days.
like it. I love that. That's what I do. I mean, I love blast it and then we look for it.
Yeah, that's what the best do these days. They hit it as hard as they can, and they find it and they hit it again.
Aman Raj will not be happy with himself, but he has to quickly put that behind. He had a great chance of bridging that gap between himself and the top three. Okay, and this is Arjun Sharma on your picture on live feed 2.
Sharma, very upright, hand
Yes.
set up for his putter.
He really is having a forgettable day. In fact, this is what we talked about, home course. Is it plus? Is it a minus? I think right in front of us we are seeing two opposite examples. Arjun Sharma not having a great day, Saptak Talwar making the most of the fact that he is a local player.
Can be anything. It can play both ways.
So maybe it doesn't really count.
Yeah, I mean, it counts to a degree. So I'd say a course like Delhi Golf Club would play a lot as a home course advantage. At the same time, a course like Delhi Golf Club, if you let it get to your head that it's your home club, you could be nowhere.
I think we're seeing
Right.
a
So you
little
can
bit of
it
that.
can be anything. But it will all boil down to, like you said earlier, within those 6 inches. Within between the years, what is happening in the mind is what will decide whether this is going to play as an advantage or a disadvantage for you on that day.
Ani Basoya there, just letting the ball. This just looked like it was a slightly loose putt, and you just let it go. The event leader on his co-leader on his screens knocks it home for what probably is a par.
Yuvraj Sandhu also cleans up there on hole number 11. Lots of spectators out there on the course today.
This is good to see, the fact that that people are actually coming out to watch their favorites and just some good players in action. Fortunately, this place, because of its location, sort of encourages a lot of amateur golfers to turn out to be here, and then it's a novelty for them. In fact, last October or last August, we had Jeev brought the senior European tour. He brought an event here, and there was despite it was awful weather, but a very large number of people came out. It was a 54-hole event, but a good number of people turned out to watch. I mean, it was good to see, and you had some really good, really skillful golf on show. So hopefully the JP Greens will find itself back on the professional tour calendar on a regular basis. They're returning here after 11, almost 12 years.
Well, hopefully, I think it's the kind of course that should have about at least a tournament or two each year.
Yep.
So fabulous venue. It's a good test of golf, and just an overall good golf course to play on. In fact, if you were to go from this month to 6 months down the line, the course will play into different shapes altogether. It could be super interesting even for the players.
You mean post the monsoon?
Yep.
So that means that the rough would, I mean, it must be
It
getting
could-
very lush.
Yes, it will get really lush. The rough would come up a little bit. One could play this course in maybe September or September end, and the course would have a completely different look to it. And condition wise, greens will spin a little differently. The fairways will react a little differently. It will completely change everything. The rough could be a little more up than what it is right now. That also changes the factors quite a bit. Heartening sight to see all the fans out here. Aman Raj. Number 13. Aman Raj trying to make a chip in over here. Grab as much as he can. There was a.
That rough, I think, snagged his club badly.
I think maybe he just went in for too cute a shot.
Yeah.
There.
I was just going to say that he has two good birdie opportunities coming up the next two holes. There's a par 3 and a par 5, which we've already seen one eagle on that hole. And we've seen Thanga ace the next hole. And just when I was thinking that, and he went and his club seemed to have got caught in the grass. And this is a tricky green. It's got a lot of slope, it's got a lot of pace. And depending on where they put the pin today,
It's got some amount of room there, not too much. The pin is 13 in, 4 from the left, which makes it a bit of a tough place to be in where he was. So I think he was trying to be a bit too cute with that shot and probably ended up overcooking cuteness.
but also the fact that when had he gotten the green, the ball will slide left to right all the way. So he was probably playing safe. That's my guess. But
I think he was probably playing a little aggressive, rather than safe, because to actually be able to hold such a shot or to get this close, he would have to cook up something special, and I think that cooking up just didn't really work out. And nonetheless, putting for par now from off the green, Aman Raj.
This is not going to be an easy putt at all.
Still has about 6 feet left. Come back for a bogey.
This is what I think he had seen, that the ball could just race past the flag. So he was trying to be as like you said, aggressive in a very passive way. But to me, it looked like he got caught between two shots on that. As the club came down, he was thinking of something, and something else came off the club face. But unfortunate, because he now will drop back even further from the lead group. He had a great chance.
Well, Sapak now leads all by himself at 12 under par, while Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu trailing by a shot. So seems like things are getting really interesting atop that leaderboard. That'll be an unfortunate miss for Aman Raj, 3-jack country. Unfortunately, dropping 2 shots here on hole number 13, dropping to 6 under par for the tournament, getting derailed from that hot start that he had earlier today. So you see the leader group now coming up onto the par 5 into the fairway. Yuvraj Sandhu after a drop shot. Yuvraj in a pretty similar spot as yesterday.
Oh, we have another Panasonic Open India winner in the field. Chirag is also playing here.
Yes, we do. In fact, Chirag Kumar coming back into playing after I think almost about a year and a half or maybe 2 years of not playing any golf whatsoever, competitive golf. I think he played his first tournament this year at the Delhi Challenge. And he's looking forward to playing a lot more tournaments going into the rest of the season.
It's good to see. I mean, somebody like Abhinav Lohan, I think he is almost the same vintage as Chirag and probably elder to even Khalin. He's had a career revival. He won last year after I think 10, 12 years. His first win in a long time. He went out. He went to Q school, came back twice, I think. And so age, just don't stop. If you want to keep going, keep going. It's a great example, I think.
Yuvraj Sandhu coming up from the left rough on the par 5, 12th hole. Yuvraj should have a long iron over here. Seems like he's going for the green. One of the few birdie opportunities that are still remaining on the rest of the 7 holes is this par 5. Quite a few tough holes that come in later on. Yuvraj really taking that flagstick on and coming up just over the green. Very much a makeable eagle opportunity now for Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj would definitely have his qualms with this hole. Yesterday, he made a 6 over here after dunking one into the water. That is Saptak Talwar. Saptak with a big drive here on the 12th. Arjun Prasad has also found the front edge of the green here in 2 shots. Saptak should have nothing more than a 5 iron into this back flag location. Seems like it's tracking on a pretty good line. Amazing golf shot there by Saptak Talwar, setting up an eagle opportunity less than 6 feet away.
What a shot.
Wow. That's going to change a lot of things.
So it just goes to make your point, Rahul. Hit long, and you can read the benefits. That must have been the longest drive of the 3.
Correct.
And he's really made the most of it.
Well, that's what they say. The shorter the club you have, the closer you can hit it.
I thought it was a 7 or a 6 iron. He really gave it a lot of loft.
Well, the pins also the pins also 21 inside from the front edge. So if I think he was near about the marker of about 210, and that would be another 20 yards in, and a terrific golf shot. To pitch it right over that bunker into the corner and be able to impart enough amount of spin, get it close. Amazing golf shot, setting himself a very realistic eagle opportunity. This could totally separate him from the roommates.
Yeah, yes, that's true. They're locked together. They started the day yesterday, they started the day today, locked together. They're still locked together. Saptak Talwar now in the lead all by himself on 12 under par, 4 under for the day, and the 2 good friends, Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, overnight leaders after day 2, overnight leaders after day 3, still locked together on 11 under par. Both are 1 under for the day and in a share in a tie for second place. Dhruv Sharan is now making a run. He is displaced Aman Raj, who is falling away sadly. Dhruv is now picked up 2 shots in his last 2 holes. So it's interesting back 9 round. Sharan has birdie, bogey, birdie, birdie in the 4 holes he's played so far. That's lifted into 3 under and 8 under for the tournament. So he is now effectively the closest to the chasers. Harinder Gupta 7 under par, a further 1 shot away in 5th place. Kalin Joshi is climbed up to 6th place, share of 6th alongside OP. Shaurya Bhattacharya is also there in a tie for 6th along with. So there's a big group of players sharing 6th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players all in bunched up in 6th. Tied 6th. Harinder Gupta, Kalin Joshi, Om Prakash Chauhan, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Aman Raj, who was the latest to join the group, unfortunately from the wrong direction, and Hani Basoya. Now, if Talwar does pick up the sort of game that he should on this hole, that will again open up what could be a decisive gap now, Rahul.
Absolutely, it could be a decisive gap. Mind you, the course only gets interesting from here. You've got the 13th hole, the tough par four with the water hazard on the right side. You've got the 14th, the par three with the water hazard on the front. And on the 14th today, you've got that front flag locations, which is quite enticing for the players. Then you have the 15th, which is a par five, but it's got again the water hazard hugging the green on the left side. 16th, a long par four, and 17th, a long par three, and of course 18th is 18th itself. So so there's a bunch of interesting holes coming up. But having said that, to create that sort of a buffer by the time you get into these holes is also very important for a player.
In fact,
unfortunately, that wouldn't find the bottom of the cup. Just lipping out Yuvraj Sandhu with that eagle attempt from just off the green.
He was off the green too, yeah. Playing it in from the fringe. In fact, that 18th now or 9th, was what we normally play it as, has always reminded me of Marine Drive. It's a long, curving, it's beautiful. It's such a lovely shape. Yeah, it starts from just a little away from the tee box, goes all the way up to the green.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Banerjee is one for perspectives, isn't he? Interesting perspective
look at it that way. Next time it comes up on the drone, I'll show you. It's just beautiful. It's a lovely curve. It creates a little bay. Wonderful to see.
Talwar putting for eagle on the 12th.
Aman Raj on your right, looking a little deflated.
Unfortunately, Saptak Talwar would have to settle for a birdie. Superb shot though. Two great shots to get to, just about 6 feet for an eagle. Saptak Talwar will be moving to 13 under par.
But he'll have Yuvraj Sandhu on his heels, Rahul. If Yuvraj also does pick up a shot here, which he should. So the gap will probably say just one. So this, it's getting even more and more interesting. It's really the pointy end of the championship. 3 3/4 of day of struggle, and final 6 odd holes for the tournament. And
Khalin Joshi playing what seems like the lowest round of the tournament so far at 600. So is Chikka Rangappa. Chikka Rangappa, yes, also 6 under par, bogey free today to be at 2 under par for the tournament, coming up to tie for 21st position.
What's with these old guys? Arjun Prasad.
Well, Chikka's not so old actually. But
the thing is, I've seen his name on scorecards for so long.
I think that was
So
Arjun
many
Prasad
years.
also made a birdie here.
Birdie,
My
so
apologies.
No.
There.
I
think Arjun also made a birdie there.
It's
So
more relevant.
players would still stay in the same spot.
So the gap stays just one. So if Talwar is 13 under, Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu together move up to 12 under.
Correct.
So this lead group is actually now pulling away. If Sharan is on 8, and if they've moved to 13 and 12, so that makes the gap to the lead 5 shots. 5 shots and 6 odd holes left to go. So I think this is going to be quite fittingly, this is the lead group, and they're keeping the fight to the, also being a bit selfish. They're not letting anybody come near them.
Quite interesting now. Arjun Sharma on our screens. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the final round of the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship. This is the 8th event of the 2025 PGTI season. This tournament carries a prize purse of rupees 1.5 crores, being played at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort in Greater Noida. The PGTI has returned to this venue after a hiatus of 11 years. The curtain raiser to the event was held on the 29th of March at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club, where 5 Indian leading professionals had conducted a golf clinic, and the Adani International School students were present alongside Mr. Pranav Advani, the director of Adani Enterprises Limited, and Mr. Kapil Dev, the president of the PGTI. This partnership extends to the establishment of a joint Adani PGTI Golf Training Academy at Belvedere Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad. This initiative aligns with Adani's commitment to grassroots development and supports India's 2036 Olympic bid, reflecting the group's aim to resonate with the aspirations of a broad Indian audience. Definitely, golf is the right sport to associate with this day and age. One of the fastest growing sports in the country. Adani Group hosting its first ever professional golfing tournament. The PGTI, in fact, interestingly, started here at the Jaypee Greens in October 2006 with its very first event, which was won by none other than Indian legendary golfer Jyoti Randhawa. The Adani Group, headquartered in Ahmedabad, is India's largest and fastest growing portfolio of diversified businesses with interest across energy and utilities, transport and logistics, including seaports, airports, shipping and railways, metals and materials, and consumer sectors. The Adani Group has established a leadership position in the market. The group's success is driven by its core philosophy of nation building and growth with goodness, focusing on sustainable development. Adani Group is committed to environmental stewardship and community improvement through its CSR programs, which are grounded in the principles of sustainability, diversity, and shared values. Some of the PGTI Tour partners who deserve a notable mention here, as Arjun Sharma gives himself a birdie opportunity here on the 14th par 3. Victorious Choice, one of the PGTI partners, is an entity inspired by the philosophy of Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector with its unique and innovative approach of joy of earning. It is promoted by Victorious Endeavours Private Limited, a sports development company that is keen on a holistic development of the sport of golf in India. They say that our objective is to take the joy of golfing to the next level. So you get that, ladies and gentlemen, the joy of earning, the joy of golfing. We also have IndusInd. IndusInd Bank is also a PGTI Tour partner, redefining banking for the past 30 years as a force for progression and innovation. Amritanjan Electro Plus. Amritanjan Healthcare is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and is best known for its iconic brand Amritanjan Pain Balm. Amritanjan Electro Plus is a juice-based electrolyte drink. It helps to restore your electrolytes in the body, which is very important, especially for anyone who plays sports or lives in any of the hot climates, to replenish. And Bisleri is the hydration partner of the PGTI. Bisleri has got its focus on building awareness on plastics, about cleaning, segregating it at source, and sending it for recycling. It provides infrastructure to collect the used plastic from doorstep and send it directly to recyclers. So Bisleri is really trying to change, the way we use plastic today. So, its own contribution into the realm of sustainability, which is such an important aspect in today's day and age. And of course, finally, a notable mention to one of the most longest-standing PGTI partners and also a partner of the sport of golf, Rolex. The privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967, when Arnold Palmer became a Rolex testimony. The charismatic American, one of golf's big three, contributed to popularizing golf and giving it a worldwide dimension. Today, Rolex is not only associated with the most important and prominent bodies of governing golf worldwide, but also with the principal golf tour, professional tours, competitions, and personalities. Its choice to partner with the sport of golf is a logical one. Flawless timing, precision, and control are distinctive hallmarks of both a Rolex masterpiece and the performance of a great golfer.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
We get back to the aerial view here of the Jaypee Green. Saptak Talwar, the local lad, leads the way at 13 under par. And Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad follow suit at 12 under par. It's one shot away. Yuvraj Sandhu coming up on the 13th hole for his second. Sandhu short-siding himself, pretty similar to where Aman Raj had left himself just a short while ago. We have Saptak coming up from the middle of the fairway. Talwar is in a poised position for this flag location, perched up at 13 yards from the front edge, 4 from the left. Enticing pin position here on the 13th. Talwar making it up to the dance floor. He would have about a 20-footer for birdie here. All the way uphill, very much makeable opportunity. While Yuvraj Sandhu will have to hit a nice pitch from just off the green. Arjun Sharma on the 14th for birdie.
We see some good skills on show today, Rahul. It's been really a great display of ball striking, control. It's just the greens that are testing everybody. I think the whole field has been given a thorough examination of their reading skills and both read and execute both. You see, right in front of us, you have one example of that. Here's a player who should know this course pretty well. But he's struggling to come to terms with what has been the way it's been set up.
Local lad Arjun Sharma tapping in for par here. Harinder Gupta making another par on the 14th. Harinder Gupta has dropped 2 shots on the 13th, the par 4, dropping 5 positions now at a tie for 10th. Gopi Chauhan now stays at 5th position on his own at 7 under par. We've got Kalin Joshi at 6 under par, tying all the way with 4 other players.
That's a fairly large group. Again, behind them, even 10th, there's a very good number of people.
Sandhu also coming up short of that flag. That's a tough place. Short siding yourself on this flag location clearly looks like a tough spot to be. Yuvraj and Aman Both of them hit short side themselves. Yuvraj will have to contend with about a 10-footer from the left to the right for a par here. This will be an important putt for him.
Going well right. It's a large green. If you leave the pin position out of it, Rahul, there's ample space. And I think everyone in this case, they were all of them. Aman Raj starting with him. They looked to have attacked the flag and strayed just a little bit. Arjun playing
I think it entices players to drop it on the left
on the
side and
left side.
let the ball come back, towards the flag.
Arjun is playing safe over here. He's gone with the open space on the right.
I'd call it smart actually more than safe because you want to have a putter in your hand no matter what the situation is at this current moment. You want to make sure you have the easy way out.
He almost did it over there.
And when you have a flat stick, you see these players are good enough. Even at 100 feet, they can hold putts all day long. They will have a far better chance of doing so. So I think that is an important facet to keep in
You're
mind.
saying they got a bit greedy.
Absolutely.
Why not? That's the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very easy to do. You see the winds also from the left to the right. So, every player would expect that I'll drop this just a little left of the hole and it'll, feed more towards the hole.
Yes, feed towards the hole. Because,
I think Saptak has placed himself beautifully.
Yeah, he's playing smart golf. Two good putts in front of you just now. Talking exactly what Rahul Bajaj was telling you about, how good these boys are with the putter in hand. Arjun Prasad from almost 40 feet, Talwar from 25 feet. Event leader on 13 under par, hotly chased by the two overnight leaders Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, both on 12 under par, and we're running out of holes. This is now a 3-horse race, Rahul. It's very clear now.
Yes, it absolutely is a 3-horse race now.
It's anybody's. Any one of them can win it. It's just
there's a lot of interesting holes coming up. So
exactly.
and they could go both ways.
I mean,
that's the interesting part.
I would
about
look
them.
at it as profitable holes, particularly the next two, the par 3 and the par 5. Before you come to that the long par 4 uphill and then the long downhill par 3 and then of course Marine Drive at the end of it all. So yeah, this is really.
Sandhu really assertive putt there for par to stay within that one shot, and that was a very important one.
You see, all of them can pick up a shot now on the 14th. All of them. They're good enough to do that. But interestingly enough, that's not a hole where too many people have made gains. And there's a whole lot of pars, not too many bogeys. You have Thanga's hole in one. And then the first birdie that's showing up on the scorecard is by Aryan Rupa Anand. And then a few more after that. Pranav Madikar had got a bogey here. Udayan Mane has got a bogey here. Subhash Taman, Jairaj Sandhu. So it's a kind of a toss-up. I suppose the pin position is
it's certainly not the easiest hole, right? Come to think about it.
Exactly.
Right? But its appearance might be easy, but by the scores you can tell there's a lot more bogeys on that hole and double bogeys than there are birdies.
I think it's the pin position that it's so close to the bunkers on the left.
There are only 4 birdies all day long.
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably a function of where the pin is placed. It's really close to the left edge, which has got bunkers immediately just beyond and behind, and to the left, I beg your pardon.
Arjun Prasad stays at 12 under par after 13 holes here at the final day of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship.
The final 5 holes of the inaugural 1.5 crore Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Shaurya Bhattacharya moves to 8 under par with an eagle on the 15th hole. Now at 8 under, tied alongside Dhruv Shuran at 4th position.
Young man's going well. He's, I think, put away that double bogey in the 6th hole, and he played steady golf after that round. He's not given anything away, and in fact, he's kind of scratched out that double bogey with this eagle, so he's back on 8 under par, and he's in the top 5.
So we take a look at the group of Ajitesh Sandhu, Aman Raj, and Dhruv Shoran, with Ajitesh's father walking besides him.
Aman is the swagger is back. He was a little deflated after when he didn't couldn't profit from the 12th hole from those two scoring chances. Dropped a double bogey immediately after that, but I think the swagger is back.
The interesting 14th, the par 3. All of 162 yards, but an interesting pin position today. 9 yards from the front and 3 yards from the left. So can't go too far left, and we definitely don't want to go too far right. Smart shot is what is needed. Just slightly past the hole on the right side would be ideal. Of course, the closer you are, the better it is. What a brilliant golf shot by Saptak Talwar.
Wow.
Just about 8 feet away or 10 feet away for birdie.
He's putting a marker down for anybody who's around him. You got to catch me, I think is what he's telling both Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad. You want this, you got to take it away from me. I'm not giving it to you.
Absolutely. That's exactly how it should be.
Yuvraj seems to have gone a bit right on that.
Where is I think Arjun Prasad has landed up just short of the green on the left side. That also is a very makeable place to be in. We'll take a look now at
Confusing
Sandhu.
between the two. Yesterday they were both wearing pink. Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, these two buddies. Today they're both wearing blue, and I'm having a bad time keeping track of. Okay, I have to now figure out the degree of blueness.
There's the Arjun Prasad is more towards a turquoise greenish kind of a blue, and Yuvraj is more royal blue. So
slightly more flamboyant.
you'll have to
remember that.
Yeah, you'll have to really.
This is the second or third time I'm confusing between the two of them. It's also my eyesight.
Sandhu.
Looking on a good line.
Pretty good shot there by Yuvraj Sandhu, about 15 feet away for birdie.
Definitely makeable birdie place positions for these two of the three in this lead group. And this is where actually the battle is shaping up. Saptak Talwar, who was two behind the leaders at the start of the day, he is pulled ahead by one. After 15 holes, he's 5 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, having started joint leaders at 10 under this morning, are now worked their way up to 12 under each. And this is some trouble here. Someone's gone. Aman Raj going out of bounds, needing to take a drop. The par 5 15th. This is where players could have or will look to make gains, even if they can't do it on the par 3 14th. Aman looks to have pulled his ball into the drink over there. It's unfortunate. He was going well at one point in time. It seems to have just fallen off the pace just a little bit. Flying the ball onto the green. Just shaved the flagstick as it rolled past. Two-way tie for fourth place behind three leaders, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Dhruv Shoran on 8 under par each, or is three. Both of them are 3 under for the day. Good comeback by the young man. He began hot with 3 birdies in his first 6 holes, but gave away a double bogey on the par for sixth. Went quiet for a while, par, and on the par 5 15 on this hole he picked up an eagle. So there are shots to be picked up still on this course, which probably could decide what will happen at the end, because the swing here between these 2 3 holes, holes number 14, 15, 16, came a great chip on live feed 2 ball, just clipping the flagstick on the par 5 15th hole. Oh, Arjun, I beg your pardon. That's Arjun Prasad on the par 3 14th. Rahul had said that it's quite a makeable position. He almost showed you why. Yuvraj Sandhu lining up his putt. He will be next. He has the longer of the 2 putts. He and Saptak Talwar were on the green. Arjun was just off it to the left. Live feed 1, you see them. This just gives you an idea of the degree of the testing putts that the players are having to face. This is the shorter side of the course, but the greens are a little more contoured here than they were on the front nine. So players having having to be a little more careful with the putts. Tap in to finish. Yuvraj Sandhu on live feed 2 for his birdie putt. 1 shot behind the leader. Doesn't make it. Live feed 1, Rajitesh Sandhu with his putt. He's playing 2 groups ahead of this one, of the lead group. And Saptak Talwar, local boy now, with a chance to put some real distance between himself and the 2 immediately behind him. Arjun Prasad chipping on like Rahul Bajaj had suggested that it was a makeable birdie from there. Just shaved the stick and rolled past. Yuvraj Sandhu leaving his putt staying a little low and a tap in par. Now through, I beg your pardon, Saptak Talwar with his birdie putt. Wants to make sure everything is as perfect as you can get it.
This putt will take Saptak to 14 under par if he makes it. This will separate him from the rest of the pack by 2 shots.
Tracked away.
Will stay at 13 under par.
That's one missed opportunity for the leader. He had a good chance there. It was the best from the tee on 14. And just before the picture cut away, I think Aman Raj, you saw, he probably dropped another shot because he had taken a drop off the green on the par 5 15th. So it's probably he's given away another shot there. This is a bit of a knee knocker for Arjun Prasad Rahul. He ran the ball 3-4 feet past the hole, and he has to make it to stay in touch.
Well, this would be to keep his hopes alive
exactly.
for this championship.
Yes, the first of this is like you're talking about, the pressure putts are now starting to come.
Well, they always do. Well done there by Arjun
He
Prasad.
will be very, very relieved, Rahul.
Absolutely. And also very important to make these putts so that you can keep egging forward.
Yeah. And this was just to stay in play. I mean, a short drop here would have seen him, fall back, which he can't afford now. There's just 3-4 holes to go after this.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
So we are back to the action here on the golf course. There is our live leaderboard on the screen. Saptak Talwar with a bogey-free 5 under par, leading the way on his home course at a total of 13 under par. Arjun Prasad, Yuvraj Sandhu, the two friends who are trailing at 12 under par. There's a pair of Shaurya Bhattacharya and Dhruv Shoran at 8 under par, contending for their own fight of the 4th position at this point of time. Arjun Sharma coming from the right side bunker on hole number 15, the par 5. The pin location today on 15 is 6 and 4 from the right. A good shot there by Arjun. It's all the way downhill from there, that location. It's a pretty good effort. Should still leave him with a 6-footer, which I think is for birdie.
Hari Basoya and Harendra Gupta are the other two members of this group.
Harendra Gupta now at 5 under par for the tournament with one sole blemish on his scorecard, a double bogey on hole number 13. Is at the tie for 10th position. Hani Basoya with various wows with his putter and not really having the best of time with the flat stick for the last 2 days. That's 6 under par at T7. Hani Basoya seems to be putting for eagle here. What a try by Hani Basoya, but running that one by pretty much like a ram through.
It was a bold putt.
Seems like he was forcing that one in. It's just got a long way now for a birdie.
Raman Raj steadying himself after that wobble on the par 4 12. 2 pars in a row after that.
Unfortunately, after that hot start, Aman Raj has been stopped in his tracks pretty much since the 8th hole after he made that bogey. Dropping another 2 then on the 13th hole. Now all the way down to 1 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament.
Still hanging in there in the top 10 though.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he was looking for, but 3 more holes to go for Raman Raj.
Hani Basoya taking his time over that putt.
Honey coming up short with that birdie attempt. Clearly, that's an unforced error. 3-jack there for Honey. So we take a look at Harinder Gupta. Seems like Harinder's birdie putt here. Bit left to right.
He needs that to overcome that double bogey drop from 13th hole.
Absolutely, he jumped him back up a little bit till the tied for the 7th position. Cullen Joshi finished his round at 6 under par. Bogey-free 6 under par round today for Cullen Joshi, who finished at a tie for 7th position. Unfortunately, Harinder Gupta will not be making that birdie putt. Still has about 2.5 feet left for a par.
He's breaking away all the time. I met Cullen at the Indian Open. Rahul, he's been doing work in the gym, and he's looking much more muscular than he was in his earlier days. He's put on good condition.
Well, I think today's game is very different from what it used to be in the past, and putting on muscle, putting on speed, endurance, stamina, everything has become so important for the players that if they don't do that, they're already 2 shots or 4 shots away from the rest of the field.
It's critical just to survive, isn't it?
Absolutely.
In the environment. He knew it.
Arjun Sharma, unfortunately, is having a blemish after another.
Just, two ends of the scale from two local players. You have one of them in the lead, and Arjun in front of you just now. Nothing seems to be going right. He's really struggled through the day. Finds him all the way down in 30th. Arjun Prasad on the par 5, 15.
It's a second shot for the players in that final group. Sapak Talwar coming in from the left side of the fairway. Good angle to come in for this green, as long as the lie is good.
Yeah, but I don't think you would have wanted to have gone that far left on this hole.
The angle is pretty good though.
Yeah, but it gives them more green to play with.
Yes. So even if you're trying to draw one in, you get more room to draw one in. So it's actually a pretty good angle to be coming from. Just the lie that matters in such a situation.
Yeah, there you go.
Brilliant shot there by Saptak Talwar. A bit short-sighted, but I think that should be a very well makeable up and down for him.
Shaurya picked up 2 shots on this hole a little while ago. He had an eagle. So he's back firmly in the top 5. It depends on now how Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu reply to what Saptak Talwar has just...
Again, another important hole, the par 5. If each player would be gunning for a birdie or an eagle, because these are only scoring holes remaining.
Saptak has certainly put himself in line for an eagle. Arjun Prasad going a little long, I suspect, to the right.
Prasad has come out onto the right side of the green. Has he gone past the bunkers?
No, he's in the bunker. They've created new bunkers around this whole round. There weren't that many earlier. I think a couple of years ago, the one on the right, that's a
But
fairly
the front side
recent one.
always had a bunker.
So, but they've created one more even
one more
before
on the
that.
right side of it. Yes, I remember that.
It's good to see the lead group having a fairly dedicated group bunch of followers. I've been watching their progress, wishing them the best and pushing them on.
Dhruv Sheeran coming from just off the green on the 16th. 16th today has a pin on the front left portion, just 8 yards inside from the front. He's on the right side, first cut, or the fringe as one might call it. Leaving himself way short for a par attempt.
Ajitesh, Sandhu and Aman Raj are the other members of this group. Aman Raj just doing a bit of gardening on the green. Looks like he will be the next to putt. Two holes to go after this. There's a long par 3, downhill par 3, 17, and then you have the left to right curling fairway that takes you to the 18th green. Aman sending his putt on the way. Also, looks like he's pulled up a little short. Ajitesh Sandhu now has his opportunity. So it's literally a tap in. Aman 6 inches away, finishing it off. Ajitesh Sandhu is up next. And on live feed too, you have Yuvraj Sandhu, one of the joint overnight leaders this morning. We've already seen event leader Saptak Talwar. Oh, that's a great shot. Now, Yuvraj Sandhu has given him a real chance of catching up with Talwar, who is a shot ahead of him. And maybe, like we've been saying for some time, the battle for the title is between. It has stayed within this group almost right from the very beginning. They led by 2. In fact, Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu were up by 2. Talwar was just 2 behind them, and he's played some of the best golf of the day to be where he is now. One shot in the lead from the 2 overnight joint leaders, Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, at this inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee golf course on a warm day, but there's a breeze. We have spectators out in decent numbers coming to cheer their favorite players, friends, family, relatives. Always encouraging for the players to have support around. And Arjun Prasad, having gone straight a bit to the right on this hole, has the most difficult of 3. Talwar is on the fringe, Yuvraj Sandhu is on the dance floor, and Arjun is coming off the bunker on the right.
Dhruv Sheeran putting for par here on the 16th and rolls I one in comfortably. Got Arjun Prasad now coming out onto the green. That's going to be a tough shot for him, but an important one nonetheless. Arjun needs to make this important up and down. The green is rolling away from him. There's got no space there to drop the ball, but it's coming from the bunker, so that's not too bad because the bunker can help him to impart some extra spin on it.
A lot of chop to that ball, but it's a difficult one.
Played it pretty well, but he'll still have to hold that 12-footer now for birdie.
The green is running away from him all the way.
Lots of work left to be done there for Arjun Prasad.
To even get away with to walk away with the birdie.
Well, that's seems like an advantage Talwar at this moment from that location. He also has less space to work
actually
with.
even closer.
That's for birdie, right?
For eagle.
For eagle.
So yeah, this is a very big hole. I mean, like you're saying, this is probably the last proper real scoring opportunity. So Talwar could find himself in the lead, in a joint lead at the end of this hole. It remains to be seen.
It's a tough shot there. Again, Saptak Talwar. He's a very less amount of room to work with. Chipping for eagle on the par 5, 15th. It's a great shot. Saptak, I think he dropped it just on the corner of that fringe and removed the spin off the ball and got a little bounce. He's got about 5 feet now coming up for birdie.
This is the flag. Is 10, 12 feet.
So seems like an advantage Sandhu at this point of time, coming in for an eagle putt very shortly. You can only imagine both Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu have their fathers walking alongside them, and you can only imagine what's going on inside them at this moment. 4 holes to go, while Saptak Talwar, the local lad, leads the way here at the inaugural Adani Invitational. Arjun Prasad, first to putt. Arjun Prasad making a lovely birdie here on hole number 15 to move to 13 under par for the tournament.
He's really held up well, Rahul, under pressure. Arjun has showed great composure and resilience. And after that early setback and a second bogey in his
At this
front
point
nine.
of time, these putts are so important for him to keep up his campaign. He's got 3 more holes to go and still got a shot to catch up, or maybe 2. Who knows, depending on what the situation goes like.
The thing is, if Yuvraj converts this and Talwar gets his birdie putt, I beg your pardon, Arjun's birdie is critical because then that still keeps him just one behind the lead.
It keeps him in play.
Very much in play. Just one behind. I mean, if Yuvraj Sandhu gets this for eagles, then he will go to 14 under. And Talwar, if he makes his birdie, will also join him at 14. So, Prasad's birdie at this point was absolutely critical.
Yuvraj Sandhu for eagle. Hardly 10 feet away for eagle. Ooh, that'll be a bit of a costly miss, but that'll be a birdie for Yuvraj Sandhu. Well, we've seen 2 great shots from this group so far on par 5s. One came in from Saptak Talwar at about 6 feet on hole number 12, and now from Yuvraj Sandhu on hole number 15. Both players just about lipping them out, missing the putts.
He's looked back at that hole for a very long time, Yuvraj Sandhu. Why did I miss that? How did I miss that?
Saptak Talwar now for birdie. So we have Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad who moved to 13 under par. Can Saptak Talwar keep his lead by 1 shot? This putt to go to 14 under par. Unfortunate miss there by Saptak Talwar. We have a 3-way lead and just 3 holes to go. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on tight to your seats. Get your bucket of popcorns and get ready for a showdown here. 3-way, 13 under par tie for the lead here at the inaugural Adani Invitational. And need I say, excitement is only growing.
actually building. You can actually now feel the tension sitting here. It's amazing. Wow, that is close. So that's now effectively a 5 shot gap between the three leaders, and Shaurya is now will probably now
And of
move up
course,
to
the players at the 8 under par really are, they're at a
they're
tie
out
for
of
fourth
it.
position. They're completely out of the game.
But for just for the shortest time, it keeps them. It gives puts them in third place.
So we take a look on the live feed too. We have the president of the PGTI and Mr. Kapil Dev sitting alongside the CEO, Mr. Amandeep Johal. We've got in the players' lounge, we have Sukhman Singh, Karandeep Kochar, Varun Parekh. All players sitting alongside, watching the live action, what is happening on the course. I'm sure they can feel the excitement as well.
Some of them can't bear it. They've started walking around. Lovely little putt there on the left. On feet number 1 from Arjun. Something to make him feel good. He's had a very, very not so memorable day. Let's put it that way. At least something has gone right for him. We've seen so many of his putts just skim the edges, skip past the sides of the pins. Ani Basoya now. He runs, keeps the ball a little on the high side. Tap in finish. Disappointed. Won't be very happy with that.
You've got Mr. Kapil Dev having a chat
Yuvraj-
with the producer of the
Yuvraj
live
Sandhu
telecast.
actually had a par for that. What I thought was his eagle putt was actually his birdie putt. I beg your pardon, correction there. Which means now
we have a two-way lead.
Two-way tie. Not
Two-way
a
tie
three-way
for
tie.
Saket Talwar and Arjun Prasad. That makes it even more interesting, actually, because we don't have many birdie holes coming up.
It was absolutely critical for Arjun Prasad to get that putt. Sorry, he did a great job. I mean, having run past the hole by that amount, 12. What was it?
Well, the players
12
are running out of holes now, so
yeah. 3 to go.
3 to go. We have the long par 4, 16, long par 3, the 17th and the 18th, the treacherous par 4. Water staring at the players on that right side. 16th is a 475-yard par 4 with bunkers, fairway bunker on the right side and an uphill second shot.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Action's back on. We are on the long par 3, the 17th hole.
Ajitesh Sandhu looks to have finished to the left of the green.
Sandhu has hit a tee shot off the green here on the 17th. The pin is 17 in, 4 from the left. So has got enough room to work with. Seems to have left it fairly short of the hole. Aman Raj in that front bunker on the 17th.
Slightly tricky shot.
Yes, that's a tough shot. He's got very less amount of green to work with. He'll have to hit a really soft hands kind of shot. Needs to pop drop and stop that ball as quick as possible. Well, he's still got about 10 feet left for his par. So, of course, uh, less than favorable attempt there from the bunker for Raman Raj. And Ajitesh Sandhu also has a bit of work remaining there for his par. Sandhu unfortunately coming off a bogey on the hole number 16. Dhruv Shoran in this group currently at 8 under par. 3 under for the day is at a tie for 4th position. So we wait. The group seems to be putting for birdie here. We've got an interesting last couple of holes coming up for our leaders. Saptak Talwar, Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu. I mean, need I say, the first, the inaugural event of the Adani group turning out to be so interesting to, the amount of drama that will unfold now over the last 3 holes, only befitting for the tournament of this stature. Dhruv Shoran for birdie. What a putt there by Dhruv Shoran.
Quite an attempt.
Just about rolling that one in. A dying putt. The last roll drops in to get to 9 under par. And OP Chauhan has also come up to 8 under par with a round of 4 under par today, which in this putt I think will take Dhruv Shoran to 9 under to be solo at 4th position.
So, behind the leaders, fair amount of action taking place.
Just look at the precision on that putt.
That was absolutely stunning.
Aman Raj will need a bit of precision himself over here. Save his par.
The wind is also picking up now, Rahul. You can see it's the first time flags are whipping around.
Norman Raj would go on to drop another shot. Would be at 5 under par for the tournament. Unfortunately, the wheels have come off Aman Raj's charge that he started off with this morning, and he's back down to even par for the day. Ajitesh Sandhu putting for par. Sandhu at 1 over for the day, 4 under for the tournament.
Even though it's the last 2 or 3 holes for these for the groups in behind the leaders, ahead of the leaders, I beg your pardon. There's still a lot to be played for out. There's placing.
Lovely putt there, great save by Ajitesh.
I mean, Dhruv Shoran, Shaurya Bhattacharya, they're all in play. They're to join OP or even go past him. They actually are already there. So we are still waiting for updates on scores from Shaurya Bhattacharya, who hasn't had his score updated for the last 2 or 3 holes. Just saw Dhruv Shoran get a putt, par putt.
Back to hole number 16, we have the leader group now showing up over here. It seems like Arjun Prasad's second shot, setting himself up for another birdie on the 16th.
He's definitely picked up a second win. Great stuff. So yeah, like I was saying, Arjun showing signs of great resilience. Those 2 dropped bogeys on his front nine. He's really sort of put it behind.
We take a look at the other Arjun Sharma.
That's a pretty good shot.
Lovely golf shot there by Arjun to that flag location. It's a tough pin position today on the 17th, just 4 yards from the left side. Tough to approach from over the bunkers over there.
I think that's what sucked Aman into making that error. He went for the flag and he just went a little too far to the left. So, unfortunate.
Hani Beswaya changing his club. I think the wind made him change his mind.
It has definitely picked up.
Winds of change, is it?
Significant. You can see the shadow of the flag. It's whipping much harder than it was earlier. First time I actually saw leaves and leaves blow across the greens. So definitely wind is going to be also going to be a factor in these few holes.
Hani Beswaya making his golf ball reach the dance floor. Be a far way away from the flagstick, but just like we saw with Dhruv Shoran, you never know, he could just hold it from all the way there.
That was a terrific putt.
I think probably one of the longest putts we've seen being drained over the last 2 days.
And we just got a brief glimpse of the lead group behind Arinder Gupta as he was teeing off. A lot of activity now in these final 3 holes. You can still see behind the Adani holding. That's the lead group. Yeah, we are back with them now. Arjun Prasad on your right. Our event co-leader Saptak Talwar, the local boy, walking towards camera. Yuvraj Sandhu in the electrifying blue next to him. As the dull blue is Arjun Prasad, the electrifying blue is Yuvraj. I have to remember that.
It's turquoise blue, Mr. Banerjee.
It's electric.
There's an electric blue and there's a turquoise blue. Man, I can't believe I would teach you these things now.
No, I'm just talking about electric in terms of it's a shiny shirt. Arjun is wearing a very subdued color.
Saptak Talwar coming up from the back of the green for this front flag location. Saptak is a long way away. Also tied for the lead alongside Arjun Prasad at 13 under par. If I'm not wrong, Saptak was at the back of this green yesterday as well. So coming up from this location, and the flag was also up front yesterday, but that was a bit more tough from this location. Today they might be slightly lesser slope to contend with. Saptak has left himself a bit short. Is that a hiccup or just a speed breaker? We'll wait to find out.
It's quite a way short round.
Yep, it's going to be a bit of effort. I think good 7-8 feet, Mr. Banerjee.
Knee knocker.
In this situation, everything's a knee knocker.
But this is a heavy knee knocker. 8 feet and beyond is not good.
Well, Arjun has poised himself very well after that second shot, setting himself up for a very realistic birdie opportunity.
Even here, Yuvraj Sandhu has been given an excellent read of pace and line by Talwar behind him. So
Yuvraj also has a very realistic birdie opportunity here.
Exactly. So plus he's had the extra benefit of actually seeing someone putt almost down the same line in front just before him. So
and he knows he needs to make it no matter what because he's a shot behind. So he has to make it no matter what.
True make or break putt. This young man who's been in fine form opened the season with 2 wins in a row, one at the Tolly, and then immediately after that in Ahmedabad, all the way across the country from Bengal to Gujarat. And here he is putting for what should be a critical birdie for his chances.
Or did he make it?
That
Did he make it? Oh my God. What a putt
amazing.
there. Great effort by Yuvraj Sandhu.
Beautiful. Lovely try. I mean, he couldn't have done anything more than that, Raul.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you can do. You can make the best effort is what you can do on every shot that you have at hand. Pretty good effort. There's no doubt about that.
So now, Arjun Prasad putting to, for the first time, take the lead all by himself. I don't want to be in his mind at this point in time. I'm really
I think as a
impressed.
player, one of the things is that as a player, he must be looking forward to this moment.
I'm really
he wants to
impressed by the
make
way
this.
he's played today. I mean, no question about it. He and Talwar have been the two most impressive players, though they've
Prasad.
been ahead of everybody else.
Rounds of 68, 69, and 69 on the first 3 days, and also has been playing pretty solidly through the year so far.
That's a good year.
Looking forward.
Not missed. He hasn't missed a
birdie
single
off.
cut today. Not today. So
Prasad for birdie to take solo lead at 14 under par. Leave that shot off the hole. To keep things interesting, Arjun Prasad will have to tap that in now for par. Staying at 13
But
under par. We have some interesting
Rahul-
stuff though from Saptak Talwar. He's got a par putt which is
exactly,
quite
and this
treacherous
is
in itself.
not easy. And given the degree of break we saw on Yuvraj's putt, the amount it literally swung away at the very last minute, this is not going to be an easy one. So we still could see, a change in the league. And, Yuvraj had the benefit of all of that lead, the speed, everything, and he still couldn't convert. So now let's see. Again, this is, but every now shot, everyone is a critical. It's great entertainment. I mean, I hope people are watching good numbers. This is a fine show these young men are putting on for us.
Well, I don't know about you. I'm quite entertained today.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's great.
Saptak Talwar to stay in the lead.
Tremendous entertainment.
And he does. Amazing putt there by
Well
Saptak
done.
Talwar. Solid play by both Saptak
Cool
and
head.
Arjun Prasad as well as Yuvraj Sandhu. Moving into the 17th hole still with one shot lead over Sandhu.
That's a cool head we just saw in front of us. Tremendous.
Yuvraj Sandhu with a little 2 to 2.5 footer for par. Oof. Unfortunately, Yuvraj Sandhu missing that short par putt on the 16th hole. Drops away to 11 under par. Now we have Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad all by themselves fighting at 13 under par. Action replay of something that I usually wouldn't want to see again, but go on. Unfortunate miss there for Sandhu. Now on the 17th, our leader group arrives and we'll have this will be interesting last two holes now with the players tied atop that leaderboard and a long iron shot coming up on this par 3. It's a very important shot now for the players, not only the 17th but also the 18th. There is literally no leeway forever. Aman Raj on the last, in fact on the 18th hole as well. It's a tough pin position today. 25 inside and 3 from the left. There's hardly any place on the top of that green and that top tier to stop the ball unless and until you're coming really with a sand wedge. So Aman Raj coming up to that flag location on top, trying to pitch stop that one. But, unfortunately, that will still leave him with a long par putt. As we go to the right side of our screens, we take a look at Arjun Prasad. Prasad would be in that bunker on the right side for that left side flag location. It's, misses the green. Take a look now at having Saptak Talwar now on the 17th. On the left side of our screens is Dhruv Shoran putting to get to 10 under par. Still have about 5 feet left for par on the 18th hole. On the 17th hole on the right side of our screens, we've got Saptak Talwar coming up. An important shot, this one. Long iron shot, perhaps a 4-iron or so for most players on this hole. There seems to be a bit of a help from the wind though, so that could reduce, get it down to about 5-iron. Saptak Talwar placing that ball beautifully on the putting surface. Should not be anything more than about 20 feet away. You take a look at Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj certainly has the prowess to be able to get very close to this flag location. He's got a very solid long iron game. Seems to be a downwind by the looks of the flag on the 16th.
All of what you can see, the amount of movement in the flags behind Rahul, it's really breezy now.
Sandhu with a superb shot, giving himself a birdie opportunity here on the 17th.
Definitely given himself a good birdie look. So that's two balls over there.
It's Saptak Talwar and Yuvraj Sandhu. Arjun Prasad will be in the bunker. Will need to make an up and down to save his par on this par 3. Aman Raj putting for par on the final hole here at the Adani Invitational. Aman Raj.
That was a vicious break from that distance.
Aman would finish at +1 for the day and -4 for the tournament.
Still in the top 10. So that's some sort of a consolation for him. Having started so well, I mean, he just wouldn't have wanted to finish on this kind of note. So now here we have another interesting setup once the lead group reaches the 17th.
Dhruv Shoran putting for par here. Wind has really picked up, and coming into these last two holes for our leaders is nothing short of interesting. Drains that one in, no problem for Dhruv Shoran. He would finish his campaign for the week at 9 under par. And at solo 4th position for Dhruv.
Well done, Rahul. Shaurya is top 5. They finally,
Well done, Shaurya.
they finally remembered to update his scores. But for the longest time, that group was just not being,
It's more like a well done Shaurya.
Yeah, well done, Shaurya. Sure. Of course. 3 under for the day. 70, 71, 70. There is only 8 under par. 280 for the tournament. 5 share of 5th place.
Arjun Prasad from that right bunker. That's it's an important and a tough up and down.
Important, very important hole for him.
We've got the Sandhu family there walking alongside Yuvraj, and we have there in the black t-shirt you've got Arjun Prasad's dad. He's out there supporting his son. Heartening to see a lot of crowd here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. Arjun Prasad. That's a terrific golf shot by Arjun Prasad. In this situation, he's got hardly 3 feet for par.
I think you see, this is the result of all those years of disappointment, Rahul. Even they are a teacher in their own ways. All the moments you have come up short or heartbreaks.
Absolutely. In fact, they are the only teachers.
I'm so impressed with the way he's played today. It's really, I mean, regardless of what the final result is, he can walk away with his head held very high. Great display of resilient golf, determination. I really, so good to see.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? To be out there and give a good fight, and to play and hold your own.
He's repeatedly of the three. He's the one who's put himself into the toughest position, starting with the par 3, that the 15th hole. He's the one who's repeatedly had to do the most to walk away with whatever, and he's matched the others. No one's really broken away from him. So
Absolutely,
huge credit. It's so good to see. It's wonderful.
Yuvraj Sandhu coming up from the back of the green. He definitely needs a birdie.
Not an easy putt at all.
Absolutely, this ball is going to break a lot from the right
and downhill.
If that's any consolation, but an important punt nonetheless for Yuvraj Sandhu. If he still wants to have a shot at this title, he certainly wants to make this one at this point.
Tracking well.
A superb effort there by Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj Sandhu, unfortunately, I would stand corrected over here. The ball didn't break much from the right, actually. That broke the other way around. Just had a very small right-left break in the middle somewhere, and that's that.
And when it got close, it actually went a little bit left
from
to
the
right.
left to the right, correct. The next time you're playing around over here, you could use that information, Mr. Banerjee.
Pro-Am tomorrow. Let's see. I can't keep disappointing my mates in the Noida golf course. I had to leave them today because this sudden feeling 2 days in a row I'm going to be ostracized if I do it.
Saptak coming up for birdie here. Saptak makes this, he moves to 14 under par. So both players looking for their maiden title. Saptak Talwar leaves that just in the jaws of the hole.
Your joint leader Saptak Talwar cleaning up for par on the penultimate hole of this inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. It's been a tremendous fight, especially among the top 3 for top honors, and it's by no means over. And even down the road, down the order, we've seen some great battles and good recoveries, great recoveries, some steady golf. Arjun Prasad now putting to stay in a share of the lead, taking his time. He knows this could be big. This young man is completely calm. He's trying to compose himself for this. And he does it once again. This is the third or fourth hole in a row that Arjun has had to
fight to catch up with the others in this lead group. Yuvraj Sandhu now looking to clean up on his last on this hole, penultimate hole of the championship. The field of 60 professionals and one amateur, one saying he is the only one who's not in contention for the prize money. It's going to be a handsome takeaway for whoever in this group walks away the winner. Yuvraj Sandhu, one behind the two leaders, Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad, sharing the lead on 13 under par. Yuvraj is a stroke behind. Taking his time. You saw that ball break viciously. He is not going to be in a hurry to finish this ball. That's a par, and so Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad move to the final tee, the 18th, the 72nd hole of this championship. 2 shots up the road from Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj dropped a shot on the par 4 16th. The one we got only long shots of mostly, and the other two having played it out for par. Arjun Prasad twice coming back into a share of the lead. Arjun Sharma here, local lad, finishing off. It's not at the best of days. Handshakes all around. You want to have a good wash and change after this. Disappointing from him, considering the fact that he plays most of his golf here. But given the conditions and the way things have gone for everybody else in the field, I suppose that's par for the course. And now left the lead group, which has kept the lead with itself all day long. Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad started off in the joint lead on 10 under par in the morning. Saptak Talwar, who's now currently the joint leader on 13 under par, was 2 behind. He is now 13 under par for the tournament. 5 under for the day. Alongside Arjun Prasad, 3 under for the day, having started 2 shots up the road. Talwar launches. Next week. Right in the middle of the fairway, couldn't have found a better spot for his approach. This green has not yielded too many birdies through the 3 days of competition so far. Literally all to play for. This last 450, 500 odd yards of the inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. New event on the PGTI's schedule. Sending that ball high and long, also safely. Very, very well placed, just a few yards behind Saptak Talwar's ball. And now the third and final member of lead group. Will all of them underway.
mentally must have been a very exhausting day for this group because they really had to fight. And all of them have shown great determination and resilience. It's been a display of gritty golf from this group, from in fact almost the entire field. Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad as they're walking towards the 18th and final green, the 72nd of the championship. 13 under par. Saptak Talwar, bogey free so far on the day, 5 under. And Arjun Prasad, having started the day in the lead, joint lead on 10 under par, has picked up 3 shots on the day. He's 3 under. And both on 13 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu, the other overnight co-leader, is 2 back on 11 under par. Ahead of them, you can more or less see the final shape of things. Dhruv Sharan is sole fourth, 9 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan, Shaurya Bhattacharya are tied for 5th place on 8 under par. Hani Basoya, sole 7th, with 7 under par. Kalin Joshi made a great run today. Bogey free for the round, 73, 73 and a 70. Great run that took him into the top 10. Sartaj Chibur, Ravi Kumar, Aryan Rupa Anand, Kochiro Sato, Aman Raj, and Ajitesh Sandhu in this big group who finished in a share or tied for 9th place. But that's done. What's in front is this group that's on screen in front of you. This is where it will all be decided. Saptak Talwar, Arjun Prasad said, share the lead on 13 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu, the overnight joint leader, 2 behind, 11 under par.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Arjun Prasad will be the first from the lead group. Plays second shot on the 18th hole, the 72nd of the championship. He's pulled the ball well left. Looked to have dug his club into the turf over there a little bit. Been tucked well to the left. Almost guarded by the cloverleaf bunker, as you just saw from the drone shot. Yuvraj Sandhu is next. 2 shots behind the leader. And his ball a few yards behind Saptak Talwar's. Yuvraj Sandhu, the second shot. Just saw his good friend Arjun Prasad pull the ball just a bit to the left.
almost an identical result. But then Yuvraj Sandhu has more to play for than the others in this group. He is two behind and he had to go for the pin. Arjun Prasad as well going for the flag. Now Saptak Talwar, the final member of this group. Checking the distance for one last time. The other two have gone slightly to the left and just beyond the flag off the green into what looks like slightly wispy rough. And Talwar will be mindful of that. So the generous sprinkling of spectators all around watching progress of the lead group. Looks to have opted for a similar line as the other two, but with a much better result. He's closer to the pin, right on the fringe of the green of the 18th green. Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu have gone a little longer than this. A real test of nerve for all three, particularly the two who are in the lead, joint leader Saptak Talwar and Arjun Prasad on 13 under par. Neither of them have won on the PGTI earlier, so one of the two is going to walk away a first time winner. Which one it will be? Your guess is as good as mine for the moment. But what an enthralling finish to this inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. It's actually come down to the last hole from this group itself. They were the three in front when we set out in the morning, and they are the three in front as we bring things to a close in the afternoon. None of the three on the green. There was a lot of space to play with, but with the pin tucked so far to the left, just 3 feet from the left edge. That was the line to go for if you wanted to make a difference. Arjun Prasad running a bit long. Yuvraj Sandhu was running a bit long. And Saptak Talwar, having seen what happened in front of him, has just stayed a shade under the pin. Though he himself is also not on the green, he's on the fringe. But of the three, you would have to say that Saptak Talwar is the best place to make gains, real gains out of this. It certainly has been a test of skill and determination from the entire field. The winning score 13 or 14 under. Just tell you, after 4 days of golf from these highly skillful, experienced, talented players, tells you how much the course has tested the field. Part of the reason would be unfamiliarity, because a very large number of this group would not have played this in a professional environment before. So for all of them, it's been a journey into the unknown, and they've learned to find their way. Scores today indicating definitely that they have been far better than we have seen so far. And that's an interesting choice of club. Arjun Prasad looks to have a putter in his hand, even though he's well off the green. He's about 6 to 8, 7 feet off the edge of the green. The wind has really picked up now. It's whipping around. You can see the trees in the background, the flags fluttering. And Arjun Prasad, one last look. This is a brisk breeze now. And making a real go of it, just missing the pin, but that ball is now on the long down slope away. Overhit it a bit. Always a danger when you come from so far off the green with a putter. You have to cater for that much of extra rough for the ball to come through. Yuvraj Sandhu would have seen that, and so will we see him change
his mind and his club, or is he going to stick with whatever his original choice was? Arjun Prasad just sending the ball skidding past the pin and good 12, 14, 15 feet away. Saptak Talwar is up next. He is also off the green, but not as deep into the rough as Arjun Prasad was. And he has a putter in hand as well. This could be decisive. Short, but much, much, much closer to the pin than Arjun. Yuvraj Sandhu, the final member of the group to play, and he's in the deep rough. He will almost certainly have a wedge in hand, given from where he's playing. He has to be mindful of the fact, Yuvraj, that the ball will run away, so he has to cater for that. Tricky final moments of this inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. Yuvraj Sandhu, the last of the lead group to play. Soft hands. Soft hands. It's probably the best he could have done other than hold it from there. So Yuvraj Sandhu will have the last putt of the three, the closest to the pin after their approach. Arjun Prasad will be the first to putt for par. And he needs this to stay alive in the competition, in the race for the top spot. Neither he nor his other co-leader, Saptak Talwar, have ever won on the PGTI before. Both of them around the same age, both 26, 27 years old, have been there or thereabouts, but not been a member of that magic winner's circle so far. This is such a huge putt, Arjun Prasad. He had a good year this year. Not missed a cut in any of his starts. Took a second place. That was Saptak. This is massive. Unfortunately, the ball just not going as far as he would have liked it to have gone. Which means if, unless the others drop shots around him, Prasad will have given away one shot on this hole. Yuvraj Sandhu, two behind the leaders, now two behind the leader. Saptak Talwar finished second behind Yuvraj Sandhu earlier in the year at the Grade 1 Championship in Ahmedabad, Grade 1 Gujarat Open. He was second behind Sandhu. So here's a chance for Talwar to turn things around. Yuvraj Sandhu locks in his par putt, and they've left the stage for possibly the winner, the champion at the inaugural 1.5 crore rupee Adani Invitational at the Jaypee Greens. Yet to win, calls this his home course. 26 years of age, Saptak Talwar finished 11th at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship in Dolly, runner-up at the Grade 1 Gujarat Open, and made every cut he's made this year. But this is special. This is different. This will put him in a very small group of winners of champions, and that is it. Saptak Talwar, that is your new champion, your winner of the event. He wins with a 13 under par score. Arjun Prasad will finish second, 12 under par, and Yuvraj Sandhu third on 11 under par. So that's your top three for the inaugural Adani Open. Caddies and friends having their day. Since we don't do champagne, we do water and we do other sticky things like limca and so on and so forth. And but what a happy man he will be. This is his home course, and Saptak Talwar truly has made the most of home advantage. Tremendous run. The winner coming home bogey free. Yuvraj Sandhu getting a consolation hug from his father. And Saptak greeted by his friends and buddies from course, Noida and Greater Noida players all around. This will be a moment he will never forget. Played the most determined golf of all the three. Kept his head down. Nothing flash, nothing fancy. Just did enough to do what he just did what he needed to do. Picked up a shot at every opportunity. Gave nothing away. And in the end, that was good enough for his maiden professional title. It'll be a proud moment for him. He's come on his home course, come in front of a large gathering, and it's come at a very lucrative tournament. 1.5 crores is the prize money. The total prize pool, 15% of which goes to the winner. Do your calculations. It's a good amount of money. It's a fairly healthy sum of money. So congratulations to Saptak Talwar and his team, his family, friends, and for Arjun Prasad, what can one say? He was probably the bravest golfer in this group. Came back from adverse situations so many times in the course of this final 18 holes. Battled his way to a position where he could have gone even closer than he did. But that last, the option of playing that shot from off the green turned out to be just a little too far. So there you have the screen on the screen in front of you. 13 under par, the winning score. Saptak Talwar of the Jaypee Greens on 275. 12 under par, 276 for Arjun Prasad. Still winless, but his day can't be too far away. 277, 11 under par for Yuvraj Sandhu. Started the day in the joint lead alongside his good friend Arjun. And the two have finished second and third behind a very, very deserving winner. Saptak Talwar on 13 under par, 275 on what is his home course. Behind the first three, Dhruv Sharan taking a very merited fourth place. Om Prakash Chauhan and Shaurya Bhattacharya, two ends of the scale. The vastly experienced Chauhan and the up-and-coming Shaurya Bhattacharya was rookie of the PGTI Tour last year in a share of fifth place. Ani Basoya by himself in seventh place on 7 under par. I beg your pardon. Om Prakash and Shaurya finishing on 8 under par, 280. Hani Basoya finishing sole seventh on 7 under par, 281. Khalin Joshi, another charger who ran through the field, flawless round, great golf, 6 under par. Finishing in 8th place, Sarthak Chibar, Ravi Kumar, Aryan
Arjun Prasad,
At
two
the
ahead of
inaugural Adani
Yuvraj Singh.
Invitational. And now time for the PGTI show, a brand new show over here wherein we explore the holistic landscape, the distance it has covered and how far it has still to go. So we've got Mr. Rahul Bajaj over here, former professional golfer, now an entrepreneur, and we're also joined by Mr. Ajitesh Sandhu. So first things first, Rahul, starting with you, would also be not just donning the role of an expert, a guest, but also a co-host. Overall, looking back at, say, a decade to how far we have come here.
We've absolutely come a very long way, for professional golfing, and as as a golfing nation as such, we've come a very, very long way in the last decade. In fact, I think the last year, 2024 and 2025, really mark how far we have come. During the pandemic, no one could really tell what was happening, but coming in now, and the future looks extremely bright.
So important that Rahul talked about the pandemic, Ajitesh, because everything was uncertain, and yet there is a contrast that we can actually compare and talk about in terms of how things have changed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of us, if we look back at that time, it was a tough time for all of us. But I'm glad we're through it and we're back stronger. The partnerships that we've formed as a tour have been amazing. And yeah, we're all just looking ahead and raring to go.
Again, partnerships, that's my cue for the next question, Rahul. Early on, for any young golfer starting out, there are apprehensions. You wonder if there'd be enough support. So when we say partnerships, we're not just talking about what PGTI as an organization gets, but PGTI, because of the efforts that it has made, how it's relatively easier for any young golfer in today's day and age to get support.
So actually, this is a very important question. Coming back to when you started off from a decade away, having corporate sponsors in the sport was really a far cry. Today you have the groups like the likes of Adani and Victoria's Choice who've come forward, and they are sponsoring the sport of golf, and it's one of the fastest growing sports in the country. And having said that, this kind of support also goes a long way for the upcoming players. So as I see today, a lot of professional golfers have started to wear badges of different companies. They've got corporate sponsors on their sleeves, and all this just goes a very, very long way in taking the sport further. And need I say that it's only a matter of time when you'll start seeing more and more of Olympic medals and international victories, and hopefully a major champion in the next couple of years.
With golf now a part of the Olympics, we've seen how much interest that can garner. Now, obviously, a lot of the changes would reflect, say, a decade down the line. But how do you see more that can be done? What do you see can be done from here on to get more children involved, so that we have more pool as far as the talent is concerned, bigger pool?
I think the biggest hurdle we face as a nation in terms of golfing success is access to golf courses and just the number of golf courses. So I think that's probably even public driving ranges. So if that's something that we can all put our heads together and figure out a way to increase the access, increase the number of courses that we have in our country, I think that'll immediately change the forecast of golf in India.
A very important point, and then next probably we can talk about the role models. We have umpteen of those. How important are role models for anybody taking up the sport?
I think extremely important. In every aspect of life, you need someone to look up to. I personally have been very lucky to be born and brought up in Chandigarh. We've had international golfers, for many, many years, like Sajid Milkha Singh, Amandeep Chaul, who's our CEO now. And yeah, just when you're growing up, you see how they behave, how they go about their day and their business, and you just imbibe those things as you go along. And that's something that can't be taught. It's something that you just have to see in person and imbibe, and it sticks with you for the rest of your life.
Rahul, for it to be more structured, because we're still talking about the grassroots level, do you think schools can get involved? Which other participants or stakeholders do you think can get involved at that stage?
Well, I think first and foremost is as Ajitesh mentioned, getting more and more private driving ranges in, getting more and more golf courses in. This could be to do with both public support as well as from private entities. So this comes in both ways. going forward, I also see that schools have a lot of opportunity. So having convert some of the schools into having their own driving ranges within, probably convert a football field into a hybrid driving range for the evenings or something of that sort, could go a long way. Also, introduction of golf at a very nascent stage in places like schools, and in fact even corporate houses, for that matter. You see that people are working all day long in these corporate buildings, and one could these days just fit in a simulator in there, and that could get people to start off with the sport of golf. So a lot can be done at the grassroots level. Having said that, even on the government school side, if you see, in the villages, one could really introduce this sport in a very small way. You've got fields available. All you need is a couple of clubs and a couple of golf balls, and we could really get started.
I'm talking about starting.
Sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry we are making you wait in this weather, but we are waiting for Mr. Adani to come. He's delayed by a few minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to announce something which is going to keep your interest going. I've got a lot of slips here. Please take your slip. We're going to have 2 more lucky draws of 10,000 and 5,000 open for everybody. So you have a good chance of winning. Please take your slips here, put it into this, write your name, put it into this box, and we will announce 2 lucky prizes of 10,000 and 5,000 in the next 15 minutes.
So talking about slips there by Mr. Amandeep Joel, the CEO of the PGTI. Another person who's made a slip onto the stage here is Avardeep Malik, a professional golfer of very high caliber. Just after we had a little tete-a-tete there with Ajitesh Sandhu.
Thank you, Rahul. And just to take the conversation forward, we are talking about how golf can be promoted through the length and breadth of the country, because the demographic dividend that we talk about in India comprehensively, how can that be tapped as far as this sport is concerned?
I mean, I'm just going to continue with where Ajitesh left off, and what Rahul's been saying about grassroots level, how important it is for the government, the schools, to step in and make golf as popular as cricket is. And that'll only happen with the work that has to go from the big organizations, which are Sports Authority of India, the Olympic Association, and now golf being an Olympic sport. I feel it's the right time for the sport to actually blow up.
And thankfully, with technology in today's day and age, it's not just the infrastructure that's needed. Like you talked about creating such stimulation practices where people could get involved at the corporates and stuff. So how important do you think technology is going to be for propelling golf further ahead?
I think technology is the biggest factor that has come in for propelling golf, and it's going to play a huge factor. So in cities, especially where there is no space available, I think simulation is going to play a huge part. Having said that, technology has played a huge part even in today's professional golf. Having live scoring in, having a live telecast out there. Also, players are maintaining the statistics on applications and so on and so forth. And in fact, learning and coaching is happening a lot on these apps. So technology is the one which is really playing a huge part, and hopefully we just keep growing like that in terms of golfing technology as well. I think simulation is going to play a huge part in cities going in the future.
Absolutely. And just getting the chance to actually look at and learn from the top professionals, with the games being streamed live, be it on apps, be it on television, how important that is, because we talked about the game reaching anybody who's aspiring to become a golfer or just get associated with the sport in any capacity.
I mean, yeah, PGTI for the last 2 years has worked extremely hard to make the game accessible on television, on different social media apps for, the masses. And we have seen a growth which, we are extremely happy about. We've had ex-golfers, people involved with the industry who have stepped in and, promoted the game in their own unique way with social media, with, so many other forums. And that is, again, as, as everybody keeps saying, that, it's the most important part of growing the game, because it has to be tenfold in all forms, with the government helping, with people helping, and, that's how you grow the game.
That gentle smile on Rahul's face as you talked about ex-golfers getting involved, their passion being channelized into help for others to get involved.
I think that plays a huge part, again, in this whole scenario. At the end of the day, to have more and more avenues available for people to be able to work in, So be it coaching for that aspect, or be it commentary like we've just done today, or be it running an academy in the future, or so on and so forth. And some people like Amandeep Joel have gotten involved in the administrative side of things. There are some players who could be really good at the marketing side of things. And sports as such is a huge domain. So it's not just playing is not the only thing to be done. So there are a lot of avenues open, and only if the sport grows, then these avenues open up for the players as well.
The way you smiled after my question, I thought you'd stop me at ex-golfer and say, what do you mean by ex-golfer? Once a golfer, always a golfer. And probably that's the spirit that binds us all together and brings us on these courses. But yeah, talking about what more can be done and how can we move ahead. So your thoughts on what more can be done, one, at the organizational level, as far as the PGTI is concerned, and then with regards to the sponsors, how can they make it more accessible to young golfers?
I think our esteemed president, Mr. Kapil Dev, has been extremely gracious with his time when it comes to golf in India. He has been a legend of a sport, and for him to come, towards golf and help this game grow has been super helpful for our organization, for PGTI. And he takes out personal time to grow the sport in any capacity he can. Just last week we were at Shantigram at the Adani township, and all the professional golfers there, we tried to help as many kids as we could with lessons, with the academy setup. And it's organizations like Adani, big companies like Adani, who can create this atmosphere for underprivileged and people who think golf is still a rich man's sport, and it'll come from companies like these, where they make it accessible, make it easy for anybody to come and play. So they have a wonderful academy at Shantigram, which you were kind enough to show us, and it's open to the public, and you can just go there, practice, hone your skills. There's amazing coaches there, and now with PGTI's help, I'm sure professional golfers will be there to assist also.
We use the phrase role models at the start, and who better really to spearhead than Mr. Kapil Dev, who's really set the bar so high for sporting excellence in India. And now really to then also elaborate on what the landscape looks like, we are joined by another golfer, very popular on the tour.
Chikkarangaba, welcome. So, Chika, I see that you've come up with a really solid round today, and it's nice to see you back over here now talking to us. I'll leave it up to her to take this conversation onto what we're talking about, which is growing grassroots level of golf.
So, to begin with, your quick thoughts on how golf can be promoted at the grassroots level before we head to other pertaining relevant points.
To be honest, we need to have more public driving ranges, and probably also reach out to places where remote areas, I would say, because a lot of the places are more in, people look out in the cities and everything, but we need to go out in the remote areas where there is so much more talent we've got. We need to go out there and look at those, and then get those people, give them an access to a golf club and a driving range, and that's how, basically give them a real taste of what real golf means, rather than just making them, playing with a wooden stick or something. I mean, myself, that's how I've grown up, getting into this game, where I started with making a golf stick on one of the wood, and then finally when I got hold onto a real club, that was a big change for me and a big smile in my face, and changed everything for me.
So what are the key attributes, starting with you, Rahul, that you'd want anybody to possess before they get into the sport?
So I think the first thing that I would look for is intent. Beyond that, we're looking for some amount of, in terms of technique, if I speak, we just want a little bit of hand-eye coordination, a little bit of balance, and that should be good to go. More than that, I think intent plays the largest part, because I can get you hand-eye coordination and balance both over a period of time, but intent is something which is difficult to get.
And then the concentration and the mental aspect of it comes into the picture?
I think all those things can really be built up over time, but first there should be this literal want to play and to enjoy a sport. I think that's what really starts the base level of someone becoming a sports person.
Chika, for you, what is nature versus nurture here? What do you think can be built up, can be acquired? What do you think is innate talent that one needs to have before aspiring?
To be honest, the first thing is that person who comes in, he needs to, you got to fall in love with the game. And that's the first thing that he needs to look at it as. And then from there onwards, it's such a beautiful game where that you tend to make friends first. Rather than being so competitive, you need to go out and make new friends. And just go out and make new friends and then play along with them and have a round of a golf and practice whatever. There should be a lot of more fun games than being more very serious about it. Just enjoy every bit of it and help each other again at the same time. Compete each other, probably help each other out on the stuff that you're good at, and maybe take a help on the stuff that you're weak in it as well. That's very important. That nature is very important as a player, and then where you can. It's all about how you can give and take as well. So that's something that is very important in this game, and that will just probably take you a long way going ahead.
For the parents and coaches getting their wards or children introduced to the sport, what are the key messages that you'd have?
For the parents and children, I think, again, first thing is very important point that Chika has picked up is that you must love the game and make friends out there. And I see as a coach, because that's what I do predominantly through the day, I see that most people just want to play to win and they just want to compete, which is great. But it should not be such which becomes unhealthy. So at the end of the day, you've got to play to enjoy the sport, you've got to love the sport, and you've got to compete at a very healthy level. We've just seen a very healthy level of competition today between a bunch of friends. In fact, Arjun and Yuvraj are close friends, and that's what has been spoken about so much for the last 48 hours. But we've really seen some healthy competition amongst them rather than something which is very heated. And I think that really is the essence of the sport. Camaraderie is what needs to come to the fore, and I think parents as well as coaches should encourage more and more of that rather than just plain wholesale technique or just competition.
Chika, what age do you think is the correct age to bring a child to the course, to get the child introduced to the sport?
The right answer would be the kid needs to come out by himself rather than the parent really pushing to a certain game that he likes or not. So you are going to take the kid and explore the kid and then take him to every different part of the game. Like it could be golf, it could be cricket, any XYZ. So there's no certain age of it. But if you can just drag him in, just give him a club and see what it feels like to him, make him hit some balls, spend some quality time with him, and some great bonding between a daughter and a father and a son and a father. That's something that builds up, and then as you have a good time there, the kid will automatically tend to sort of come back in and say, that's what I want to do with my dad. And that's something that relationship needs to be built between a kid and a father. So I wouldn't put it a number, saying age in a certain way, but it's all about a great bonding between a kid and a parents will definitely sort of make the kid sort of enjoy more and so probably get more involved and just love the game.
So obviously, considering the level at which the two of you played, your parents would have played a huge role in your journey. Considering that, with a bit of that story as well, as you elaborate on this question, what do you think the approach should be that the parents adopt? Because there are times when parents become too ambitious. You're investing in your child, you want results. There are times when you want results, and the process probably is not that important. So the learnings that the parents also need to imbibe.
For me, I've been traveling myself since I was a kid, probably when I was 13 years old. Probably in my 20 years of golf, my parents would have probably come and watched thrice, and where else they needed my permission as well. But like I said, that it's very important for parents to let the kids be and not put pressure on them and not expect anything. But I do see a lot of parents these days where else probably their expectations and they probably would have wanting to be that one of those, and they kind of try to implement that on the kid and add a lot of pressure. And this is something that I tell many of the parents is that the moment you tend to put pressure on the kids, they tend to cheat. That's the first thing that you don't want your kid to learn. The moment he'll start to cheat on the golf, the game that he loves, then there's no end to it for after that. So it's very important for parents to nurture the kid, and like I said, just let him be and just be as a support system, and whatever that he loves to do, just be there. I would say rather than being a dad or a mother, you have to be a best friend, and that's how I have had my parents, where they had a lot of trust in me and belief, and I was very honest, because irrespective of whatever I would do, good and bad, I would come back home and speak to them and tell them what exactly I went through in a day. and if I had done something bad, they would correct me. And that's the bonding that parents needs to have, and I think that will probably go a long way for them, and the kid will also head in the right direction.
Interesting. Now, psychologically, it's very different for sports persons growing up because, say, at the age of 12, like early teens as well, you're already involved in competition and intense competition because kids your age are also obviously at similar levels. It's very different from what childhood other children have from a conventional childhood. So then, how do you think we, as different stakeholders, can help kids cope up with that?
Well, I think that conventional is really dependent from society to society, right? So that could be something that really shifts from a certain sect of the society to the others. So one can't say much about that, although I would say that no matter what kind of a convention you actually do come from, a lot of different ways of upbringing, the essence of sports and the way someone turns into someone successful still remains the same. So I think no matter where we go, that part remains the same. As I welcome Manu Gandas now here. Manu, welcome. And you've been playing a lot on the DP World Tour over the past season or two. And we'd like to hear something about your experiences from there.
Overall, it was a great experience. I feel the level of field and the crowd that you see there, it's very encouraging. And at the same moment, you also know where you are at and how much you have to work on to be where you want to be.
Interesting. Now, just to continue what we were talking about, Manu, what does a golfer's childhood look like? Say, from the age of 10, for the uninitiated, for them to know.
I think the childhood should not look any different from any other child as such. It's I personally believe, at least initially, let the child grow and be more athletic rather than just a golfer. Let the child play all the sports and develop all the hand-eye coordination, all the skills necessary. And later on, when the child matures and can decide and is a bit more serious, then you can focus more towards golf or any other area. It doesn't have to be a golfer from the get-go.
And then there are academics as well to balance. Manu mentioned that you needn't be a golfer, professional golfer from the start, of course, because then there are other things as well that you might just neglect because you think this is what I'm going to be and there's nothing else that I need.
Very true.
Rahul, your thoughts on the same, academics, and how to strike that balance?
So I think it's extremely important, to continue with the academics very well and play sports side by side. At the end of the day, it does not need to be the be-all, end-all of what you do. And, like we spoke earlier, first it's the love for the sport that is sort of put in. It's the camaraderie, it's the friendships that you build around you. That's what comes in. And it's much later, probably around the age of 13, 14 or 15 is when you're really making up your mind whether you're going to do this professionally or not. We tend to see a lot more emphasis on, making this into a profession quite early on these days. While really speaking, we have no idea at a young age of 8, 9 or 10 what a child would want to be. So I think that early push is something that we need to sort of negate away from and move towards a much more holistic viewpoint. And with that holistic viewpoint, I think academics remains very important. And if you look at some of the greatest sportsmen, most of them have actually gotten very well educated before they came up. And having said that, also, most of the players they've actually got to have really good all-round personalities to be an international athlete. And without academics, I think that's pretty impossible to do.
There's this interesting story about Tiger Woods as to how his father introduced him to the sport at a very young age. Now, that's not something that we see generally, but more of it like an experiment that if these are the attributes, these are the boxes that get ticked, the child has a higher chance of excelling in a certain chosen field.
That seems to be true, but that's, I feel, is a one-off case. It shouldn't be the norm anymore. The norm should be balance of everything, and then letting the child sort of seek interest into it and develop into it.
Or just be around the course, have fun there, run around, obviously when the golfers are not in action at the course, and then the skill thing comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Very rightly, everything has to be centered around fun to begin with, and it's only later on in the stages that you figure out whether you really want to play sports for a profession or not. And I think if you go the other way around, you have a higher chance of quitting sports than you have carrying on with it. In fact, I am of the belief that you want to build in sports as a lifestyle into kids rather than having it as a profession. So if it's a lifestyle, then if they excel and they want to excel, then they continue with the sport and they keep going. And if they don't, at least they play it, as a recreation or as a part of their lifestyle for the rest of their lives. And that's more important, I feel. The end of the day, not everyone's going to turn out to be a top athlete. But if we can have sports as a part of our lifestyle, I think we can be very healthy individuals, and that will go a long way.
Now, before we wrap up, quickly touching upon some other important points. Fitness, there has been a shift in perception, how golfers too are prioritizing fitness, how much of emphasis that has to be laid upon that as compared to the skill side of things.
I think fitness is
it's just as important as,
if not more, because I think for longevity and for you to perform well, I think fitness should be a priority. And for longevity, I think you have to be injury free, and being fit and everything that's needed in your sport, it will be helpful.
because at the end of the day, there are just 24 hours to work with. So balancing between the two. And we've also seen a lot of professional golfers seeking help as far as the mental side of things are concerned. So how do you see that shaping up in the future?
I think Manu practices a lot of meditation, so I'll let Manu take this question over.
I think mental side golf, as they say, is between the 5 inches between your ears, and skill after a certain level, skill wise, more or less everyone's at the same level. It's what the mentality gives you the edge. So as you get serious from the junior or amateur days only, I think that's one of the important part of your training, what it should be, and whatever your goal might be, I think that should be important to inculcate into it.
Because as compared to a lot of other sports, in golf, you're not really responding to something, you're initiating an action. And between you getting ready and initiating that action, all of those times, there's a lot that the mind can do.
Well, interestingly, you bring up that point, and yes, that is the reason that a lot more calmness and a lot more meditation and all of that is required for a sport like golf. Having said that, most top sportsmen, no matter which sport they play, are actually, they follow some sort of a meditative practice or a breathing practice in their regimen, no matter what sport they come from, even if they come from a dynamic sport. So having said that, there's also stories about most successful people, whether they've been corporate honchos or anything, they have also practiced these kind of things throughout their lives. So clearly, I think discipline, breathing, meditation, calming down the mind, and the mind being the most important thing. No matter what you want to succeed at, be it golf or cricket or maybe table tennis or maybe even running a business for that matter, I think routines and discipline is what really brings the best out of you.
Is visualization also a part of it in your case, Manu?
Definitely is. I think to a certain degree it has to be. If you don't know your target and the road to take there, you won't be reaching it. So I think it's an important aspect.
Just to break it down for those children who are not really aware of these practices, how would you explain it to them? What visualization looks like? What getting your mind to be calm looks like? What does it involve?
I think before visualization, I think I'll come to the being calm part. Being calm, especially in golf, because it can make you frustrated, or as a game there'll be parts of you that you don't know will come out. So I think staying in present, I think that's the simplest way to be calm. Easier said than done, but breathing, there are numerous breathing techniques and whatnot to be in present. And visualization in simple words would be playing or doing what you want to do prior to you do it. So
now in golf, say a round of 18 holes, good number of hours involved, 4 to 5 hours involved there. Switching on and switching off, how important that is, and how do you find your spaces to switch off?
Well, extremely important. Again, I don't play competitively anymore. I think Manu would be a better person to answer this question. But yes, it's predominantly switching on and switching off, because of which a lot of players need to practice calmness in their mind. And like Manu was bringing up earlier, it is visualization is how you want to do and what you want to do. But the calmness in the mind actually will give you the ability to be able to do it. So I'll just hand it to Manu for the spaces that you're talking about in the middle.
I think switching on and off is quite important, because if you are just switched on through and through, you'll tire out, and that's not ideal. So anything that takes your mind off, it can be any activity, it can be any hobby you have. It's very important to have, just not for the game itself, but to have a character in your life as well.
And what's also important is to hear these thinkers of the game time and again, to really pick their brain and to understand what more can be done as we try and get more and more children and more people in general involved in the sport. Thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you so much, Manu, and to all the other golfers who became a part of this show. And as of now, we are signing off from this PGTI show, but we'd be back with the presentation ceremony of the inaugural Adani Invitational.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
And Thangaraja, and Thangaraja, Thangaraja. Thangaraja wins the prize of rupees 5,000. Can we have a picture with you here on stage, Thanga? Very lucky man, hole in one and second prize in the lucky draw. Oh, we've got another professional here. O.P. Chauhan wins the prize of rupees 10,000, the first prize in the lucky draw among these two prizes. Is O.P. Chauhan here? He's not here, so we move on. We pull out another name. Okay. Is O.P. around? Is he having lunch by any chance? Can anyone check, please? Okay, we are waiting, we are waiting. Is OP around? Can we see him? Everyone's eager to move on. Okay, he's on the way. Here he is. O.P. Chauhan, the winner of the lucky draw, worth rupees 10,000. Thank you. We are done with the lucky draw and we'll be commencing the main prize presentation ceremony shortly.
So to underline the message. You know, I could have repeated that 100 times, but Mr. Kapil Dev asking you to come forth, now that's something you can't just hear and leave it at that. And now glad to welcome on the stage Mr. Pranav Adani, Director, Adani Enterprises Limited. We are also joined by Mr. Amandeep Johal, CEO PGTI, and Mr. Rahul Mehta, owner, Victorious Choice. Thank you, gentlemen. And now we'd request Mr. Kapil Dev and Mr. Pranav Adani to kindly release the balloons to mark the beginning of the prize presentation ceremony. Ms. Riya Joshi is requested to please bring the balloons to the stage. It's been quite a challenge to stop the balloons from flying because it's been pretty windy here, pleasantly windy. We've tied it really secure. Just in case we had doubts about the wind direction, it gets clarified right there. And now we'd request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly make the opening address.
Pranav ji, my president Mr. Kapil Dev, Rahul Mehta ji, Nishit Jain ji, my fellow golfers, members of Jaypee Greens, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pranav Adani has stuck to his word. He had promised my president that he will come. He has flown straight from the airport, flown from Ahmedabad and come straight to Jaypee Greens. A big round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. Your commitment to the game of golf, your commitment to the PGTI, we are really, really grateful and thank you so much. I also want to thank Gaurav and his entire team. Thank you, Gaurav. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Dhruv from Jaypee Greens, Dhruv and your entire team, your F&B team and your greenkeeping staff, the golf course played phenomenally well. A big round of applause because after 11 years, PGTI made a comeback to Jaypee Greens. And thank you very much to Adani and thank you very much to Jaypee Greens, to Dhruv. To my other partners, Rolex, Amrutanjan, Bisleri, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, Prasar Bharati and ABP. Thank you very much. Vivek, your TV coverage was phenomenal. Thank you so much. My tournament director, Sampachari, your referees team was absolutely superb. Every tournament now is becoming a hole-in-one tournament. So I don't know what you're doing, but setting the pins to easy for the par threes. Entire PGTI team, I cannot thank you enough. You have been a great, rock-solid support. I think everybody can make out my excitement of this week. This week, we worked very hard to put together. It has come to an end, but it's not the end. It's the beginning of a great partnership between Adani and PGTI. Thank you so much.
The excitement indeed is palpable. Thank you so much, Mr. Johal. We next invite Mr. Pranav Adani to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. I'm sure all the winners and all the players had a good game today. It's really our privilege as the Adani Group to be associated and to have a partnership with PGTI, really for this Adani Invitational Championship Cup. You know, sport is something that's been really close to us as a group, close to our heart. And I feel that the growing India, the growing country, the growing nation really requires sportsmen who can actually make India proud. And thank you, Kapil Dev ji, thank you, Aman ji, thank you to the whole setup here. Thank you to PGTI for making this happen. And this also aligns really with our campaign that we are doing, which is a Garva Hai campaign. And this campaign is really to develop all the young sportsmen of the country who can eventually make our country proud in Olympics and in other competitions. So truly we are honored to be having this opportunity, and I'm sure that the coming years will be even better than the first year that we have. So really all the very best to the winners in particular, and the sportsman spirit that everyone joined. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adani, for your support to the event, and it was inspirational to hear of your vision for sports. We now request Mr. Kapil Dev to kindly offer his vote of thanks.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. I like to stand there. I like to speak behalf of the players. That's why I'll come this side. ठीक है ना, भी बनता है ना? Yeah. Mr. Adani, all the people here, as a sports person, I like to say thank you very much. You don't have to come for the golf. I think we as a golfer are very happy to see you here. Your company done so well, and you're coming into the sports, our life, behalf of the player, our life in a safe hand. That's what we want to say that. As we, as a player, want to say only one thing. Promise करके जाओ, हर साल बड़ा करते जाना. ये प्रॉमिस करो कि हर साल डबल करते जाओ, आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. It's definitely making no difference to you, पर हमारे प्लेयरों को बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा. मैं ये भी कह सकता हूं कि हम क्रिकेट जितना तो नहीं अभी कह सकते, लेकिन इनकी मेहनत कोई क्रिकेटर से कम नहीं है. So that's why I want to say, behalf of all the players, behalf of the winners, people who participated, and everybody, thank you very much, you people coming in, given a golf a real kick, where in 3 to 5 years' time, people will say, I want to play this tournament. And that's what we want to do that. PGTI, behalf of the PGTI, we are ever grateful, and thank you very much. You are coming in and given so much love and affection and money. Is that okay? पैसे भी दे रहे हैं ना भाई, वो भी होना चाहिए. And to you, to all the media people, इस देश में सिर्फ एक खेल नहीं है, बहुत सारे खेल हैं. तो दूसरे खेलों को भी अगर आप कवर करोगे तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. But we are grateful you come in a number, and special to ABP. You have covered the golf in a manner we never seen before. Thank you very much. And Jaypee Greens, thank you, Dhruv, and to all the members, and especially to all the caddies. Can we clap for the caddies? I think they done a wonderful job for last 4 days, day in, day out. So we want to say sometime we don't recognize their hard work, but how much hard work these caddies have given, you cannot compare with the words, and we don't have a word to say how good. Thanks to everybody, you're coming in a number. And yes, behalf of Adani साहब, अगली बार इससे बड़ा ही होगा, छोटा नहीं होगा.
So much got conveyed with those words and that gesture. Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we have the selfie booth contest winners. We'd request Mr. Kapil Dev to please present the prize to Stepan Danek and Johan for winning the selfie booth contest in the professional category. There was a collab between the two of them. Can you also brandish the picture that won you this award? Can you show that picture to everyone after you collect the award? In the picture, they were actually pointing at something. I'm assuming the trophy or the streak. The wind direction, we are constantly monitoring it. Thank you so much. Sure. Well, you know why they won it. They know the knack. They have the knack for it. We are taking lessons on social media. And now, would request Mr. Kapil Dev to please present the prize to Abhishek Mishra for winning the selfie booth contest in the non-professional category. Now, Abhishek Mishra, that is Mishra ji ka beta, just so that you don't go too far away with your assumptions, that's what his Insta handle reads. So from now on, Mishra ji ka beta becomes the epitome of all things perfect, replacing Sharma ji ka beta. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to the hole-in-one contest, we request Mr. Rahul Mehta, owner Victorious Choice, to kindly present a trophy to N. Thangaraja for his hole-in-one today on the 14th hole. He might have to pay for extra baggage today. He seems to be collecting a lot of prizes and awards. Thangaraja will also receive a prize of INR 1 lakh for his hole-in-one from the PGTI. Next up, we reward the best amateur performance. We would request Mr. Kapil Dev to kindly present the trophy of the best performing amateur to Sukhman Singh. Sukhman Singh plays and practices at the Jaypee Greens. And now we'd request Mr. Nishit Jain to kindly present the check to the runner-up. And the runner-up is Arjun Prasad with scores of 68, 69, 69 and 70, finishing with 12 under for a total of 276. Check for the prize money of INR 15 lakhs. Let's have another round as he gets more pictures clicked. And now we'd request Mr. Pranav Adani and Mr. Kapil Dev to kindly jointly present the trophy to the winning professional, Saptak Talwar, winner of the inaugural edition of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship with scores of 67, 72, 69 and 67, 13 under for a total of 275. His first title from the Jaypee Greens.
I'll hold this.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank the Adani Group and Mr. Adani for this partnership. Hopefully this is the start of a new venture and an exciting partnership ahead. All the tour partners of the PGTI. Jaypee Greens, this place has a very special place in my heart. I grew up here. I started golf when I was 6 years old here. The staff hasn't changed one bit. From the F&B staff to the pro shop to the caddies to the starters, Dhruv sir. This place is very special to play a professional event here, to come out on top. This is a very special day for me and my family. My mom and dad who came out here to watch, my sister's watching on video. Very special day. Thank you so much.
Saptak, we'd request you to stay back as we now request Mr. Nishit Jain, affluent business head, Indus Ind Bank, to kindly present the check to the winner. As the check announces loud and clear, the check for prize money of INR 22,50,000. time for us to take this opportunity to thank the Adani Group, Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort, host venue, Mr. Dhruv Pal Singh from Jaypee Greens, course maintenance team, F&B team, housekeeping team, all caddies, all players, all referees and officials. We'd also take this opportunity to express our gratitude to our top partners, Rolex, IndusInd Bank, Victorious Choice, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electroplus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, as well as ABP Live, Prasar Bharati and Book My Show. That's it from the presentation ceremony. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. And thanks to all of you for joining.
Thank you very much.